Welcome back guys, this is for the Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter, what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed by Harry Potter as a true king of magical Britain? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1: The Letter Hidden by Dumbledore. The cupboard under the stairs was dark. Not the kind of dark that whispered comfort, but the kind that pressed against your eyes like cold hands, that made small spaces feel smaller, that reminded a boy he wasn't wanted. Harry Potter lay on his thin mattress, knees pulled to his chest, listening to Uncle Vernon's snores rumble through the floorboards above. 4 weeks until his 11th birthday. 4 weeks until Hogwarts, if Hagrid ever came. If the letter was real. If any of it mattered. He'd read those original letters so many times the parchment had softened at the edges. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. Someone knew he existed. Someone cared enough to find him in this prison of stale air and spiderwebs. But tonight, something was different. Harry sat up slowly, rubbing his scar. It had been tingling for 3 days now. Not the sharp pain he sometimes got, but a low hum beneath his skin, like a tuning fork vibrating in his bones. He pressed his palm to his forehead and felt warmth. Almost golden. That was new. He reached under his pillow and pulled out the worn envelope, Hagrid's letter, the one that had started everything. But as his fingers traced the emerald seal, the parchment shifted. Letters melted and reformed. Words appeared that had never been there before, written in ink that glowed faintly orange, like dying embers. Harry James Potter. By ancient right and older blood, you are summoned. Gringotts Wizarding Bank requires your presence before your 11th name day for the reading of the inheritance, and the verification of the blood of the ancients. This summons is bound by the Pact of the First Goblin Wars. Refusal voids all claims to vaults, titles, and royal protections. The time is now. Harry's heart stopped. Royal protections? He read the words again. Then again. Then a third time, his fingers trembling so badly the parchment rustled. This wasn't Hagrid's handwriting. This wasn't the careful cursive of Professor McGonagall. This was ancient. The letters looked like they'd been carved into the parchment with claws, then filled with liquid fire. A soft knock made him shove the letter back under his pillow. Boy. Uncle Vernon's voice, thick with sleep and whiskey. You awake? Harry stayed perfectly still. Good. The floorboards creaked as Vernon shuffled away. Dreaming about freaks, I expect. Better stay in that cupboard where you belong. Harry waited until the snores resumed. Then he pulled the letter out again and stared at the glowing words until his eyes ached. The time is now. What did that mean? The next morning arrived with grey rain and the smell of frying bacon, none of which would reach Harry. He crawled out of the cupboard and started breakfast, moving on autopilot while his mind raced. The letter was hidden in his sock now, pressed against his ankle. Its warmth pulsed against his skin with every step. Faster, boy! Aunt Petunia snapped, slapping a pan onto the stove. Dudley has his swimming gala today, and you'll be scrubbing the gutters while we're gone. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. He'd scrubbed those gutters 100 times. But today he needed to think. The letter said before his 11th name day. That gave him 4 weeks. But it also said the time is now, which contradicted everything. Unless something had changed. His scar throbbed once. Twice. By noon, the Dursleys had left in a cloud of exhaust fumes. Harry stood in the driveway, watching the car disappear, then ran back inside. He grabbed his school bag, the one Hagrid had given him, charmed to be bigger on the inside, and started stuffing it with everything he owned. Which wasn't much. A blanket. A broken wand, repaired carefully with spellotape. The photo album Hagrid had given him. The letters. And the new letter. He was halfway to the front door when someone pounded on it. Bang. 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 Harry froze. The Dursleys had a key. They never knocked. And the neighbors pretended he didn't exist. Bang! He opened the door. Hagrid stood on the doorstep, his massive form blocking out the gray sky. But something was wrong. The giant's usual rosy cheeks were pale. His beetle-black eyes were wide with something Harry had never seen there before. Fear. Harry. Hagrid's voice cracked. We got trouble. What? Goblins. Hagrid pushed past him into the hallway, closing the door with a shaking hand. They came to the school. Demanded to see Dumbledore personally. Said there was a summons. An old one. One that can't be ignored. He turned to face Harry, and the look on his face made Harry's stomach drop. You got a letter, didn't you? One with glowing words. Harry nodded slowly, pulling the parchment from his sock. Hagrid took it with trembling fingers. His eyes scanned the words, and he let out a low moan. Bloody hell. Dumbledore said they'd hidden it. Said the wards would keep it from reaching you until you were ready. He looked at Harry with something like grief. How long have you had this? Since last night. Hagrid closed his eyes. Then it's too late. What do you mean, too late? Harry's voice came out sharper than he intended. Hagrid, what's happening? The giant sank onto the bottom step of the stairs, which groaned dangerously under his weight. The Gringotts summons. It's ancient magic, Harry. Older than Hogwarts. Older than the Ministry. Goblin magic. He rubbed his face with a massive hand. When a goblin summons is issued, the one who receives it has 3 days to present themselves at the bank. If they don't. What? They lose everything. Their vaults. Their titles. Their family magic. It all gets absorbed by the bank, and there's nothing any wizard can do to stop it. Harry's brain struggled to process this. But I don't have vaults or titles. I'm just... Stop right there. Hagrid's voice was firm. You're not just anything, Harry. You never were. And that's why Dumbledore's been hiding this summons. For years. He held up the glowing letter. This isn't a normal inheritance reading. This is an ancient blood verification ritual. The kind that hasn't been performed in centuries. The kind that only happens when someone with royal blood. He stopped abruptly, clamping his mouth shut. Royal blood? Harry whispered. Hagrid looked like he wanted to take the words back. I've said too much. Dumbledore's going to kill me. Hagrid. We need to get you to the bank, Harry. Today. Now. Before the 3 days run out. The giant stood up, nearly hitting his head on the light fixture. The goblins said you have to come alone? No wizards. No witches. Just you and them. Alone? Harry felt cold spread through his chest. But I'm 11. I don't know anything about. I know. Hagrid's eyes glistened. And that's why Dumbledore's been fighting this for so long. He wanted to protect you. Prepare you. But we're out of time. Harry looked down at the letter in his hands. The glowing words seemed brighter now, almost eager. The time is now. What happens at the ritual? He asked quietly. Hagrid shook his head. No one knows. The records were sealed centuries ago. All I know is... He paused, choosing his words carefully. All I know is that if you go through with this, Harry, you won't be the same boy who walks in. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About 10 years of hiding. About being called freak and boy and nobody. I want to go, he said. Hagrid searched his face for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Then we leave now. But Harry. He knelt down, bringing his massive face level with Harry's. When you get inside, trust yourself. Not the goblins. Not anyone. The magic in your blood will guide you if you let it. He pressed something cold into Harry's hand. A key. Made of silver so pure it seemed to glow. The key to your parents' vault. Hagrid said quietly. It won't work for the ritual chamber. Nothing will accept your blood. But you might need it for what comes after. Harry closed his fingers around the key. It felt warm. Alive. Like it recognized him. Let's go. The journey to London was silent. Hagrid didn't speak on the train. Didn't joke. Didn't offer Harry a rock cake or ask about the Dursleys. He just sat in his too small seat, staring out the window, his massive hands clenched on his knees. Harry watched the rain streak down the glass and tried not to think about what waited beneath the bank. When they finally reached Diagon Alley, the leaky cauldron was unusually empty. Tom the barman gave them a worried look as they passed, and Harry noticed he was polishing a wand, not a glass, behind the counter. They know, Hagrid muttered. Everyone knows something's happening. The wards are humming. Harry didn't know what that meant, but he felt it when they stepped into the cobbled street. Diagon Alley was different. The usual cheerful chaos was gone. Shopkeepers stood in doorways watching. Conversation stopped as Harry passed. A woman holding a quivering owl crossed herself, when she saw his scar. They're looking at you, Harry whispered. They're feeling the old magic, Hagrid replied. It's waking up. Calling to them. Even if they don't know why. Gringotts loomed ahead, its white marble facade somehow sharper than Harry remembered. The bronze doors were shut. The silver ones beyond them were shut too. And standing on the marble steps, flanked by goblins in full battle armor, was a figure Harry had seen only once before. Griphook. But this wasn't the cheerful goblin who'd taken him to his vault. This Griphook wore black iron armor etched with red runes. A sword hung at his hip. And his eyes burned with something ancient and hungry. Harry Potter, Griphook said, and his voice echoed off every building on the street. You received the summons. Harry nodded, pulling the letter from his pocket. Griphook's nostrils flared. Good. Your guardians have been notified that you will not be returning tonight. What? Harry glanced at Hagrid, who looked equally confused. But I'm staying with the Dursleys. No. Griphook stepped aside, revealing the open bronze doors behind him. You are staying with us. Until the ritual is complete. The wards require it. His lip curled slightly. You belong to Gringotts now, you're. He stopped himself. Swallowed. You belong to Gringotts now. You're. He'd almost said something else. Hagrid stepped forward, but two goblins crossed their spears in front of him. The boy comes alone, one of them said. Its voice was like stones grinding together. Harry. Hagrid's voice was rough. Remember what I said. Trust yourself. Harry looked at the open doors. At the darkness beyond. At the goblins with their ancient eyes and older magic. Then he walked inside. The interior of Gringotts was wrong. That was Harry's first thought as the bronze doors closed behind him with a sound like a tomb ceiling. The grand hall was empty, no witches or wizards waiting in line, no goblins perched on high stools counting coins. Just silence. And the smell of something old. Something that had been waiting. Griphook led him past the main counters, past the doors to the vault carts, past everything Harry remembered from his first visit. They walked deeper into the bank, down corridors that sloped steadily underground. The torches on the walls burned blue instead of orange. The air grew colder. Is it far? Harry asked, his voice echoing. Griphook didn't answer. They passed a door made of what looked like solid bone. Past another made of dripping water that somehow stayed in place. Past a third that screamed, actually screamed, when Harry walked by. His scar burned. You feel it, Griphook said. It wasn't a question. What is it? The old magic. The goblin stopped in front of a door that hadn't been there a moment ago. It was made of gold. Pure, uncarved gold, so bright it hurt to look at. The magic that was bound into the earth when the first goblin struck the first deal with the first wizard king. The magic that has slept for 1,000 years. He turned to face Harry, and for the first time, his expression softened into something almost human. It wakes for you, Harry Potter. The question is, why? He pressed his palm against the golden door. It opened without a sound. Beyond was a chamber that should not have fit inside the bank. It was enormous, larger than the Great Hall at Hogwarts, larger than the Quidditch pitch. The ceiling disappeared into darkness so complete it seemed to swallow light. The floor was made of black stone veined with gold, and in the center of the chamber. In the center stood a circle. It was made of 7 pillars, each one a different color. Red, green, blue, yellow, black, white, and one that seemed to be made of pure shadow. Runes covered every surface, the floor, the pillars, the ceiling somewhere above, and they were moving, shifting, changing as Harry watched. The ritual of ancient blood verification, Griphook said quietly. Not performed since the fall of the last true king. Not attempted since the rise of the ministry. The goblins have kept it secret. Have guarded it. Have waited. He looked at Harry with something like wonder. We thought the bloodline had died out. We thought the throne was empty forever. Harry stared at the circle. The runes were humming now. Singing. He could feel them in his teeth, in his bones, in his scar. What do I have to do? Griphook gestured to the circle. Stand in the center. The ritual will do the rest. He paused. But Harry Potter, I must warn you. This ritual does not simply read your blood. It reveals it. To everyone. The moment you step into that circle, every ward in Britain will know what you are. Every ancient family. Every creature bound by old law. The ministry. The Dark Lord. His voice dropped. There is no coming back from this. If you enter that circle, you will never be just Harry again. Harry looked at the pillars. The runes. The darkness above. He thought about the cupboard. The Dursleys. Being told he was nothing for 10 years. He thought about his mother's voice in the graveyard dream. About his father's laugh in the photo album. About the way magic felt when it exploded out of him, not like a weapon, but like a truth. I'm not just Harry, he said quietly. I never was. And he stepped into the circle. The world exploded into light. Harry screamed, or thought he did, as the runes lifted off the floor and wrapped around him like living chains. The pillars blazed, red fire, green lightning, blue ice, yellow sun, black shadow, white light, and the pillar of pure darkness that seemed to drink the very air. The magic hit him from all sides at once, tearing through his veins, his muscles, his soul. He saw things. A throne made of swords. A crown of golden fire. An army kneeling in a field of snow. A woman with red hair and green eyes who looked like his mother but wasn't, who wore armor and carried a banner with a symbol Harry didn't recognize. A man who could have been his father but wasn't, who knelt before that woman and swore an oath that shook the mountains. He saw 7 families joining together. 7 bloodlines uniting. 7 thrones becoming one. And he saw himself, Harry, standing at the center of it all, wearing a crown that burned, holding a scepter that crackled with power, while every creature in Britain bowed. The blood of the ancient kings runs in your veins, Harry Potter. The voice wasn't loud. It wasn't even spoken. It simply was, like gravity, like magic, like truth. You are the heir of the 7 houses. The last of the Pendragon line. The true and rightful king of magical Britain. Rise, your majesty. And claim what is yours. The light vanished. Harry collapsed onto the stone floor, gasping. His skin smoked. His scar throbbed. But when he looked at his hands, they were different. Something glowed beneath his skin, golden, warm, alive. It pulsed in time with his heartbeat. He looked up. Griphook was on his knees. Not just Griphook. Every goblin who had been standing in the shadows, dozens of them, hundreds, lining the walls of the chamber, was on their knees. Their foreheads touched the floor. Their hands were pressed flat against the stone. Your Majesty, Griphook whispered, and his voice broke. The throne has found its king. Above Harry's head, the air shimmered, crackled, and formed something that made his breath catch. A crown. Made of golden fire. And it was lowering itself toward his brow. Far away, in a castle made of stone and magic, Albus Dumbledore stood in his office and watched the ancient wards explode with light. Fawkes screamed, a sound of pure joy and pure terror, and burst into flames. "They found him," Dumbledore whispered. His hands trembled on the edge of his desk. "After all these years, they've found him." He looked at the empty portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. "Tell the Order," he said quietly. "Tell them the old war is nothing compared to what's coming." The portrait's eyes widened. "What's happening, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were full of something that looked almost like grief. "The boy I tried to protect has become the king I feared he would be. God help us all." In a dark house on a dark hill, Lord Voldemort raised his head from his cauldron of bone and blood and serpent's venom. His red eyes flickered. Something had changed. Something had awakened. He hissed in Parseltongue, calling Nagini to his side, and stared at the sky outside the window. The stars were rearranging themselves, forming patterns that hadn't been seen for 1,000 years. "The Pendragon," he breathed. "It cannot be. The line was destroyed. I made certain of it." But even as he spoke, he felt it. A heartbeat in the earth. A pulse in the magic of Britain. A presence that had been sleeping and was now waking. And for the first time since his resurrection, Lord Voldemort felt something he had almost forgotten. Fear. Harry Potter stood in the center of the ritual chamber, the crown of golden fire hovering inches above his head. His scar had stopped hurting. For the first time in his life, it felt calm. But something else stirred in his chest. Something old. Something powerful. Something that had been waiting for this moment for centuries. The crown descended. And Harry opened his eyes. They were no longer green. They burned gold. End of Chapter 1. #What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 2, The Forbidden Ritual Chamber. The crown touched his brow, and Harry screamed. Not in pain. Not in fear. In knowing. Golden fire exploded through his skull, pouring into every corner of his mind like molten sunlight. He saw Britain from above, not the Britain of maps and train lines, but the Britain of magic. Ley lines crisscrossed the land like veins, pulsing with power. Ancient wards shimmered over cities like spiderwebs dipped in starlight. And at the center of it all, at the heart of the web, was a throne. Empty for 1,000 years. Waiting for him. Harry fell to his knees as visions crashed through him. He saw wizards kneeling before a king with hair like spun gold, and eyes like the sea. He saw goblins forging swords that never dulled, bows that never missed, armor that never broke. He saw creatures of shadow and stone bowing low, their voices rising in an ancient tongue that Harry somehow understood. Hail the Pendragon, hail the blood of the dragon, hail the king of the land. You're seeing the crowning of Arthur, a voice said. Soft. Reverent. The first true king of magical Britain. Harry blinked, and the visions faded. He was still in the ritual chamber, but it had changed. The pillars now blazed with steady light, casting the room in shades of red, green, blue, yellow, black, white, and shadow. And standing before him, no longer kneeling, was a goblin Harry didn't recognize. She was old. Older than Grip Hook, older than the stone beneath their feet. Her skin was cracked like dried earth, her eyes milky with age, and her hair hung to the floor in thin white ropes. She wore robes of solid silver that moved like water, and in her hands she held a staff carved with the same 7-colored runes as the pillars. The ritual is complete, Your Majesty, she said, and her voice was the sound of roots growing through stone. The blood recognizes the blood. The land recognizes its king. Harry tried to stand. His legs wouldn't work. Who are you? I am Krarek, keeper of the deep vaults, seer of the first line, the last of the goblins who made the pact with Arthur himself. She tilted her head, studying him with those milky eyes. I have waited 900 years for you, Harry Potter. I had begun to think you would never come. My name. Harry started, then stopped. His voice sounded different. Deeper. Older. Like someone else was speaking through him. My name is Harry. Just Harry. Krarek smiled. It was not a pleasant expression on a goblin face. Just Harry, she repeated. The boy who lived. The boy who survived. The boy who was hidden in a cupboard while his birthright was stolen and his throne sat empty. She stepped closer, her staff clicking against the stone. Do you know what you are, child? Harry shook his head. The golden fire in his veins hummed. You are the last. Krarek's voice dropped to a whisper. The last of the Pendragon bloodline. The last of the old kings. The last hope of magical Britain before the darkness consumes it. She raised her staff, and the 7 pillars flared brighter. The ritual has revealed what Dumbledore tried to hide. You are not merely a wizard, Harry Potter. You are not merely the heir to old families and forgotten vaults. You are the crown prince of the ancient realm, another voice finished. Harry turned, or tried to. His body still wouldn't obey him completely. But he saw Griphook rise from his kneeling position, his armor gleaming in the pillar light. The goblin's face was strange. Not hostile. Not friendly. Something in between. Something like wonder mixed with wariness. The Pendragon line ruled magical Britain for 3,000 years, Griphook said, walking slowly around the edge of the circle. From the time the first wizard crossed the sea to the day Arthur fell at Camlin. They were not merely kings, Harry Potter. They were the land. Their blood watered the crops. Their breath stirred the winds. Their magic kept the creatures of the dark at bay. He stopped at the red pillar, running his fingers over its surface. When the last Pendragon died without an heir, the land began to die too. Magic faded. Creatures that had been bound to the crown went mad. The noble houses fought for control, tearing each other apart in wars that lasted centuries. He looked at Harry over his shoulder. The ministry was created to fill the gap. A government of wizards, not a king. They told themselves it was better. Fairer. More civilized. But it wasn't, Krarek said softly. It was a wound that never healed. And wounds, if left too long, fester. Harry's legs finally obeyed him. He stood slowly, the crown of golden fire still hovering above his head. It hadn't touched his skin, not really. It floated a hair's breadth above his hair, spinning slowly, casting light across his face. Why did Dumbledore hide this? He asked. Why didn't he tell me? Krarek and Griphook exchanged a look. Because Dumbledore fears the old ways, Krarek said finally. He believes in wizarding government. In democracy. In the rule of the many over the few. Her lip curled. He would rather see the land die slowly than return to a king who might, in his mind, become a tyrant. But that's not all, Harry pressed. There's something else. Something you're not telling me. Griphook sighed. The boy is perceptive. The boy is a king, Krarek corrected. Or will be if he survives. She turned back to Harry, and her milky eyes sharpened. Dumbledore hid the truth because the truth is dangerous, Harry Potter. The truth is that your parents, James and Lily Potter, were not killed solely by Voldemort. Harry's blood froze. They were killed, Krarek continued, because they were the guardians of the royal line. The Potters have served the Pendragons for 1,000 years. They were the king's hands, the protectors of the throne, the keepers of the secrets, the ones who would raise the heir if the king fell. She paused. Voldemort wanted you dead for the prophecy. But others wanted you dead for your blood. And those others, her voice dropped to a hiss, are still alive. Harry's scar throbbed. Not painfully. Warningly. Who? The old families, Griphook said. The ones who stole the crown's power when the throne went empty. The Malfoys. The Blacks. The Knots. The Greengrasses. They built their fortunes on the bones of the Pendragon line. They will not thank you for returning to claim what is yours. They will try to kill you, Krarek said bluntly. As they killed your parents. As they have killed every Pendragon heir born in the last 300 years. Harry's mind raced. But I thought my parents died because of the prophecy. Because Voldemort wanted to stop me from defeating him. That is what Dumbledore wanted you to believe, Crawrick said. It is not the whole truth. She raised her staff, and the floor beneath Harry's feet began to glow. The ritual chamber does not only reveal bloodlines, Your Majesty. It reveals memories. Truths. The lies that have been woven around you since birth. The stone beneath Harry turned transparent, like glass, like ice, like still water. And beneath it, he saw faces. James Potter, laughing, holding a baby with green eyes. Lily Potter, crying, whispering to someone Harry couldn't see. They're coming for him, Albus. They know. They've always known. They cannot touch him while the blood wards stand. I've hidden him. Buried him in the Muggle world where no one will look. He's a child, not a treasure. He needs more than protection. He needs to survive, Lily. That is all that matters. The memory shifted. Lily was older now, or maybe it was a different memory. She stood in a room filled with books and candles, her face pale, her hands shaking. If they find out he's the heir. They won't. Dumbledore's voice came from somewhere off-screen. I've sealed the records. Burned the prophecies. The goblins have agreed to hide the ritual chamber. No one will ever know what he truly is. You can't hide it forever, Albus. The blood will call to the land. The land will answer. One day we will be ready. Or we will not. But for now we keep him small. Keep him hidden. Keep him alive. The memory faded. Harry stared at the empty stone, his heart pounding. He knew. He whispered. Dumbledore knew what I was. He knew about the crown, about the bloodline, about everything. And he didn't tell me. He wanted to protect you, Griphook said, but his voice was flat. Unconvinced. He wanted to control you. Crawrick corrected. A hidden king is no king at all. A hidden king is a puppet waiting for strings. She leaned on her staff, studying Harry with those ancient eyes. Dumbledore meant well. Most tyrants do. But good intentions do not excuse theft, Harry Potter. And Dumbledore stole your birthright just as surely as the Malfoys stole the crown's gold. Harry thought about the cupboard. About 10 years of hunger and loneliness and hiding. About the way Dumbledore had left him there, left him with people who hated magic, who hated him, while the old man sat in his castle drinking tea and making speeches about love. Can I undo it? Harry asked quietly. Can I claim what's mine? Crawrick smiled again. This time, it almost reached her eyes. That is why you are here, Your Majesty. The ritual has revealed your blood. But claiming your throne, that is a different matter entirely. She gestured with her staff, and the 7 pillars began to spin. Faster and faster, until they blurred into a ring of pure color. The runes on the floor rose up again, swirling around Harry like a hurricane of light and shadow. The ritual is not over, Crawrick said, her voice rising above the chaos. It has only begun. The blood verification was the first step. Now comes the inheritance. Harry felt something pull at his chest, like a hook made of starlight, like a hand made of wind. What inheritance? The inheritance of 7 ancient houses, Griphook said, his voice echoing. The houses whose blood flows in your veins. The houses whose magic has been waiting for you to claim it. The red pillar blazed. House of Gryffindor appeared in letters of fire above Harry's head. A sword made of ruby light materialized in the air before him, the sword of Godric Gryffindor, but not the one Harry had seen in Dumbledore's office. This one burned. This one sang. Godric Gryffindor was the first king's champion. Crawrick intoned. He swore his bloodline to the Pendragon throne for all eternity. You carry his courage, Harry Potter. His recklessness. His fire. Harry reached for the sword, and it dissolved into red mist, pouring into his chest. He gasped as heat flooded through him. Suddenly he understood things he'd never been taught. Sword fighting. Battle tactics. The way a true warrior thought. The green pillar blazed. House of Slytherin. A locket appeared, Not the horrible locket Harry had seen in his visions of Voldemort, but something older. More beautiful. Made of emerald and silver, with a serpent curled around its surface. Salazar Slytherin was the king's advisor. Crawrick said. His wisdom. His cunning. You carry his ambition, Harry Potter. His desire to protect what is his. The locket dissolved into green mist. Harry felt something cold slide through his veins, not unpleasant but sharp. Calculated. He suddenly understood politics in a way that made his head spin. Alliances. Betrayals. The thousand subtle ways power moved through the world. The blue pillar blazed. House of Ravenclaw. A diadem of sapphire and silver, not the cursed one from Hogwarts, but something pure and glowing. Rowena Ravenclaw was the king's scholar. Her mind. Her creativity. You carry her hunger for knowledge, Harry Potter. Her need to understand. The diadem dissolved into blue mist. Harry's scar throbbed, and suddenly he could read the runes on the floor. All of them. Ancient Goblin script. Old English. Something older than both. He understood magic now in a way that felt like remembering a dream. The yellow pillar blazed. House of Hufflepuff. A cup of gold, filled with light that tasted like honey. Helga Hufflepuff was the king's heart. Her loyalty. Her justice. You carry her compassion, Harry Potter. Her belief that everyone deserves a chance. The cup dissolved into yellow mist. Harry felt something settle in his chest, warm and steady. Not power. Not knowledge. Purpose. The understanding that being king wasn't about ruling. It was about serving. The black pillar blazed. House of Black. A ring of obsidian, carved with the constellation of Orion. The House of Black was never meant to be dark, Crawrick said softly. They were the king's shadow. His protectors. His assassins when assassins were needed. You carry their loyalty, Harry Potter. Their willingness to do what must be done. The ring dissolved into black mist. Harry gasped as images flooded his mind, serious laughing, but also serious fighting, serious killing, serious doing terrible things in the name of family. The House of Black had always served the crown. Always. But without a king to guide them, they had turned inward. Become cruel. Become what they were now. The white pillar blazed. House of Peveril. A cloak, no, not a cloak. The cloak. His cloak. But floating above the pillar, glowing with white light. The Peverils were the king's death, Crawrick said, and her voice trembled. They understood what no other house understood, that death is not an enemy. Death is a door. You carry their wisdom, Harry Potter. Their acceptance of what must come. The cloak dissolved into white mist. Harry felt something shift in his soul, a peace he'd never known. The fear of death that had lived in his chest since he was old enough to understand mortality simply faded. The shadow pillar blazed. House of Pendragon. No symbol appeared. No artifact. Just shadow, deep and endless and full of stars. The Pendragons are not like the other houses, Crawrick whispered. They do not have a relic or a motto or a seat on the Wizendumat. The Pendragons are the magic of Britain. The land. The sky. The sea. You carry their blood, Harry Potter. Their burden. Their duty. The shadow rushed toward Harry, not mist this time, but darkness. Pure and absolute. It swallowed him whole. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound. No light. No self. Then Harry opened his eyes, and he was somewhere else. He stood in a field of golden grain, under a sky so blue it hurt. A man stood before him, tall, with hair like spun gold and eyes like the sea. He wore armor that seemed to be made of sunlight, and on his head sat a crown of golden fire. The same crown that floated above Harry's own head. "Hello, heir," the man said. His voice was warm. Fatherly. "I've waited a long time to meet you." Harry couldn't speak. Couldn't move. The man, Arthur *, smiled. "You're afraid," Arthur said. Good. Fear keeps kings humble. Fear reminds us that we serve something greater than ourselves. He walked closer, his boots leaving no prints in the grain. I was like you once. Young. Angry. Unready. The crown chose me when I was 15, younger than you are now. I thought I was going to save the world. He stopped in front of Harry, close enough to touch. I didn't save it, Arthur said quietly. I held it together for a while. Fought some monsters. Loved some people. Made terrible mistakes. And in the end I died, as all kings die, with my kingdom still broken. He reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The touch was warm. Solid. Real. But you might do better. You might be the one who finally heals the wound. Harry found his voice. I don't know how. No one knows how, Arthur said. That's the secret, heir. No one knows. Not the wise old wizards with their clever plans. Not the dark lords with their armies of followers. Not the goblins with their ancient bargains. No one knows. They just pretend they do. He squeezed Harry's shoulder. The only thing that matters is that you try. That you keep trying, even when everything falls apart. Even when you fall apart. How do I become king? Harry asked. How do I claim the throne? Arthur smiled, and there was grief in it. Deep, ancient grief. You already have, heir. The ritual was the claiming. The throne is already yours. But holding it. He looked up at the endless blue sky. Holding it is the hard part. The old families will fight you. The ministry will fear you. Voldemort will try to destroy you. And Dumbledore. His smile turned sad. Dumbledore will try to save you from yourself. That might be the hardest battle of all. He stepped back, releasing Harry's shoulder. The crown is yours, Harry James Potter, last of the Pendragons. Wear it well. Wear it wisely. And when the time comes to choose between what is easy and what is right. Arthur's form began to fade, dissolving into golden light. Remember that you are the land. And the land is you. He vanished. The field vanished. Harry opened his eyes in the ritual chamber, gasping for breath. The crown of golden fire was no longer hovering above his head. It was inside him. He could feel it, burning in his chest, in his veins, in his bones. The 7 houses hummed in his blood like 7 different songs playing at once. Gryffindor's courage. Slytherin's cunning. Ravenclaw's wisdom. Hufflepuff's loyalty. Black's shadow. Peverell's peace. And Pendragon's everything. The inheritance is complete, Crarick said. Her voice was hoarse. When Harry looked at her, he saw tears running down her cracked cheeks. The 7 houses have accepted you, Harry Potter. You are the rightful heir to them all. Griphook stepped forward, holding a scroll that hadn't been there before. It was sealed with 7 colors of wax. This is the official record, he said, his hands shaking slightly. Your claim to the House of Gryffindor. The House of Slytherin. The House of Ravenclaw. The House of Hufflepuff. The House of Black. The House of Peverell. And the House of Pendragon. He bowed his head. You are, by ancient law and older blood, the most powerful political figure in magical Britain. No wizard holds more titles. No witch commands more authority. Harry stared at the scroll. At his hands. At the faint golden glow still pulsing beneath his skin. What happens now? He asked. Crarick and Griphook exchanged another look. Now, Crarick said slowly, the wards of Britain react. She raised her staff, and the chamber shook. Not a small tremor. A quake. Stone cracked. Pillars groaned. The runes on the floor blazed so brightly Harry had to shield his eyes. Somewhere above them, miles above, in the world of sunlight and air, Harry heard bells. Not church bells. Ward bells. Ancient alarms that hadn't rung in 1,000 years. The land knows, Griphook whispered. The land has felt its king. Far above, in Diagon Alley, the cobblestones cracked. Golden light poured through the gaps, Not Harry's light, but something older. Something that had been sleeping under the streets since Arthur's time. The shopkeepers who had watched Harry pass fell to their knees, not understanding why, not able to stop themselves. The magic simply compelled them. In the Ministry of Magic, every quill stopped writing. Every clock stopped ticking. Every portrait went silent, their eyes wide with shock. The fountain in the atrium, the ridiculous fountain with the wizard and the goblin and the house elf, cracked down the middle. Water poured across the floor, and something gold gleamed beneath the broken stone. In Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat screamed. Not sang. Not spoke. Screamed. It tore itself from the shelf in Dumbledore's office and hurled itself against the window, begging to be thrown out, to be taken to the king, to fulfill its ancient purpose. The portraits of the headmasters and headmistresses wept, some with joy, some with terror. And in the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs raised their heads as one. Their prophecy-obsessed eyes saw the stars rearranging themselves, the constellations shifting to make room for a new light. The king returns, Firenze whispered. The throne awakens, Bane growled. And the old wars begin again, Ronan said softly. Harry felt all of it. Every ward. Every bell. Every kneeling witch and wizard and creature. The land sang to him, not in words but in feelings. Joy. Relief. Terror. Hope. 1,000 years of waiting, of hoping, of dying, all pouring into his chest at once. He fell to his knees again, overwhelmed. Make it stop, he gasped. Please make it stop. I cannot, Crawrick said gently. You are the king now, Harry Potter. The land has chosen you. The people have felt you. There is no going back. She knelt before him, her ancient eyes meeting his. The question is not whether you are ready. The question is whether you will rise. Harry looked at his hands. At the golden light. At the 7 houses burning in his blood. He thought about his mother's voice. His father's laugh. The cupboard under the stairs. He thought about Voldemort. About the prophecy. About all the people who had died because a throne sat empty and a kingdom had no king. And slowly, painfully, he rose. Show me everything, he said. Show me how to be what I need to be. Crawrick smiled. As you wish, Your Majesty. She raised her staff, and the chamber opened. Not the way a door opens. The way a flower opens. The walls pulled back, revealing tunnels that hadn't existed moments before. Tunnels lined with gold and gems and things Harry couldn't name. Things that glowed with their own light. The royal vaults, Griphook said. Sealed since Arthur's fall. Waiting for the true king to claim them. Harry walked forward. Behind him, the crown of golden fire blazed. And somewhere in the distance, in a dark house on a dark hill, Lord Voldemort felt the magic shift. Felt the balance of power change. And for the second time that day, he was afraid. End of chapter 2. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 3, The Crown of Albion. The tunnels stretched endlessly into darkness, but Harry could see. That was the first strange thing. The moment his foot touched the stone, golden light bloomed along the walls, racing ahead of him like servants lighting torches for a returning lord. The glow revealed carvings. Thousands of them. Dragons and knights in battles that looked like they belonged in storybooks, not beneath a bank. Harry walked slowly, his footsteps echoing in the vast silence. Behind him, Crawrick and Griphook followed at a respectful distance, not accompanying him as equals, but following as subjects. The Goblin Queen's staff clicked against the stone in rhythm with Harry's heartbeat. Or maybe his heartbeat was matching her staff. He couldn't tell anymore. Where does this tunnel lead? Harry asked, his voice strange in his own ears. Deeper. Calmer. Like someone else was speaking through him. To the Crown of Albion, Crawrick said. The true crown. Not the one you wear now. Harry touched his forehead. The golden fire still hovered there, warm and insubstantial. It didn't feel like a crown. It felt like a thought. A promise. The fire is the mark of the Pendragon blood. Crawrick continued. It appears when the heir is revealed. But the crown of Albion. Her voice dropped. The crown of Albion is something else entirely. It is the physical manifestation of the king's authority over magical Britain. Without it, you cannot command the wards, cannot call the armies, cannot sit on the throne. Arthur wore it, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Arthur forged it. Griphook stepped up beside Harry, his armor gleaming in the golden light. With help from the goblins, we bound the land's magic into 7 gems, one for each ancient kingdom. Whoever wears the crown controls the ley lines. Whoever controls the ley lines controls Britain, Harry finished. The tunnel opened into a cavern so vast that Harry couldn't see the other side. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like stone teeth, each one glowing with its own inner light. The floor was made of polished obsidian, so reflective that Harry could see his own feet walking toward him from below. And in the center of the cavern, on a pedestal of white marble, sat the crown of Albion. Harry stopped breathing. It was beautiful. Not the pretty, delicate beauty of a princess's tiara, but the terrible, overwhelming beauty of a thunderstorm or a wildfire. The crown was made of interwoven branches, not wood, but metal forged to look like wood, silver and gold twisted together so tightly they seemed to have grown that way. 7 gems sat along the band, each one a different color, each one pulsing with its own light. Red, green, blue, yellow, black, white. And in the center, above where the crown would rest on a brow, a 7th gem. Clear as water, bright as a star, but somehow empty. Waiting. The 7 kingdoms, Crawrick whispered. North, south, east, west. The highlands, the islands, and the heart, Albion itself. She pointed her staff at the empty gem. That one has been dark since Arthur fell. It will only light when the true king sits on the throne of Hogwarts. Harry walked toward the pedestal. The crown began to hum. Not loudly. Softly. Like a mother humming to a child. Harry felt the vibration in his chest, his throat, his bones. The golden fire above his head flared brighter, reaching toward the crown like a hand reaching for its other half. Careful, Your Majesty, Griphook said. The crown tests those who would wear it. Arthur nearly died in this chamber. The goblin priests had to revive him 3 times before the crown accepted him. Harry didn't stop walking. He reached the pedestal. Looked down at the crown. It was smaller than he'd expected, more delicate. The branches were thin as twigs, the gems no bigger than his fingernails. But the weight of it pressed against his magic like a mountain. Harry. Crawrick's voice was sharp. You don't have to do this now. The ritual has already revealed your blood. You could wait. Train. Prepare. No. Harry reached out and took the crown. The world inverted. Harry didn't scream this time. He couldn't. The sound was ripped from his throat before it could form, stolen by a silence so complete that he couldn't hear his own heart. The cavern vanished. The goblins vanished. Everything vanished except the crown in his hands and the darkness pressing against him from all sides. Then the crown spoke. Who seeks the throne of Albion? The voice wasn't loud. It was everything. Harry felt it in his cells, in his atoms, in the space between his thoughts. I do, he whispered. Or tried to. The darkness swallowed his words. Name yourself. Harry James Potter. Asterisk, that is the name given by mortals. Name yourself as the crown requires. Asterisk. Harry didn't understand. What other name did he have? He was Harry. He'd always been Harry. The boy in the cupboard. The boy with the scar. The boy who... No. That wasn't all he was anymore. He closed his eyes. Felt the 7 houses burning in his blood. Felt the golden fire above his head. Felt the land, felt it, every ley line, every ward, every sleeping creature bound to the crowns. Authority. I am the heir of Gryffindor, he said. the heir of Slytherin, the heir of Ravenclaw, the heir of Hufflepuff, the heir of Black, the heir of Peveril, and... Harry opened his eyes. I am the last of the Pendragons, he said. The blood of the dragon. The king of the land. The one who will heal the wound or die trying. Silence. Then light. The crown blazed in Harry's hands, the 7 gems burning like 7 suns. The empty center gem flickered, once, twice, then erupted with white fire so bright that Harry saw his own bones through his skin. The crown of Albion accepts the heir. The throne awaits. The land recognizes its king. Rise, Harry James Pendragon. Rise, and claim what is yours. The crown lifted from Harry's hands, not rising, but unfolding. The branches grew, the gems multiplied, the metal thickened. What had been a delicate circlet became something massive. Something ancient. Something that had been forged in fire and blood and the dying breath of a 1,000-year-old kingdom. It settled on Harry's head. And the world screamed. Far above, in the streets of London, every magical being fell to their knees. Not the respectful bow of a subject greeting a lord. Not the fearful crouch of a servant avoiding punishment. A collapse. A surrender so complete that bones broke and teeth shattered on cobblestones. The ancient wards that Dumbledore had spent decades maintaining shattered like glass. New wards rose in their place, wards that had slept since Arthur's time, wards that recognized only one master. The crown's master. In Diagon Alley, the goblins of Gringotts poured from the bank, not to fight, not to flee, but to kneel. Thousands of them, lining the cobblestone street, their foreheads pressed to the ground. They sang in a language that hadn't been spoken aloud in centuries, their voices rising in a haunting melody that made the shopkeepers weep. Asterisk, the king returns. The king returns. The crown wakes. The land heals. Asterisk. Asterisk, hail the Pendragon. Hail the blood. Hail the king. Asterisk. In Nocturne Alley, the dark creatures howled. Werewolves threw themselves against their cages. Vampires clawed at their coffins. Hags tore out their hair. The ancient bonds that had kept them contained for 1,000 years were shifting, no longer prison bars, but something else. Something that felt like a leash held by a new hand. In the Ministry of Magic, the Wizendemotte chamber descended into chaos. Impossible! Cornelius Fudge screamed, his jowls shaking. The Pendragon line is extinct. Has been for centuries. The wards don't lie, Minister. Amelia Bones stood at her seat, her monocle pressed to her eye, her face pale. Something has awakened beneath Gringotts. Something that hasn't stirred since Arthur. Another voice finished. Lucius Malfoy stepped out of the shadows, his silver-topped cane clutched in white-knuckled hands. His face was carefully blank, but his eyes were terrified. The ritual of ancient blood verification has been performed. Someone has claimed the 7 houses. But who? Fudge demanded. Who would dare? Lucius didn't answer. He didn't need to. Every witch and wizard in the chamber already knew. There was only one person in Britain who could have triggered such a reaction. Only one person who carried blood old enough, magic strong enough, survival impossible enough. Potter, someone whispered. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Heir of the Pendragons? The whispers spread like wildfire, growing louder, more panicked. Fudge collapsed into his chair, mopping his brow with a handkerchief that was already soaked through. This is unprecedented. What do we do? How do we respond? We do nothing, Lucius said smoothly. We wait. We watch. We see if the boy survives the night. His lip curled. The crown has killed stronger wizards than Harry Potter. Deep beneath the bank, Harry was dying. He knew it with the cold certainty of someone watching. Their body failed from the outside. His heart stuttered. His lungs burned. His blood, his magic, was being pulled out of him, siphoned into the crown like water into dry earth. Too much, he thought. Asterisk, it's too much. I can't, asterisk. You can. Arthur's voice. Not in his ears, in his blood. In the crown itself. The crown does not kill the worthy heir. It tests them. Prove yourself. Harry couldn't prove anything. He could barely breathe. The weight of the crown pressed down on him like a mountain, crushing his spine, his ribs, his will. Remember why you came here. Remember what you lost. Remember what you fight for. Harry thought of his mother. Her green eyes. Her voice screaming for mercy that never came. He thought of his father. The laugh in the photo album. The hands that had held him once, before everything turned to ash. He thought of Sirius, locked in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit, rotting in darkness while the real traitor walked free. He thought of Hogwarts. The first place that had ever felt like home. He thought of all the children who would die if Voldemort won. All the families who would burn. All the magic that would fade from the world. I can't let that happen, Harry thought. I won't. He pushed. Not against the crown, against his own limits. Against the fear and doubt and self-hatred that had been drilled into him since he was old enough to understand that he was unwanted. He pushed through the cupboard and the hunger and the loneliness. He pushed through the years of being called freak and boy and nobody. He pushed until something broke. And then he was standing. The crown blazed on his head, the 7 gems burning like 7 stars. The golden fire above his brow had merged with the metal, becoming something new. Something whole. The empty center gem flickered, not fully lit, but no longer dark. Glowing faintly, like embers waiting for fuel. Harry gasped for air, his hands braced on his knees, his whole body shaking. Your Majesty. Crarrick's voice was thick with tears. Your Majesty, you're the crown, it accepted you. Fully accepted you. Not even Arthur wore the crown on his first attempt. It took him 3 tries. 3 years of trying. Harry straightened slowly. The crown was heavy, not the weight of metal, but the weight of responsibility. He could feel every ward in Britain pressing against his consciousness. Every ley line humming beneath his feet. Every magical creature bound to the crown's authority. Arthur took 3 years? Harry's voice was hoarse. He wasn't the last of his line, Griphook said quietly. He had brothers. Cousins. Heirs who could have taken his place if he failed. You. The goblin swallowed. You are the last, Harry Potter. The crown knows this. It wants you to succeed. It has been waiting for you for 1,000 years. Harry looked down at his hands. The golden glow beneath his skin had changed. It was stronger now, brighter, pulsing in rhythm with the gems on his brow. He could see the veins in his wrists glowing gold. What happens now? He asked. Crarrick stepped forward, her ancient eyes scanning his face. Now, Your Majesty, the world outside knows what you are. The wards of Britain have reacted. The old families have felt the crown's awakening. Voldemort knows. She paused. Voldemort knows that his greatest enemy is no longer just a boy with a prophecy. You are a king. And kings change everything. Harry thought about that. About the weight on his head and the fire in his blood and the 7 houses burning in his chest. I need to get back to Hogwarts, he said. Dumbledore will try to contain you. Griphook interrupted. Hide you again. Control you. He fears what you represent, Your Majesty. He always has. Dumbledore hid the truth from me, Harry said slowly. He let me live with the Dursleys. Let me believe I was nothing. Let me. His voice cracked. Let me think my parents died just because of a prophecy. Not because someone wanted my throne. Crarrick nodded. The question is, what will you do with that knowledge, Your Majesty? Will you confront him? Challenge him? Or will you play his game a little longer, learn what he knows, before you make your move? Harry looked at the crown in his reflection on the obsidian floor. He didn't look like Harry anymore. He looked like someone else. Someone older. Someone who had seen too much and survived too much to ever be just a boy again. I'll go back, he said quietly. I'll go back and I'll watch. I'll learn. I'll figure out who I can trust, and who's been lying to me my whole life. He turned to face the goblins. But first, I need to understand what I am now. What the crown means. What I can do. Krarek smiled, a real smile, warm and proud. Then we have much to teach you, Your Majesty. The crown gives you power, but power without wisdom is just destruction waiting to happen. Arthur learned that too late. She gestured toward the tunnel. Come. There are chambers beneath Gringotts that haven't been opened since the old king died. Vaults filled with knowledge. Libraries of forgotten magic. Armories of weapons that have been waiting for your hand. Harry followed her, the crown heavy on his head, the golden fire warm in his blood. Behind him, Griphook watched with ancient, calculating eyes. The boy doesn't know what he's truly facing. The goblin muttered to himself. The families who stole the crown's power won't give it up peacefully. They'll fight. They'll kill. They'll burn Britain to the ground before they let a true king sit on the throne. But even as he spoke, he felt something shift in the wards, something he hadn't felt in 900 years. The land was waking up. And the land was angry. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore sat alone in the darkness. Fawkes had stopped singing. The portraits had stopped whispering. Even the silver instruments on his desk had fallen silent, their delicate mechanisms frozen mid-spin. On the desk before him lay a single piece of parchment, a letter that had arrived by goblin messenger an hour ago, sealed with 7 colors of wax. To Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. *, the ritual of ancient blood verification has been performed. Harry James Potter has been revealed as the heir to the 7 ancient houses and the last surviving royal bloodline of magical Britain. The Crown of Albion has accepted him as its rightful wearer. *. By the terms of the Pact of the First Goblin Wars, you are hereby commanded to present the heir to the Wizengamot within 30 days, so that his claim to the throne may be formally recognized. Failure to comply will result in the immediate dissolution of all magical contracts between the Goblin Nation and the British Ministry of Magic, including every vault held by every witch and wizard in Britain. We await your response. Sign. Krarek, Keeper of the Deep Vaults. Griphook, First Account Manager of Gringotts. The Council of 7 Clans. Dumbledore read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully, placed it in his desk drawer, and locked it with a spell that required his blood to open. 30 days, he murmured. 30 days until the world changes forever. He looked up at the empty portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. Send word to Sirius, he said quietly. Tell him his godson has done something impossible. Tell him. Dumbledore paused, his blue eyes clouding with grief. Tell him Harry has become more than I ever intended. More than I ever feared. And tell him to come home. The portrait's eyes widened. Sirius is a fugitive, Dumbledore. The Ministry. The Ministry no longer matters. Dumbledore interrupted. The Crown has awakened. Ancient laws are rising from the grave. Within a month, everything we've built, everything I've sacrificed, will be tested. He stood up, walked to the window, and stared out at the grounds of Hogwarts. The castle was glowing. Softly. Goldenly. Responding to something far away that Dumbledore could feel but not see. The boy I tried to protect, he whispered, has become the king I was sworn to serve. Merlin help us all. In the ritual chamber beneath Gringotts, Harry stood before a mirror that hadn't existed a moment ago. It was huge, floor to ceiling, wider than Hagrid's arms could stretch. The frame was made of silver and bone, and something that looked like frozen starlight. And in the reflection, Harry saw himself. But not the himself he knew. The boy in the mirror had the same messy black hair, the same green eyes, the same lightning bolt scar. But his eyes were different. They flickered with gold at the edges, like embers waiting to catch fire. And on his head sat the crown of Albion. It looked like it had grown there. Like it had always been there, hidden beneath his skin, waiting for this moment. The silver gold branches wove through his hair like living things, and the 7 gems pulsed gently, breathing in time with his heart. Who am I? Harry asked the mirror. The mirror didn't answer, but the crown did. You are the king, it whispered in his blood. Asterisk, you are the land. You are the last hope of magical Britain, asterisk. And you are just beginning. Harry raised his hand to touch the crown. His fingers passed through it, but he felt it. Solid and real and his. I'm just Harry, he said quietly. I'm just a boy who survived a killing curse and grew up in a cupboard. The crown pulsed. Asterisk, that is who you were. Now you must become who you are meant to be, asterisk. Harry looked at his reflection for a long time. Then he turned away from the mirror and walked back toward the goblins, the crown burning on his brow, the future waiting in the darkness. Behind him, the mirror rippled, and for just a moment, Arthur's reflection appeared where Harry's had been. The old king smiled, raised an invisible sword in salute, and vanished. The crown had found its master. The land had found its king. And somewhere in the shadows, Tom Riddle began to plan. End of chapter 3. #What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 4. The Secrets of the Potters. Harry didn't sleep that night. Not because he wasn't tired. His body screamed for rest, his eyes burned with exhaustion, his legs trembled with every step. But every time he closed his eyes, he saw things. Memories that weren't his. Visions of battles fought 1,000 years ago. Faces of kings and queens who had worn this crown before him, their voices whispering warnings he couldn't quite understand. So instead of sleeping, he walked. Crawrick led him through tunnels that seemed to stretch forever, past vault doors made of solid diamond, past chambers filled with glowing armor, past libraries where books flew through the air like startled birds. The crown on his head pulsed with each new discovery, cataloging everything, remembering everything. Where are we going? Harry asked for the 5th time. Crawrick didn't answer. She just kept walking, her silver robes trailing behind her like liquid moonlight. Griphook had fallen back somewhere, called away by other goblins who whispered urgently in their sharp, clicking language. Harry was alone with the ancient goblin queen and the weight of a crown he still couldn't believe was real. The Potters, Crawrick said finally. We're going to the Potters. Harry stumbled. My parents? But they're dead? Yes. Crawrick didn't slow down. But their secrets are not. The Potter Vault, the one Hagrid gave you the key for, that is merely a trust vault. Spending money for a child. The true Potter Vault lies deeper. Much deeper. Sealed by your father's blood and your mother's sacrifice. She stopped before a door that looked like nothing Harry had ever seen. It was made of wood, not the polished oak of Gringotts' upper levels, but raw, ancient wood that seemed to have grown in place. Roots spiraled across its surface, and leaves, actual leaves, sprouted from the frame. The door was alive. Harry could hear it breathing. This is the Chamber of the Guardians, Crawrick said softly. The Potters have kept this chamber for 1,000 years. They were never the richest family. Never the most powerful. But they were the most trusted. The Pendragons gave them their deepest secrets, and their greatest weapons. Harry reached out to touch the door. The moment his fingers brushed the wood, the leaves burst into flower. White blossoms erupted across the surface, filling the tunnel with a sweetness that reminded Harry of his mother. Not her face, he'd never really known her face. But her presence. Her warmth. The echo of a lullaby he couldn't remember hearing. Open, Harry whispered. The door opened. The chamber beyond was not a vault. It was a room. A cozy, firelit room that could have been anyone's sitting room, except for the walls. The walls were covered in portraits. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Every Potter who had ever lived, staring down at Harry with eyes that were sometimes curious, sometimes hostile, sometimes weeping with joy. Welcome home, heir. The voice came from a portrait directly above the fireplace. A man with Harry's messy black hair and his father's crooked glasses smiled down at him. He looked young, younger than Harry's father had been when he died. I'm Charles Potter, the portrait said. Your great-grandfather. And I've been waiting a very long time to meet you. Harry's throat tightened. You knew I would come? We hoped. Charles's smile faded. After James and Lily died, we feared the line had ended. But the blood wards never fell. The Potter magic never faded. Something was still alive, still waiting, out there in the Muggle world. He leaned forward, his painted eyes sharp. You have the crown, boy. The crown of Albion. How? Harry touched the golden branches woven through his hair. The ritual. At Gringotts. It revealed. We know what it revealed. Another portrait spoke, a woman with wild red hair and fierce green eyes. The magic of the 7 houses flows through you. We can see it. Feel it. The Pendragon blood burns in your veins. She tilted her head, studying him. You look like James. But you have Lily's eyes. Harry's voice cracked. I never knew them. They died when I was 1. We know. The woman's voice softened. We watched. We could do nothing. The portraits can only speak to living Potters, but we watched. And we grieved. Charles cleared his throat. Enough sentiment, Doria. The boy needs answers, not tears. He gestured to a chair that hadn't been there a moment ago, a high-backed armchair upholstered in gold and crimson. Sit, Harry Potter. Sit, and learn what your parents died to protect. Harry sat. The crown hummed approvingly. The Potters have always been the guardians of the royal line. Charles began. Since the time of Arthur himself, a Potter has stood at the king's right hand. We kept the secrets. Held the keys. Guarded the weapons that could destroy the throne, or save it. When the last Pendragon died without an heir, Doria continued, the Potters went into hiding. We buried the royal artifacts. Sealed the royal vaults. And we waited, for 300 years, we waited, for the bloodline to return. But it didn't, Harry said. No. Charles's face darkened. The bloodline didn't return because someone was hunting it. Someone was killing every Pendragon heir before they could reach their 11th birthday, before the Gringotts ritual could reveal them. Harry's blood ran cold. Who? We don't know. Doria's hands clenched on the frame of her portrait. We never discovered the killer's identity. But we know their methods. They used dark magic, old magic, forbidden magic, to track the bloodline. They could sense a Pendragon heir from across Britain. And they would stop at nothing to destroy them. My parents, Harry whispered. They were hiding me from this killer. Not just from Voldemort. Charles nodded slowly. Voldemort was a threat, yes. But he was a new threat. Your parents had been running from the old killer since before you were born. They changed houses every few months. Used false names. Layered protection spells so thick that the ministry accused them of illegal ward crafting. He paused. And then you were born. And everything became more dangerous. Why? Because you were the first Pendragon heir in 300 years to survive infancy. Doria's voice was barely a whisper. The first one to reach his first birthday. The first one to live. Your parents knew, they knew, that you were special. That you might be the one. So they stopped running. They made a stand. Charles said. They went into hiding under the Fidelius charm, with a secret keeper they thought they could trust. And they died for it. Harry's hands were shaking. But they didn't die because of the old killer. They died because of Voldemort. Because of the prophecy. Charles and Doria exchanged a look. That's what Dumbledore told you? Charles asked carefully. Yes. Then Dumbledore lied. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He gripped the arms of the chair, his knuckles white. What do you mean? Doria stepped closer to the edge of her frame, her green eyes blazing. The prophecy was real, Harry. Voldemort did come for you because of it. But that's not why your parents died. Voldemort was powerful, yes. But he wasn't the one who found them. Harry's heart stopped. What? The Fidelius charm, Doria said. It was broken. Not by Voldemort. He didn't have the skill for that kind of magic. The charm was broken by someone who knew exactly where to strike. Someone who had been tracking the Pendragon bloodline for centuries. Charles nodded grimly. Your parents didn't die because Peter Pettigrew betrayed them. They died because the old killer found them, and used Pettigrew as a tool to get close. That's not possible. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. Everyone knows. Everyone knows it was Pettigrew. Sirius went to Azkaban because he was convenient. Doria snapped. The Ministry needed someone to blame. Dumbledore needed the real killer to stay hidden. And Sirius, poor, reckless, loyal Sirius, was the perfect scapegoat. Harry stood up so fast the chair tipped over. You're saying Sirius is innocent? We're saying Sirius is partially innocent, Charles corrected. He didn't betray your parents, no. But he wasn't blameless either. He convinced James and Lily to use Pettigrew as secret keeper. He trusted the wrong person. And that trust, the portrait sighed. That trust got them killed. Harry paced the room, his hands running through his hair, through the crown's branches. The gems pulsed with his agitation, casting colored light across the portraits. Who is the old killer? He demanded. Who's been hunting the Pendragon line for centuries? We don't know. Doria's voice was heavy with frustration. We've tried to discover the truth. Every generation of Potters has tried. But the killer leaves no traces. No witnesses. No survivors, until you. Harry stopped pacing. Why am I different? Charles smiled, a sad, knowing smile. Because you're not just a Pendragon heir, Harry. You're the last Pendragon heir. The bloodline ends with you, or it continues. The killer can't afford to let you live. But they also can't afford to kill you too quickly. Why not? Because the crown protects you now. Doria pointed at the golden branches in Harry's hair. The crown of Albion is bound to the land itself. Whoever wears it cannot be killed by normal means. Not by curses, not by poison, not by blade. The only way to kill a crowned king is to destroy the land first. Harry finished. He could feel it now, the truth of those words vibrating through his bones. The crown wasn't just jewelry. It was a contract. The land would protect him as long as he protected the land. The old killer knows this, Charles said. Which means they won't come for you directly. Not yet. They'll try to weaken you first. Destroy your allies. Corrupt your supporters. Turn the people against you. He leaned forward. You're not just fighting for a throne anymore, Harry. You're fighting for Britain itself. Harry sat down again, his legs giving out beneath him. The crown felt heavier now, not with magic, but with weight. The weight of centuries. The weight of all the Pendragon heirs who had died before they could claim their birthright. What do I do? He asked quietly. How do I fight someone I can't see? Someone who's been killing my family for 300 years. Doria's portrait smiled. You start by learning the truth about your parents. Not the story Dumbledore told you, the real story. The one hidden in this room. She gestured to the wall behind Harry. He turned, and saw a door he hadn't noticed before. Smaller than the main entrance, made of the same living wood, but covered in carvings. A stag. A doe. A baby with a lightning bolt scar. That door leads to your parents' private vault, Doria said softly. The one they sealed before they died. Inside, you'll find their journals. Their research. Everything they discovered about the old killer, and everything they planned for you. Harry walked toward the door. His hands trembled as he reached for the handle. The door requires your blood, Charles warned. And your magic. It will test you. If you're not worthy. I'm worthy, Harry said. He pressed his palm against the wood. The door didn't open. It dissolved. Melting like wax under heat, the living wood flowing over Harry's hand, up his arm, across his chest. He gasped as the magic entered him, not painful, but invasive. Searching. Judging. You carry the blood of the Potters, a voice whispered. Asterisk, you carry the blood of the Pendragons. You carry the blood of the sacrifice. Asterisk. Asterisk, but do you carry the will to continue the fight? Asterisk. Yes, Harry said. Prove it. The magic tightened around his chest, and suddenly he was somewhere else. He stood in a cottage. A small, cozy cottage with a garden full of flowers and a baby's crib in the corner. A woman with red hair sat at a desk, writing furiously. A man with messy black hair paced behind her, his wand clutched in his hand. James and Lily Potter. Alive. Real. Harry tried to speak, but he had no voice here. He was a ghost. A witness. Watching a memory that had been sealed in the wood of the door for 11 years. We can't keep running, Lily. James's voice was tight. The wards are failing. Every time we move, they find us faster. I know. Lily didn't look up from her writing. That's why I'm documenting everything. Everything we've learned. Everything we've survived. If something happens to us, nothing is going to happen to us. James. Lily finally looked up, and her eyes, Harry's eyes, were full of grief. Something is going to happen to us. We've known that since the day Harry was born. The old killer won't stop. Voldemort won't stop. We're living on borrowed time. James stopped pacing. He knelt beside Lily's chair, taking her hands in his. Then let's make sure it means something. Let's make sure Harry survives. Let's make sure he knows who he is, knows what he can become. Lily smiled, a watery, trembling smile. He's going to be magnificent, James. I can feel it. The magic in him, it's so bright. Brighter than anything I've ever seen. He gets it from you. Flatterer. Lily pulled her hands free and returned to her writing. I'm almost done. The journals are sealed. The vault is warded. When Harry turns 11, the Gringotts ritual will trigger automatically, no matter what Dumbledore does to stop it. James frowned. You don't trust Dumbledore. I trust Dumbledore to do what he thinks is right, Lily said carefully. I don't trust Dumbledore to tell us the truth. About why? He's hiding something, James. Something about the old killer. Something about the Pendragon line. Then we'll find out ourselves. We've tried. Every lead goes cold. Every informant ends up dead. Lily's quill snapped in her hand. Ink splattered across the page, black as blood. Whoever the old killer is, they're connected. Powerful. Protected. James was quiet for a long moment. Then, do you think it's someone in the ministry? I think it's someone above the ministry. Someone who's been playing a very long game. Lily stood up, brushing ink from her robes. Someone who knew Arthur personally. The memory flickered, and Harry saw something that made his blood freeze. Lily walked to the crib. Peered down at the baby sleeping inside. The baby had messy black hair and a smooth, unmarked forehead. No scar. No curse. Just a peaceful, sleeping child. Harry. Lily whispered. My beautiful boy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry we can't give you a normal life. I'm so sorry we can't protect you from what's coming. She reached into the crib and touched the baby's cheek. But I promise you this, we will die fighting for you. We will die so that you can live. And we will find a way, some way, to leave you the weapons you'll need to finish what we started. The memory shattered. Harry was back in the vault, gasping for breath, tears streaming down his face. The door had reformed behind him, solid wood once again, the carvings of the stag and doe gleaming in the firelight. Are you all right, heir? Charles asked gently. Harry wiped his eyes. My parents knew. They knew they were going to die. And they planned for it. They were Potters, Doria said proudly. Planning for the worst has been our family's specialty since the first Pendragon fell. Harry looked around the vault. It was smaller than he'd expected, just a single room with shelves lining the walls. But the shelves were full. Journals. Scrolls. Weapons. Artifacts that hummed with ancient. Magic. He walked to the nearest shelf and pulled down a leather-bound journal. Property of Lily J. Potter, read the cover in elegant handwriting. He opened it. The first page read, Asterisk, if you're reading this, you're Harry. My son. My miracle. And you're in terrible danger, Asterisk. Don't trust Dumbledore. Don't trust the Ministry. Don't trust anyone who tells you that the old ways are dead. The old killer is still out there, and they've been waiting for you for a very long time. Asterisk, read everything. Learn everything. And when you're ready, find Sirius. He knows more than he's told anyone. Including himself. Asterisk. Asterisk, we love you, Harry. We've always loved you. And we're so proud of who you're going to become. Asterisk. Mum. Harry closed the journal. Pressed it to his chest. Cried, really cried, for the first time since he'd learned that his parents weren't coming back. The crown pulsed gently, golden warmth spreading through his grief. You are not alone, it whispered. Asterisk, you have never been alone. The blood of the Pendragons flows in your veins. The love of your parents lives in your heart. And the future is yours to shape, Asterisk. Harry looked up at the portraits of his ancestors. At the shelves full of secrets. At the door that had tested him and found him worthy. I'm going to find the old killer, he said quietly. I'm going to find out who's been hunting my family for 300 years. And I'm going to stop them. Charles smiled. That's the Potter spirit. Dorian nodded. That's the Pendragon blood. Harry tucked the journal under his arm and walked toward the exit. The crown blazed on his brow. The golden fire burned in his blood. And somewhere in the darkness, the old killer felt the shift. The heir had learned too much. The game was changing. End of chapter 4. Hashtag what if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Hashtag chapter 5, Dumbledore's greatest secret. Harry stayed in the Potter vault for 3 days. He didn't mean to. Time moved strangely beneath Gringotts. The torches never dimmed, the portraits never slept, and the crown on his head pulsed with a rhythm that didn't match any clock Harry had ever known. But Craric brought him food. Griphook brought him water. And the journals, the endless, heartbreaking journals, kept him reading long after his eyes burned and his fingers cramped. His mother wrote about love. About the way magic felt when she cast spells without a wand. About the old killer, always the old killer, never a name, and the trail of bodies they'd left behind for 300 years. His father wrote about war. About the first war against Voldemort, but also about older wars. Wizards who had tried to claim the Pendragon throne before Harry was born. Wizards who had died screaming when the crown rejected them. And both of them wrote about Dumbledore. Dumbledore visited again today, Lily had written in her final journal, dated 3 months before Godric's Hollow fell. Asterisk, he wanted to talk about the prophecy. About Voldemort. About everything except what matters. Asterisk. Asterisk, I asked him directly. Who is the old killer? Asterisk. Asterisk, he went pale. Actually went pale. I've never seen Albus Dumbledore lose his composure before. He stammered something about ancient threats, and not your concern, and left within the hour. Asterisk. Asterisk, James wanted to follow him. I said no. But I wrote down everything, every word, every expression, every tremor in his hands. Something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong. Asterisk. Dumbledore knows more than he's telling us. And I'm starting to think. The entry ended there. A splash of ink. A shaky line where Lily's quill had trailed off. Harry read that page 17 times. On the 4th day, Griphook came to fetch him. Your Majesty. The goblin's voice was respectful but urgent. You're needed above. There's been a development. Harry looked up from his father's journal, a detailed account of the Battle of Godric's Hollow that James had somehow survived to write. His eyes were red. His throat was raw. The crown pulsed gently against his temples. What kind of development? Dumbledore has arrived at Gringotts. He's demanding to see you. Griphook's lip curled. He's brought ministry officials. Oris. A full delegation. They're claiming that the ritual was illegal, that you were coerced, that the goblins have no right to interfere with the affairs of wizards. Harry closed the journal. Stood up. The room spun for a moment. He'd been sitting for too long, but the crown steadied him. Golden warmth flooded through his veins, sharpening his vision, clearing his mind. Let him wait, Harry said quietly. Griphook's eyes widened. Your Majesty? Dumbledore has been waiting for 11 years. He can wait a little longer. Harry walked to the shelf where his mother's journals were stored and pulled down the oldest one, the one written before he was born, when Lily was still just a girl who had discovered she was a witch. Tell him I'll be there when I'm ready. The goblin hesitated. Your Majesty, Dumbledore is not a patient man. And he's brought the Minister for Magic himself. Cornelius Fudge is threatening too. Let him threaten. Harry's voice was cold, colder than he'd ever heard it. The crown pulsed, and he felt the truth settle into his bones. The Ministry has no authority here. Gringotts is goblin territory. And I am. He stopped. Took a breath. I am the king. Or I will be. They can wait. Griphook stared at him for a long moment. Then the goblin smiled, a sharp, predatory smile that showed too many teeth. As you wish, Your Majesty. He left. Harry sat back down, his mother's journal open in his lap. But he didn't read. He stared at the wall of portraits, at Charles and Doria and 100 other Potters who had guarded this vault for 1,000 years. He's going to lie to me, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore. He's going to walk in here with his kind eyes and his gentle voice and his reasons. For everything. He's going to tell me he was protecting me. Charles nodded slowly. He will. He's going to say he didn't know about the old killer. He will. He's going to ask me to trust him. Doria's portrait leaned forward. And what will you say, heir? Harry closed the journal. Stood up again. Walked to the door that led out of the vault. The door made of living wood, still covered in white blossoms from his touch. I'm going to tell him the truth, Harry said. I don't trust anyone anymore. Not even myself. He stepped through the door. The main hall of Gringotts was packed. Harry had expected a few ministry officials, maybe Dumbledore, maybe Fudge, maybe an aura or two for protection. Instead, the hall was filled. Witches and wizards in formal robes stood in clusters, whispering behind their hands. Goblins lined the walls in full battle armor, their hands on their swords. And at the center of it all, Dumbledore. He stood near the main counter, his purple robes immaculate, his silver beard gleaming in the torchlight. His half-moon spectacles sat low on his nose, and his blue eyes, those famous, twinkling blue eyes, were fixed on the doorway where Harry stood. Harry, Dumbledore said. His voice was warm, gentle, practiced. My dear boy. You've been through quite an ordeal. Harry walked forward. The crowd parted around him like water around a stone. He could feel their eyes on his face, on his scar, on the crown woven through his hair. The golden branches caught the torchlight, casting strange shadows across the marble floor. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. His voice was calm. Steady. Nothing like the trembling 11-year-old who had left the Dursleys' house 4 days ago. Dumbledore's smile flickered. Just for a moment. Just enough for Harry to notice. I've come to take you back to Hogwarts. Dumbledore continued. You've been through a terrible experience. The goblins had no right to. They had every right. Dumbledore stopped. The crowd stopped whispering. Even the goblins seemed to hold their breath. Harry stepped closer to the headmaster. Close enough to see the lines around his eyes. The slight tremor in his hands. The ritual of ancient blood verification is legal, Harry said. It's been legal for 1,000 years. And the goblins are bound by the pact of the First Goblin Wars to perform it when a Pendragon heir comes of age. He tilted his head, studying Dumbledore's face. You knew that. You've always known that. Dumbledore's smile faded completely. Harry, you hid the summons. You hid the truth about my parents. You hid me, in a cupboard, with people who hated magic, who hated everything I was. Harry's voice cracked, but he didn't stop. You left me there for 10 years, Professor. 10 years. While the old killer hunted for me. While Voldemort grew stronger. While everything my parents died to protect fell apart. The hall was silent now. Even Fudge, blustering, red-faced Fudge, had stopped trying to interrupt. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was soft. Tired. There are things you don't understand. Things I couldn't tell you. Then tell me now. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out his mother's journal. The one with the warning on the first page. He held it up so Dumbledore could see. Tell me about the old killer. Tell me about the prophecy. Tell me why you let Sirius rot in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. His voice rose. Tell me the truth, Dumbledore. For once in your life, tell me the truth. Dumbledore's face went pale. Not pale like fear. Pale like someone who had been caught. Pale like someone who had spent decades building a castle of lies and just watched the foundation crack. Not here, Dumbledore said quietly. Not like this. Then where? Harry demanded. In your office? Behind your wards? Where you can control the conversation? Where you can spin things the way you want them to be heard? Harry. No. Harry stepped back. The crown blazed on his head, golden light spilling across the hall. No more hiding. No more protecting me from the truth. You're going to answer my questions, Dumbledore. Right here. Right now. In front of everyone. Dumbledore looked at the crowd. At the goblins. At Fudge, who was mumbling something about propriety and closed sessions. His shoulders sagged, just a fraction, just enough for Harry to see. The old killer, Dumbledore said finally. The one your parents wrote about. The one who's been hunting the Pendragon line for centuries. He paused. I don't know who they are. Harry's heart sank. You're lying. I'm not. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I've spent 50 years trying to discover their identity. 50 years watching allies die. Watching leads vanish. Watching the trail go cold again and again. He looked Harry in the eyes. Whoever the old killer is, they're protected by magic older than goblins. Older than Hogwarts. Older than Britain itself. Then what do you know? Harry pressed. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The hall seemed to hold its breath. I know they were at Godric's Hollow the night your parents died, he said finally. I know they broke the Fidelius charm, not Pettigrew, not Voldemort, asterisk them star. I know they let Voldemort take the blame because it suited their purposes. Harry's blood ran cold. They were there? At my house? The night. They were there. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. I arrived moments after Voldemort's curse rebounded. The house was still burning. And I felt. He closed his eyes. I felt a presence. Ancient. Cold. Watching from the shadows. By the time I cast a revealing spell, they were gone. Who? Harry demanded. Who was it? I don't know. Dumbledore opened his eyes. But I know what they wanted. They wanted to see if you would survive, Harry. If the prophecy was true. If the Pendragon blood could really withstand the killing curse. The hall erupted in whispers. Fudge looked like he was about to faint. The goblins tightened their grip on their swords. And when I survived? Harry asked. Dumbledore's face was grim. They'd been watching ever since. Waiting. Testing. Looking for weaknesses. He stepped closer to Harry, his voice dropping. The attack on the Hogwarts Express last year? The possessed Quirinus Quirrell? The basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets? All tests. All designed to see if you were strong enough to claim the crown. Those were Voldemort, Harry said. Everyone knows. Voldemort was a tool. Dumbledore's voice was sharp. A weapon wielded by someone else's hand. He didn't know it. He thought he was acting alone, But every move he made against you was orchestrated, controlled, directed. Harry felt sick. Who's controlling him? I don't know. Dumbledore's voice cracked. For the first time in my life, Harry, I don't know. And that terrifies me more than anything. The silence stretched between them. Harry stared at the old man who had been his mentor, his guide, his protector. And he saw, for the first time, not a wise wizard with all the answers, but a tired old man who had been fighting a war he didn't understand for longer than Harry had been alive. Your parents trusted me, Dumbledore said quietly. And I failed them. I failed you. I thought if I kept you hidden, if I kept you small, the old killer would lose interest. I thought I could protect you from the truth until you were ready. Ready for what? Ready to be king. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. I knew about the Pendragon bloodline, Harry. I knew from the moment you were born. Your mother told me herself, begged me to help her hide you from the ones who would use you. Harry's hands shook. You could have raised me. Could have trained me. Could have prepared me. Prepared you for what? Dumbledore's voice rose. A war you couldn't possibly win. A throne that would paint a target on your back for the rest of your life? He stepped closer. I've seen what happens to child kings, Harry. I've seen them broken, corrupted, destroyed by the weight of a crown they never asked for. I wanted to give you a childhood, even a miserable one, before the world devoured you. The hall was completely silent. Even the goblins seemed moved. Harry looked at the crown in his reflection on the polished floor. He looked at Dumbledore's tear-streaked face. He looked at the crowd of witches and wizards who had come to see a freak, and found a king. I don't forgive you, Harry said finally. I don't know if I ever will. You lied to me. You manipulated me. You let me believe things about my parents that weren't true. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I know. But I understand. Harry's voice softened. You were afraid. Not of me, for me. And fear makes us do terrible things. He walked past Dumbledore, past Fudge, past the Aurors, past the whispering crowd, toward the doors of Gringotts. The crown blazed on his head. The golden fire burned in his blood. Where are you going? Dumbledore called after him. Harry stopped. Turned. To Hogwarts, he said. To learn how to be a king. To find the old killer. To finish what my parents started. He looked at the headmaster, really looked for the first time. Are you going to help me, Professor? Or are you going to stand in my way? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he walked forward past the crowd, past the goblins, past everything, and stopped in front of Harry. I will help you, he said quietly. But you must understand something first. What? The old killer is not the only threat. Dumbledore's eyes were dark. There are forces in this world, forces older than magic, older than kings, that want to see Britain fall. They've been manipulating our history for centuries. The wars. The Dark Lords. The chaos. It's all part of a pattern. Harry's blood ran cold. What pattern? Dumbledore reached into his robes and pulled out a small object, a silver sphere no bigger than a snitch. It pulsed. With dark light. The pattern of destruction, Dumbledore said. The pattern that began the night Arthur died, and will only end when the true king sits on the throne of Hogwarts. He pressed the sphere into Harry's hand. This is the last prophecy, Dumbledore whispered. The one Sybil Trelawney spoke before she was hired at Hogwarts. The one the Ministry tried to bury. Harry looked at the sphere. It was warm. Alive. Hungry. What does it say? He asked. Dumbledore's voice was barely audible. It says that the Pendragon heir will unite the 7 houses, claim the crown of Albion, and face the darkness at the heart of Britain. He paused. And it says that he will die doing it, unless he finds the one thing that can save him. What thing? Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. His famous twinkle was gone, replaced by something raw and desperate. Love, he said. The one magic the old killer doesn't understand. The one magic Voldemort feared. The one magic your parents used to save you. Harry stared at the sphere. At the crown on his head. At the old man who had lied to him, but who might also be his only hope. Then I'd better find it, Harry said quietly. He turned and walked out of Gringotts, into the light of Diagon Alley, where the crowd fell to their knees, and the crown blazed like a second sun, and the future waited with open arms. Behind him, Dumbledore stood alone in the empty hall. God help you, Harry, he whispered. God help us all. End of Chapter 5. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 6. Lords of the Wizengamot. The owl arrived at 3:47 in the morning. Harry was not sleeping. He had stopped trying to sleep 3 days ago, after the nightmares began. The crown kept him alert, kept him aware, even when his body begged for rest. He sat in the borrowed chamber beneath Gringotts, reading his mother's journals by the light of floating candles, when the owl crashed through the enchanted ceiling and landed on his desk with a flutter of gray feathers. The letter was sealed with crimson wax. The seal was not a family crest or a ministry stamp, it was an eye. Open. Watching. Accusing. Harry broke the seal with trembling fingers. To His Majesty, Harry James Potter, heir of the 7 houses, wielder of the crown of Albion. By ancient law and older custom, you are hereby summoned to appear before the Wizengamot of magical Britain on the first day of the new moon. The purpose of this summons is the formal recognition of royal bloodline and the transfer of ancestral seats. Your presence is required. Your testimony is required. Your blood is required. Failure to appear will result in forfeiture of claims and declaration of forfeit. The old laws have teeth, Your Majesty. Do not make us use them. Sign. Amelia Bones, Director of Magical Law Enforcement. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. The Council of the Wizengamot. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he read it again. Then he looked up at the crown in his reflection on the polished desk, the golden branches, the 7 gems, the empty center stone that flickered with faint light. The old laws have teeth, he murmured. They do, the crown whispered. But so do you now. He stood up, walked to the door of his chamber, and found Grip Hook waiting in the corridor, his face pale beneath his dark skin. Your Majesty, the goblin said. You've received the summons. Yes. Harry held up the letter. When is the new moon? Griphook's throat worked. Tonight, Your Majesty. The summons is for tonight. Harry spent the day preparing. Not for the Wizengamot. He had no idea how to prepare for that. No one had taught him courtly manners or ancient laws or the 1,000 subtle rules of magical politics. But Crawrick had taught him something else. Something older. The crown will guide you, the Goblin Queen said as she braided golden threads through Harry's hair. Not the crown's branches, but something new. Something that glittered like captured sunlight. When you walk into that chamber, the magic of the 7 houses will flow through your veins. You won't need to remember laws. You won't need to recite precedents. You will know. The land will speak through you. Harry sat perfectly still as her ancient fingers worked. What if the land wants something I don't want? Crawrick paused. Then you are already a better king than most. She finished the braids and stepped back. Harry stood up, and stopped breathing. The boy in the mirror was not the boy who had left the Dursleys' house. He wore robes of deep emerald green, the colors of Slytherin, but also the colors of the old kings. The golden braids in his hair matched the crown's branches so perfectly they seemed to grow from the same root. And his eyes were no longer green. They were gold. Pure, burning gold, like the center of a flame. The eyes change when the crown fully accepts you, Crawrick said softly. It's happened 3 times in history. Arthur. His grandmother, the Queen of Storms. And now you? Harry touched his face. His fingers came away warm. Will they change back? No. Crawrick's voice was gentle. The green eyes belong to Harry Potter, the boy in the cupboard. The gold eyes belong to the Pendragon heir. You are both now. And you will never be one without the other again. Harry stared at his reflection for a long moment. Then he nodded, once sharply, and turned toward the door. Let's go meet the lords of the Wizengamot. The Ministry of Magic had never felt so small. Harry remembered his first visit, the golden fountain, the Flynn network, the endless corridors of polished wood. But tonight, the Ministry felt different. The walls seemed to press inward. The torches burned lower. And everywhere he walked, people stopped. Stared. Knelt. Not everyone. Some turned away. Some spat on the floor as he passed. Some muttered curses under their breath, words that fizzled and died before they reached him, eaten by the crown's ancient magic. The old families are frightened, Griphook murmured, walking a half-step behind Harry. They've held power for 300 years. They won't give it up easily. Harry didn't answer. His eyes, his golden eyes, scanned the crowd, cataloging faces, expressions, threats. The crown fed him information faster than his brain could process. Asterisk, that wizard has Death Eater ties. That witch is a blood purist. That child is not a child, Polyjuice, be careful star. The Wizengamot chamber loomed ahead. Double doors of black oak, carved with scenes of justice and judgment. Harry stopped in front of them. What happens in there? He asked. Griphook's face was grim. They will test you, your majesty. Question you. Demand proof of your bloodline. Some will try to trap you with words, ancient laws twisted to serve their purposes. He paused. Some will try to kill you. The wards won't allow. The wards allow whatever the Wizengamot allows. Griphook's voice dropped. The old families have been bending those rules for centuries. Don't trust the magic to protect you. Trust yourself. Harry nodded. The crown pulsed, once, twice, 3 times, and the doors swung open. The chamber was a circle. Not a courtroom, not like the one Harry had seen in his visions of past trials. This was older. A circle of stone seats rising in tiers, filled with witches and wizards in formal robes. At the center of the circle stood a single chair, high-backed, iron-forged, waiting. And in the shadows at the back of the chamber, Harry saw them. The old families. They sat in a cluster, not mingling with the other lords, but separate. Apart. Their robes were darker. Their eyes were sharper. And they watched Harry the way predators watched wounded prey. Malfoy! Harry breathed. Lucius Malfoy sat at the center of the cluster, his silver hair gleaming in the torchlight. Beside him sat a woman Harry didn't recognize, severe. Beautiful, with eyes like chips of ice. Other faces emerged from the shadows, Knot, Greengrass, Parkinson, Crabbe, Goyle. All the families who had supported Voldemort. All the families who had grown rich on the crown's absence. Harry Potter! A voice rang out across the chamber. Amelia Bones stood at the center of the circle, her monocle gleaming, her face unreadable. Approach the chair. Harry walked forward. The stone floor was cold beneath his boots. The whispers followed him like a physical weight. Look at his eyes. The crown, is that really? Asterisk, it can't be. The Pendragons are dead. Asterisk. Dumbledore said. Dumbledore lied. Harry reached the chair. Didn't sit. Turned to face the Wizengamot instead. Amelia Bones raised an eyebrow. The chair is for your comfort, Mr. Potter. I'm not here to be comfortable, Harry said. His voice echoed across the chamber, deeper than it should have been, resonant with ancient power. I'm here to claim what's mine. The whispers exploded into shouts. Order! Cornelius Fudge banged his gavel, a tiny, ridiculous sound against the chaos. Order in the chamber! Harry waited. The crown pulsed. The shouting faded. The ritual at Gringotts, Amelia said, her voice carefully neutral. The verification of ancient bloodlines. Several members of this body have questioned its validity. She looked at Lucius Malfoy. They claim the goblins cannot be trusted. That the ritual may have been fabricated. It wasn't. Harry reached into his robes and pulled out the scroll from the ritual chamber, the one sealed with 7 colors of wax. He held it up. This is the official record, signed by the Goblin Queen herself. It confirms my claim to the houses of Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Black, Peveril, and Pendragon. Lucius Malfoy stood. His voice was silk wrapped around poison. A scroll from goblins. How convincing! Harry turned to face him. Their eyes met, gray against gold. You doubt the goblin's word, Lord Malfoy? I doubt anyone's word when a child claims a throne that has been empty for 1,000 years. Lucius stepped out of the shadows, his cane tapping against the stone floor. The Pendragon line is extinct. Everyone knows this. The last true king died at Camlin, and his blood died with him. The last true king died at Camlin, Harry agreed. But his blood didn't die. It was hidden, protected, kept alive by families like the Potters, who served the crown for 1,000 years. He stepped closer to Lucius. Your family served the crown too, once. Before you turned your back on the old ways. Before you sold your loyalty to dark lords and darker ambitions. Lucius's face went white. You dare. I dare everything. Harry's voice rose, filling the chamber. The crown blazed on his head, golden light spilling across the stone seats. I dare to claim what's mine. I dare to restore what was broken. I dare to ask why the old families have spent 300 years hiding the truth, suppressing the truth, so they could line their pockets with the crown's gold. The chamber erupted again. Fudge banged his gavel until his arm ached. Amelia Bones shouted for order. But Harry didn't stop. I have proof, he shouted over the chaos. Proof of the ritual. Proof of the bloodline. Proof of the crown's acceptance. He pulled the silver sphere from his robes, the one Dumbledore had given him, glowing with dark light. And I have proof that some of you knew. Some of you have always known. Some of you helped the old killer hunt my family for 300 years. The chamber fell silent. Lucius Malfoy stared at the sphere. His face was no longer white, it was gray. Terrified. Where did you get that? He whispered. Dumbledore, Harry said. He's been keeping secrets too. But his secrets were about protecting me. He looked around the chamber, at the old families, at the neutral lords, at the ones who had already risen to their feet in support. What secrets have you been keeping? Lord Malfoy? Lucius didn't answer. He couldn't. His throat worked soundlessly. I demand a formal inquiry, Harry said. I demand access to the Ministry's records on the Pendragon bloodline. I demand the testimony of every lord in this chamber, under Veritaserum if necessary. He turned to face Amelia Bones. And I demand the return of the ancestral seats that belong to me by blood and by law. Amelia's monocle flashed. The ancestral seats? The seats in this very chamber, Harry said. 7 of them. Held by the 7 houses I've inherited. Seats that have been empty for 300 years, kept empty by families who didn't want the crown to return. He looked at Lucius. Isn't that right, Lord Malfoy? The Malfoy seat was originally held by the House of Pendragon. Your family has been stealing it since Arthur died. The chamber exploded. Harry stood at the center of the chaos, the crown blazing on his head, the sphere glowing in his hand. He watched the old families panic. Watched the neutral lords waver. Watched Amelia Bones try, and fail, to restore order. And then someone started laughing. Harry turned. A woman stood at the edge of the circle, not old, not young, with silver-streaked hair and eyes that glittered like diamonds. She wore robes of deep purple, and on her chest gleamed a brooch that Harry recognized. The Greengrass crest. You're better than I expected, Your Majesty, the woman said. Her voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Much better. Harry inclined his head. Lady Greengrass? Daphne's mother, she confirmed. And the head of one of the few families who remembers what the crown means. She stepped forward, and the crowd parted around her. The old families have grown fat on stolen power. They deserve everything that's coming to them. Lucius snarled. Traitor. Realist. Lady Greengrass stopped beside Harry, looking down at Lucius with contempt. The crown has returned, Malfoy. The old laws are waking up. You can fight, and lose everything. Or you can bend, and keep a fraction of what you've stolen. She smiled cold and sharp. Choose wisely. Lucius's hand tightened on his cane. For a moment, Harry thought he would attack. The crown pulsed a warning, * dark magic, old magic, be ready *, but then Lucius stepped back. Bowed his head. Not in submission, in calculation. We will discuss this further, Lucius said quietly. In private. When cooler heads prevail. There will be no private discussions, Harry said. Everything from now on happens in the light. No more shadows. No more secrets. He looked around the chamber, at the old families, at the neutral lords, at the ones who had already pledged their support. I am the King of Magical Britain. Or I will be. And I will not rule from the darkness. The chamber was silent. Amelia Bones cleared her throat. The Wisengamot will need time to deliberate, Your Majesty. The claims you've made, the evidence you've presented, it's unprecedented. I'll give you until dawn, Harry said. Then I expect your answer. He turned and walked out of the chamber, past the kneeling witches, past the whispering wizards, past the old families who watched him with eyes full of hate and fear. Behind him, the crown blazed like a second sun. And in the shadows, Lucius Malfoy smiled. Harry didn't sleep that night either. He stood at the window of his borrowed ministry chambers, watching the stars fade and the sun rise over London. The crown pulsed gently, tired but satisfied. The confrontation had gone well. Better than well. But something gnawed at him. Lucius's smile. Why had he smiled? The answer came at dawn, when Griphook burst through the door with a scroll clutched in his trembling hands. Your Majesty. The goblin gasped. The Wisengamot has voted. Harry turned from the window. And? Griphook's face was ashen. They've refused your claim. Refused the ritual's validity. Refused everything. He held up the scroll. They're calling for your arrest, Your Majesty. For theft of royal artifacts. For conspiracy with goblins against the ministry. For trying to take their power. Harry finished quietly. He looked at the crown in his reflection on the window glass. The golden branches. The 7 gems. The empty center stone. What happens now? He asked. Griphook's voice was barely a whisper. Now, Your Majesty, the war begins. End of chapter 6. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 7, Draco Malfoy's shocking oath. The arrest warrant arrived at 7 in the morning. Harry read it standing in the window of his borrowed chambers, the grey London light washing across the parchment. His name was there, Harry James Potter along with a list of charges so absurd they would have been funny if the situation weren't so deadly. Theft of royal artifacts. Conspiracy with non-human entities. Fraudulent claim to ancient bloodlines. Disturbance of the peace. Unauthorized use of old magic. Unauthorized. Harry murmured. The crown pulsed against his temples. They're charging me with using magic that hasn't been authorized by the ministry. Griphook stood at his shoulder, his face carved from stone. The old families control the Wisengamot, Your Majesty. They've controlled it for 300 years. They will use any excuse, any law to keep you from your throne. Harry folded the warrant carefully. Slid it into his pocket. Then we fight. Your Majesty. We fight. Harry repeated. His voice was calm. Cold. Nothing like the trembling boy who had left the Dursleys' house. But not here. Not in the ministry. Not on their terms. He walked toward the door. Griphook scrambled after him. Where, then? Your Majesty, the Aurors are already searching the building. If they find you, They won't. Harry stopped at the door. Turned. His golden eyes glowed in the dim light. I'm not hiding anymore, Griphook. But I'm not stupid. Either. The Ministry wants a fight, they'll get one. But it'll be on my ground. At my time. He opened the door, and walked straight into a wall of red robes. Aurors. Dozens of them. They filled the corridor outside Harry's chambers, their wands raised, their faces hard. At their center stood a man Harry didn't recognize, tall, broad-shouldered, with a scar running from his temple to his jaw. He wore the insignia of a department head. Harry Potter, the man said. By order of the Wisengamot, you're under arrest. Harry didn't move. The crown pulsed once, twice, and he felt the wards shift. The Ministry's magic pressed against him, testing, probing, searching for weaknesses. It found none. On what charge? Harry asked. The man's eyes flickered. You know the charges. I know the Wisengamot voted illegally. I know the old families bribed half the members. I know Lucius Malfoy wrote the arrest warrant himself, probably while drinking his morning tea. Harry stepped forward. The Aurors tensed. But I'd like to hear you say it. What am I charged with, Auror? The man's jaw tightened. Kingsley Shacklebolt, he said. And I'm not your enemy, Mr. Potter. Harry stopped. Looked at the man's face, really looked. The scar. The kind eyes. The way he held his wand not like a weapon, but like a shield. You're a member of the Order, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore trusts you. Kingsley's expression flickered. The Order has nothing to do with. The Order has everything to do with everything. Harry stepped closer. The Aurors raised their wands higher, but Kingsley held up a hand. You know what I am, Shacklebolt. You know the ritual was real. You know the crown chose me. He touched the golden branches in his hair. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Kingsley was silent for a long moment. The Aurors shifted nervously behind him. Griphook had his hand on his sword. I'm going to do my job, Kingsley said finally. I'm going to take you to a holding cell. I'm going to file the paperwork. And then I'm going to find a way to get you out, because you're right. The ritual was real. The crown is real. And Lucius Malfoy is a liar. Harry studied him. The crown whispered, Astor's truth, he speaks truth, he is a good man trapped in a bad system star. Take me to your holding cell, Harry said. But don't expect me to stay. Kingsley's eyes widened. Mr. Potter. The crown doesn't do well with confinement. Harry smiled, thin and cold. Neither do I. The holding cell was beneath the Ministry. Not the cells for Death Eaters and dark creatures. Those were deeper, darker, built to hold monsters. This cell was for political prisoners. It had a bed. A chair. A window that looked out onto an enchanted sky that never changed. Harry sat on the bed and waited. The crown pulsed in time with his heartbeat. He could feel the Ministry's wards pressing against his magic, testing, probing, failing. The old laws that bound this place were strong, but they weren't strong enough. Not against the blood of the Pendragons. You could leave, the crown whispered. Asterisk break the walls. Shatter the wards. Walk out like a king, asterisk. Not yet, Harry thought back. Not until I know who my enemies are. The hours passed. Guards came and went, bringing food, changing shifts, staring at Harry with eyes full of fear and wonder. He ignored them. Read his mother's journals. Watch the enchanted sky cycle through its false day and false night. And then footsteps. Not guards. These footsteps were lighter. Hesitant. Accompanied by the faint rustle of expensive robes and the clink of a silver-tipped cane. Harry looked up. Lucius Malfoy stood at the bars of his cell. Mr. Potter, Lucius said. His voice was smooth. Controlled. But his eyes were hungry. I trust you're comfortable. Harry didn't stand. What do you want, Malfoy? To talk. Lucius waved a hand, and the guards vanished, not dismissed, but compelled. Dark magic shimmered, in the air between them. You've caused quite a stir, you know. The Wiesengemot hasn't been this divided since the last war. The war you helped start. Lucius's smile didn't flicker. I helped both sides, Mr. Potter. That's how you survive in politics. You play every angle. You make sure you're on the winning side, no matter who wins. And which side am I on? Lucius stepped closer to the bars. His gray eyes scanned Harry's face, the golden irises, the crown's branches, the faint glow beneath his skin. That's what I'm here to find out. Harry stood. Walked to the bars. He was shorter than Lucius, still only 11, still small for his age, but the crown made him feel taller. Made him seem taller. I'm on the side of the old laws, Harry said. The side of the throne. The side of the Britain that existed before your family stole its power. Lucius's smile faded. The old laws are dead, boy. The throne is dead. Arthur has been dust for 1,000 years. Arthur's blood runs in my veins. Arthur's blood runs in half the pure-blood families. Lucius waved a dismissive hand. The Pendragons bred widely, Mr. Potter. There are dozens, hundreds, of distant cousins scattered across Britain. You're not special because of your blood. Then why did the crown choose me? Lucius's jaw tightened. Why did the ritual activate for me and no one else? Harry pressed. Why did the wards of Britain scream when I put on the crown? He stepped closer, his face inches from the bars. Because I'm not just a distant cousin, Malfoy. I'm the last. The direct line. The heir Arthur himself named before he died. Lucius's face went pale. You can't know that. I can. Harry touched the crown. The crown remembers. Every Pendragon king. Every Pendragon queen. Every child born to the direct line. And it remembers the families who betrayed them. His golden eyes bored into Lucius's gray ones. The Malfoys swore fealty to Arthur. Swore to protect his bloodline. Swore to keep the throne safe until the heir returned. Lucius's hand tightened on his cane. Ancient history. Ancient vows. Harry's voice dropped. Vows that are still binding. Vows that will be enforced when I take my throne. For a moment, just a moment, Lucius Malfoy looked afraid. Then he smiled. Bold words for a boy in a cage, he said. Bold words for a boy who doesn't know who his enemies are. Bold words for a boy who doesn't understand that the old families have been planning for this moment for 300 years. He turned to leave. Tell Draco I said hello. Harry called after him. Lucius stopped. Harry smiled. Your son. Draco. We're in the same year at Hogwarts. He's mentioned you, in passing. Always worried about disappointing you. He tilted his head. Does he know about the vows, Malfoy? Does he know that his family swore to serve the Pendragons? Lucius turned. His face was a mask of fury. You will not speak of my son. Then don't speak of thrones you don't understand. Harry sat back down on the bed. The crown is mine, Malfoy. The throne is mine. Britain is mine. You can fight me, and lose everything. Or you can bend, and keep a fraction of what your family stole. He echoed Lady Greengrass's words deliberately. Watched Lucius's face twist with rage. We'll see, boy. Lucius's voice was barely a whisper. We'll see who bends. He walked away. The guards returned. The cell fell silent. Harry closed his eyes and waited. The breakout came at midnight. Not from Kingsley, though Harry suspected the Auror had something to do with it. Not from Dumbledore, though the old man's hand was probably involved. The breakout came from someone Harry never expected. Draco Malfoy. The boy appeared at the bars of Harry's cell like a ghost, his pointed face pale in the dim light. He wore black robes, not his usual immaculate Slytherin uniform, but something darker. Something that blended with the shadows. Potter. Draco whispered. Get up. Harry opened his eyes. Sat up slowly. Mouthed. Don't call me that. Draco's voice shook. Not tonight. Tonight I'm not a Malfoy. Tonight I'm just. He swallowed. I'm just someone who needs to fix what his father broke. Harry stood. Walked to the bars. Draco was holding a key, not a metal key, but something that glowed with dark light. Something that hummed with ancient magic. The crown, Draco said, staring at Harry's head. It's real. I thought my father was lying. But I saw you. In the Wisengamot chamber. I was watching from the shadows. And when you spoke, he shook his head. The magic recognized you. I could feel it. Harry studied the boy in front of him. The boy who had tried to befriend him on the Hogwarts Express. The boy who had called Hermione a mudblood. The boy who was terrified of his father, and desperate to please him. Why are you here, Draco? Draco's throat worked. Because my father is wrong. About you. About the crown. About everything. He held up the glowing key. The old families have been keeping secrets. Terrible secrets. About the Pendragons. About the old killer. About. He stopped. Closed his eyes. About what really happened to your parents. Harry's blood ran cold. What do you know? Not enough. Draco's voice cracked. But I know where to find the truth. In the Malfa vault. In my father's private chambers. He opened his eyes. I can get you in, Potter. I can get you the evidence you need to prove the Wisengamot's corruption. But you have to trust me. Trust you? Harry laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. Your father just had me arrested. Your family has been stealing from the crown for 300 years. And you want me to trust you? Draco flinched. I know. I know I don't deserve it. But I'm the only chance you've got. The auras are changing shifts in 10 minutes. The wards reset every hour. If you're going to escape, it has to be now. Harry looked at the key. At Draco's pale, desperate face. At the crown's reflection in the boy's terrified eyes. Lie, the crown whispered. He is lying about something. I know, Harry thought back. Asterisk, but he's telling the truth about wanting to help. Even if he doesn't know why. Asterisk. He reached through the bars and took the key. Do it, he said. The key opened the cell door, and something else. The moment the lock clicked, the wards of the ministry screamed. Not the quiet alarms Harry expected, but a full, shrieking cacophony that echoed through every corridor, every chamber, every stone of the ancient building. What did you do? Draco gasped. Not me, Harry said. The crown blazed on his head, golden fire spilling down his shoulders. The key. It wasn't just for the cell. It was for something else. The shadows in the corridor began to move. Not naturally. Not like shadows should. They twisted, spiraling into shapes that had no name, forms that hurt Harry's eyes to look at. And from the darkness, from the deepest darkness, stepped a figure. Tall. Wrapped in robes of absolute black. Face hidden behind a mask of polished bone. Draco Malfoy, the figure said. Its voice was the sound of graves opening. You have done well. Draco went white. I didn't, the key was supposed to. Open the old prison, the figure finished. Release the old prisoners. Begin the old war. It turned its bone mask toward Harry. The king has returned. The throne is awakening. And the old killer. It stepped closer. The old killer is pleased. Harry raised the key, but it was too late. The shadows had already consumed him. He woke in darkness. Not the darkness of a cell, the darkness of elsewhere. A place between places. A void where the crown's golden light flickered weakly, struggling to survive. Where am I? Harry called out. No answer. Just the void. Just the cold. Then a light. Not his light. Someone else's. A single candle flame, floating toward him through the darkness. Behind it came a face. Old. Ancient. Familiar. Hello, heir, said the face. I've waited a long time to meet you. Harry stared. The face belonged to a woman, beautiful once, perhaps, but now withered by centuries. Her eyes were the same gold as his own. And on her head sat a crown. Not the crown of Albion. Something older. Something darker. Made of thorns and shadows and screams. "Who are you?" Harry whispered. The woman smiled. "I am the Queen of Storms. Arthur's grandmother. The one who forged the crown you wear, and the one who will destroy it." She reached out a hand. "Come, heir. Let me show you what your family has become." The darkness swallowed him whole. When Harry opened his eyes again, he was back in the cell. The crown was cold on his head. The golden fire had dimmed to embers. And Draco Malfoy knelt before him, not in fear, but in oath. "I swear it," Draco whispered, his voice shaking. "I swear by blood and bone. I swear by magic and might. I swear by the crown that chooses and the throne that waits." "Draco," Harry started. "I swear loyalty to Harry James Potter, Pendragon heir, King of Magical Britain." Draco's eyes were wet with tears. "I swear to serve him. To protect him. To stand beside him against his enemies, even when those enemies share my blood." The air between them crackled. Ancient magic, older than Hogwarts, older than goblins, wrapped around Draco's words and sealed them. "What did you just do?" Harry breathed. Draco looked up. His face was pale. Resigned. Broken. "I just swore an unbreakable vow, Potter. To you." He swallowed. "My father is going to kill me." The cell door burst open. Aurors flooded in. Kingsley shouted orders. But Harry barely heard them. He was staring at Draco Malfoy, his enemy, his rival, his newest ally, and wondering what kind of future could make a Malfoy bend the knee. The crown pulsed. "War," it whispered. "The war has begun." End of Chapter 7. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 8. The castle chooses its king. The journey back to Hogwarts should have taken hours. It took minutes. Kingsley Shacklebolt had moved them through a network of secret passages, ancient ways that the Aurors didn't know, that the Ministry had forgotten, that only the crown's magic could unlock. Harry walked through walls of solid stone, across bridges of woven light, down staircases that spiraled into darkness. Draco followed close behind, his face still pale, his hands still trembling from the vow. "Where are we going?" Draco whispered for the 5th time. "Home," Harry said. The word felt strange in his mouth. Home. He had never called anywhere home, not the Dursleys' house, not Hogwarts, not even the Burrow, though the Weasleys had tried their best. But now, with the crown on his head and the golden fire in his blood, he understood. Home wasn't a place. Home was belonging. And for the first time in his life, Harry belonged. The final passage opened onto a hillside overlooking the Black Lake. Harry stopped breathing. Hogwarts lay before him, but it wasn't the Hogwarts he remembered. The castle glowed. Golden light poured from every window, every turret, every stone. The wards that surrounded the ground shimmered like heat haze, pulsing in rhythm with Harry's heartbeat. And the magic, sang to him. "Welcome home," the castle whispered. "Welcome home, my king." Draco made a choking sound behind him. "Potter, the castle, it's never done that before. Not in 1,000 years. Not since Arthur," Harry finished. He walked down the hillside toward the front gates. The grass parted around his feet. The trees bowed as he passed. Even the wind seemed to shift direction, wrapping around him like a cloak. "The land knows its king," the crown whispered. "The castle knows its master." "I'm not its master," Harry thought back. "Not yet. Soon." The front gates opened before Harry touched them. Not creaking open, not swinging open, but unfolding, like flower petals, like the pages of a book, like something that had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The iron bars twisted into shapes that Harry almost recognized: dragons, serpents, lions, badgers, ravens. All the symbols of the 7 houses, woven together into a single embrace. Bloody hell! Draco breathed. Harry stepped through the gates. The courtyard beyond was empty. Not empty like abandoned, empty like cleared. Someone had known he was coming. Someone had prepared. And then, footsteps. Hagrid burst from the doors of the castle, his massive form filling the entrance. His face was red, his eyes wet, his beard tangled with tears. "Harry!" the giant boomed. "Harry, is it true? The crown, the ritual, I'm the heir," Harry said quietly. "The Pendragon heir. The one the castle's been waiting for." Hagrid stared at him. At the golden branches in his hair. At the 7 gems pulsing with light. At his eyes, his golden eyes. "I knew it," Hagrid whispered. "I always knew. The day I came to get you, Harry, the day I told you about Hogwarts, I felt something. Something old. Something right." He dropped to his knees, actually knelt, his massive body shaking the ground. "Your Majesty." Harry's throat tightened. "Hagrid, don't. I have to." Hagrid looked up, his beetle-black eyes shining. "You're not just Harry anymore. You're the king. And the king deserves respect." Behind Harry, Draco shifted uncomfortably. He hadn't knelt. He didn't need to. His vow had already said everything. "The others?" Harry asked. "Ron? Hermione? The professors?" "They're inside." Hagrid stood, wiping his eyes. "Dumbledore called an assembly. Everyone's waiting. The whole school, teachers, students, ghosts, even Peeves." He paused. "They know something's happened. They've felt the castle changing all week. But they don't know what." Harry looked at the doors of Hogwarts. The golden light pouring through the windows. The magic that sang in his blood. Then it's time to show them. The Great Hall had never looked like this. Harry had seen it decorated for feasts, for ceremonies, for the sorting. He had seen it lit by floating candles and dark with grief. But he had never seen it alive. The enchanted ceiling showed not the night sky, but a crown. A constellation of stars arranged in the shape of the crown of Albion, blazing so brightly that the students had to shield their eyes. The 4 long house tables seemed to shimmer, their colors shifting between red, green, blue, yellow, black, white, and a 7th color, gold, that Harry had never seen in this hall before. And the students. Hundreds of faces turned toward the doors as Harry walked in. Some were curious. Some were frightened. Some were angry, the Slytherins mostly, their faces twisted with contempt. But some were reverent. Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table, her hand pressed to her mouth, her eyes wide. Ron sat beside her, his freckled face pale, his fingers gripping the edge of the table so hard his knuckles were white. Neville was crying, actually crying, tears streaming down his round face. And Luna was smiling, her dreamy eyes fixed on Harry's crown, her lips moving in what looked like a prayer. Harry walked down the center aisle. The crown blazed. The candles flickered. The very stones of the castle hummed beneath his feet. "They see you," the crown whispered. Asterisk, "they see what you are. Let them look." Asterisk. At the far end of the hall, Dumbledore stood before the staff table. His purple robes were immaculate, his silver beard freshly brushed. But his face was old. Older than Harry had ever seen him. The lines around his eyes seemed deeper. The twinkle in his gaze seemed dimmer. "Harry," Dumbledore said. His voice echoed across the silent hall. "You've come home." "Have I?" Harry stopped a few feet from the headmaster. "Or have I come to claim what's mine?" Dumbledore's eyes flickered to the crown, to the 7 gems, to the empty center stone that pulsed with faint golden light. "The castle has been waiting for you," Dumbledore said quietly. "It's been waiting for 1,000 years. But the castle is not the throne, Harry. The castle is not the crown. The castle is only the beginning." "I know." Harry turned to face the students. The teachers. The ghosts who drifted along the walls, their transparent eyes wide with wonder. I know I'm not king yet. I know there are trials ahead. Wars ahead. Losses ahead. His voice rose. But I also know that the old laws are waking up. The old magic is returning. And the old families, the families who stole the crown's power, who murdered my ancestors, who built the ministry on a foundation of lies, they're afraid. A murmur rippled through the hall. The Slytherin table shifted uncomfortably. They're afraid, Harry repeated, because they know what's coming. They know the truth can't stay buried forever. They know the throne won't stay empty forever. He touched the crown. And they know that I'm not going to stop. Not until Britain is whole again. Not until the wound is healed. Not until the Pendragon line sits where it belongs. The hall was silent. Then movement. The Sorting Hat. It sat on a stool near the staff table, as it always did at the beginning of term. But tonight it wasn't still. It twitched. Shuddered. Pulsed. And then it spoke. Not in the cheerful, rhyming voice that had sorted generations of students. In a voice that was ancient. Terrible. Awake. The heir of Merlin. The words crashed through the hall like thunder. Students screamed. Teachers reached for their wands. The ghosts flickered violently, some of them vanishing entirely. The blood of the dragon. The last of the Pendragons. The king who will heal the wound or die trying. The Sorting Hat lifted from the stool. Floated through the air. Drifted toward Harry, not menacingly, but reverently, like a subject approaching a throne. Take me, the hat said. Take me, heir. I have been waiting for you for 1,000 years. Harry reached out. His fingers brushed the hat's brim. And the world exploded into light. He was in the castle. But not the castle he knew. This castle was older. Wilder. The stones were rougher, the corridors darker, the magic thicker. Harry walked through halls that hadn't existed for centuries, past doors that hadn't been opened since Arthur's time, down staircases that spiraled in directions that shouldn't have been possible. The castle remembers, a voice whispered. The castle remembers every king who walked these halls. Every queen who sat on this throne. Every battle fought in these stones. Show me, Harry thought. The castle obeyed. He saw Godric Gryffindor carving the sword that would bear his name, not in a forge, but in fire, dragon fire, the flames wrapping around the blade like living things. He saw Salazar Slytherin kneeling before a young king, offering his loyalty, his cunning, his blood. He saw Rowena Ravenclaw weeping over a daughter lost to madness, her grief so powerful that it carved itself into the stones of the castle. He saw Helga Hufflepuff feeding an army of refugees, her kitchen never empty, her hearth never cold. He saw the Peverell brothers walking into death itself, not afraid, but curious, their cloaks trailing shadows that whispered secrets. He saw the Blacks standing guard over a sleeping king, their wands raised, their oaths sworn, their hearts true. And he saw the Pendragons. All of them. Dozens. Hundreds. A line of kings and queens stretching back 1,000 years, their golden eyes meeting Harry's golden eyes, their voices rising in a single word. Rise. Harry opened his eyes. He was back in the Great Hall. The Sorting Hat was in his hands. The crown blazed on his head. And the castle, was kneeling. Not literally. The stones didn't have knees. But Harry could feel it. The ancient magic that held Hogwarts together was bowing, recognizing him, accepting him. Behind him, hidden corridors opened. Walls slid apart. Staircases twisted into new shapes. The castle was rearranging itself, making itself ready for its king. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was barely audible. What have you done? Harry turned to face the headmaster. The golden light in his eyes burned brighter than the candles, brighter than the enchanted ceiling, brighter than the crown itself. I've done what I was born to do, he said. I've woken the castle. I've claimed the throne. And I've started a war that will end with Britain healed, or Britain destroyed. He looked at the students, at Ron and Hermione, at Neville and Luna, at Draco standing frozen near the doors. "Who will stand with me?" Silence. Then, Ron stood. Not slowly. Not hesitantly. He exploded to his feet, his chair crashing to the floor behind him. His face was red, his fists were clenched, and his eyes were fierce. "I will," Ron said. "I don't understand half of what's happening. I don't know what a Pendragon is or why you've got a crown on your head. But you're my best mate, Harry. And I'm not letting you face this alone." Hermione stood next. Her face was pale, but her jaw was set. "I've been researching the old laws for weeks," she said. "Ever since the rumors started. The Ministry has no right, no right, to arrest you for claiming your birthright. I'll stand with you. I'll fight with you." Neville stood. Then Luna. Then Dean. Then Seamus. Then, impossibly, some of the Slytherins. Not many. A handful. Zabini. Davis. And Draco. Draco Malfoy walked down the center aisle of the Great Hall, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He stopped beside Harry. Turned to face his house. "My father is a liar," Draco said. His voice shook, but didn't break. "The old families have been lying to us for centuries. About the Pendragons. About the throne. About everything." He swallowed. "I've sworn an oath to Harry Potter. An unbreakable vow. And I will honor it, even if it costs me my family, my name, my life." The Slytherin table erupted. Pansy Parkinson screamed. Blaise Zabini's mother, visiting for the assembly, rose to her feet in fury. But Draco didn't flinch. "The castle has chosen its king," he said. "The crown has chosen its master. And I," he knelt, "I have chosen to serve." The hall was silent. Then Dumbledore spoke. "Then let it be so." His voice was heavy. Tired. Defeated. "The old laws are waking. The old wars are beginning. And we, all of us, must choose where we stand." He looked at Harry, really looked for the first time since the boy had entered the hall. "I choose to stand with you, my king." He knelt. The teachers stared in shock. McGonagall gasped. Snape's face went white. But one by one, reluctantly, hesitantly, inevitably, they followed. The professors knelt. The ghosts knelt. The house elves, hundreds of them, appearing from the kitchens, knelt. And the students. One by one, the students of Hogwarts knelt before Harry Potter, the crown blazing on his head, the golden fire burning in his blood, the castle singing around them. Harry looked at the sea of bowed heads. At the friends who had stood when no one else would. At the enemies who had bent the knee. This is just the beginning, he thought. Yes, the crown whispered. The beginning of everything. End of chapter 8. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 9, The Royal Vaults. The hidden corridors opened at midnight. Harry stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, surrounded by friends and enemies and everyone in between. The crown pulsed gently on his head, guiding him toward passages he had never noticed before, doors that hadn't existed an hour ago, staircases that led down instead of up, torches that burned with silver fire instead of orange. "Where are we going?" Ron asked for the 10th time. His voice echoed off the ancient stones, bouncing back at them in distorted whispers. "The royal vaults," Harry said. "The ones hidden beneath the castle. The ones that haven't been opened since Arthur died." Hermione walked at his right side, her wand clutched in her hand, a book tucked under her arm, some ancient text she'd grabbed from the library before they left. "The legends say the vaults contain artifacts from every Pendragon king. Weapons. Armor. Spellbooks. Things that haven't seen the light of day for 1,000 years. Things that could help us win the war," Harry finished. Draco walked behind them, flanked by Zabini and Davis, the only Slytherins who had knelt. His face was still pale, his hands still trembling, but his eyes were steady. The unbreakable vow bound him now, body and soul, to Harry's cause. The vaults will be warded, Draco said quietly. Old magic. The kind that kills intruders. Harry touched the crown. The crown will open them. You hope. The crown knows. Harry stopped before a door that hadn't been there a moment ago. Massive, made of black iron, covered in runes that glowed with faint golden light. The crown always knows. He pressed his palm against the door. The runes blazed. The iron groaned. And the door swung open, not inward, not outward, but sideways, splitting down the middle like a curtain parting. Beyond was darkness. Not empty darkness. Living darkness. The kind that breathed and watched and waited. Stay close, Harry said. And don't touch anything. He stepped inside. The vaults were not a single room. They were a city. Harry walked through corridors lined with statues, kings and queens from 1,000 years of Pendragon rule. Their stone eyes followed him as he passed. Their stone lips seemed to whisper. The crown pulsed with each step, recognizing old friends, old allies, old magic. Merlin's beard, Ron breathed. Look at the size of this place. The corridors opened into chambers. Vast, cavernous spaces filled with wonders Harry couldn't name. Weapons that glowed with their own light. Armor that moved on its own, pacing back and forth like sentries. Books that flew through the air, their pages flapping like wings. Hermione gasped. These are original texts. Spells that haven't been cast in centuries. Rituals that the Ministry declared illegal. Knowledge that was supposed to be destroyed. The Ministry didn't destroy it, Harry said. They couldn't. The vaults are protected by magic older than the Ministry itself. Older than Hogwarts. Older than Britain. He walked past the libraries, past the armories, past chambers filled with gold and gems and things that glittered. He wasn't looking for treasure. He was looking for answers. The crown guided him. Left at the statue of Queen Elara. Right at the fountain of living silver. Straight through the hall of mirrors, where reflections showed not Harry's face, but the faces of every Pendragon who had ever lived. And then, a door. Not iron. Not stone. Made of light. Golden light, woven into the shape of a door, pulsing in time with Harry's heartbeat. The heart of the vaults, Draco whispered. No one's been through that door since Arthur, Harry finished. He stepped forward. The door of light parted around him like water. And he entered the chamber that held the greatest treasures of the Pendragon line. The chamber was small. Smaller than Harry expected. A circle of white marble, no bigger than the Dursleys' living room, with 7 pedestals arranged in a ring. On each pedestal rested an object, glowing, humming, alive. Harry walked to the first pedestal. A sword. Not Gryffindor's sword, something older. The blade was silver so pure it seemed to be made of moonlight. The hilt was wrapped in dragon leather, and the pommel held a gem that burned with red fire. Caliban, Hermione breathed. She had followed him through the door, Ron and Draco too. Their faces pale with awe. The sword of Arthur. The original. The one the legends talk about. Harry reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the hilt, the sword sang. Not music, * magic star. The sound vibrated through his bones, through the crown, through the very stones of the castle. Images flooded his mind, Arthur pulling the sword from the stone. Arthur leading his knights into battle. Arthur dying at Camlin, the sword falling from his hand, his blood soaking into the earth. Take me, the sword whispered. Take me and finish what he started. Harry lifted Caliban from its pedestal. The blade blazed with golden fire, matching the crown, matching Harry's eyes, matching the magic that burned in his blood. He held it above his head, and the light filled the chamber, spilled through the door, flooded the corridors beyond. Ron let out a low whistle. Blimey, Harry! That's not just a sword. That's a statement. Harry lowered the blade. It felt natural in his hand. Right. Like it had been waiting for him his whole life. Next, he said. The second pedestal held a wand. Not an ordinary wand, something ancient, something powerful, something that hummed with magic so dense that Harry could feel it pressing against his skin. The wood was dark, ebony, maybe, or something older, and the core glowed through a crack in the handle. Merlin's wand core, Draco said, reading from a plaque at the base of the pedestal. Not the wand itself, the core. The heart of Merlin's magic, preserved for the Pendragon heir. Harry reached for the core, a shard of crystal, no bigger than his thumb, pulsing with blue light. The moment he touched it, his scar screamed. Not in pain. In recognition. The core knew him. Knew the crown. Knew the blood that flowed through his veins. It lifted from the pedestal, floated through the air, and merged with Harry's wand, the broken wand he'd repaired with spellotape, the wand that had served him since his first trip to Diagon Alley. The wand transformed. Wood grew where there had been cracks. Light poured through the surface, sealing old wounds, making the wand whole. And when the light faded, Harry held something new. Something powerful. Something that had never existed before. The wand of the Pendragon King, Hermione whispered. Forged from your original wand and Merlin's core. There's no other like it in the world. Harry raised the wand. Magic crackled at its tip, not uncontrolled but eager. Waiting. It feels like coming home, he said quietly. The third pedestal held a book. Not a spell book, something else. The cover was made of white leather, soft as skin, and the pages were edged with gold. But when Harry opened it, the pages were blank. A book with no words? Ron asked, confused. A book that writes itself, Hermione corrected. Look! Words were appearing on the page, forming themselves from golden light. Harry watched as sentences took shape, paragraphs formed, chapters grew. The Book of the Pendragon King, the first page read. Asterisk, a record of the king's reign, written by the magic of the crown itself. Only the king can read its words. Only the king can add to its pages. Asterisk. Harry flipped through the pages. Some were already filled with histories, prophecies, secrets that had been buried for centuries. Others were empty, waiting for him to live. He closed the book, tucked it under his arm. Next, the fourth pedestal held a cloak. Not the invisibility cloak, that was still around Harry's shoulders, warm and familiar. This cloak was different. Made of silver threads so fine it seemed to be woven from moonlight. And when Harry touched it, he understood. The Cloak of the Stars, he said. The first invisibility cloak. Created by the Peverils before they made the Hallows. It's beautiful, Hermione said softly. It's a weapon. Harry lifted the cloak from its pedestal. It felt lighter than air, heavier than stone, both at once. The Peverils used it to walk through battles unseen, to assassinate kings who threatened the throne, to protect the Pendragon line in the darkest times. He folded the cloak carefully, reverently, and added it to his growing collection. The next 3 pedestals contained the remaining Hallows, Draco said, reading from another plaque. But not the ones you know. The original Hallows. The ones the Peveril brothers actually created, before the legends twisted the truth. Harry walked to the 5th pedestal. A stone. Black. Rough. Unremarkable. But when Harry picked it up, he felt death. Not the fear of death. Not the pain of death. Just death. The end of things. The closing of doors. The final breath that every living creature takes. The resurrection stone, Harry said. But not the one from the fairy tales. This one doesn't bring back the dead, it lets you speak to them. Really speak to them. Not shadows. Not memories. The actual souls of the departed, pulled from the veil for a single conversation. He turned the stone over in his palm. It was warm. Alive. Hungry. Each stone can only be used once. Draco continued, his voice barely a whisper. For one conversation. With one person. And then it crumbles to dust. Harry closed his fingers around the stone. Felt it pulse against his skin. I'll save it, he said quietly. For when I need it most. The 6th pedestal held nothing. Just an empty space where something should have been. The third hallow, Hermione said, frowning. The plaque says it's the cloak of destiny, but the pedestal is empty. Harry touched the crown. Where is it? He thought. Taken, the crown whispered. Asterisk stolen. Centuries ago. By the one who fears the king most. Asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. The old killer. What? Ron asked. The old killer took it. Centuries ago. Before the vaults were sealed. Harry looked at the empty pedestal, at the space where something powerful had rested. They've had a hallow for 300 years. A weapon. They could use against the Pendragon line. That's bad, Ron said. That's catastrophic, Hermione corrected. A hallow in the hands of someone who wants the king dead. We'll deal with it later. Harry turned to the seventh pedestal. The last one. The one at the center of the circle. The crown pulsed. Carefully it whispered. This is the most dangerous. Harry walked forward. The seventh pedestal held a crown. Not the crown of Albion, that was still on Harry's head. This crown was smaller, darker, made of iron and bone. Thorns grew from its surface. Thorns that moved, twisting like living things. The crown of shadows. Draco read, his voice shaking. Forged by the Queen of Storms before she went mad. It contains the dark magic of the Pendragon line, the magic the kings were never supposed to use. The magic that corrupts. The magic that kills. Harry reached for it. Harry, don't, Hermione said sharply. That thing is evil. I can feel it from here. I have to. Harry's hand hovered over the crown. It's part of the inheritance. Part of the 7 houses. If I don't claim it, then don't claim it, Ron said. Some things aren't worth the risk. Harry looked at the crown of shadows. At the thorns. At the darkness that pulsed within its iron surface. The old killer has been using dark magic against my family for 300 years. He said quietly. If I don't understand that magic, if I can't counter it, then everything I'm trying to build will fall apart. He closed his fingers around the crown. Darkness exploded through him. Not the gentle darkness of the ritual chamber, not the peaceful shadow of the Peveril line. This darkness was cruel. It wanted to hurt. To dominate. To destroy. Harry saw himself killing Dumbledore. Saw himself torturing Hermione. Saw himself standing over Ron's body, laughing, the crown of shadows blazing on his head. And oh, he thought. Asterisk, I am not this. I will never be this. Asterisk. He pushed back. The crown screamed, not in pain, but in frustration. It wanted him to give in. To surrender. To become the dark king that the old families feared. Harry refused. He held the crown of shadows in his hands and commanded it. You will serve me, he thought. Asterisk, you will give me your power, but you will not control me. You will be a weapon in my hands, not a master over my soul. Asterisk. The crown trembled. The thorns retracted. The darkness dimmed, not faded, but subdued. Tamed. Harry opened his eyes. The crown of shadows was still in his hands, but it had changed. The iron was brighter. The thorns were smaller. And the darkness within pulsed respectfully, like a wolf recognizing its alpha. Harry, Hermione breathed. Your eyes. Harry looked at his reflection in the blade of Caliban. His eyes were still golden, but there was something else now. Something darker. Something that hadn't been there before. I'm still me, he said. I'm still Harry. But I'm more now. I'm everything the Pendragons were, and everything they could have been. He placed the crown of shadows on a shelf near the wall, not wearing it, not yet, but keeping it close. The vaults are open, he said. The treasures are mine. The weapons are ready. He turned to face his friends. Now we prepare for war. They spent the next 3 days in the vaults. Harry trained with Caliban, learning sword forms that felt familiar and strange at the same time. The crown guided his movements, showing him strikes and parries and counters that had been used by Pendragon kings for centuries. He practiced with his new wand, casting spells that Hermione had only read about in legends. Merlin's core responded to his magic like an old friend, amplifying his power, refining his control. He read the book of the Pendragon King, not all of it, there were too many pages, but enough to understand. Enough to know that the old killer was more dangerous than he'd imagined. Enough to know that the war ahead would cost him everything. And he talked to his friends. Ron, who was scared but loyal, who didn't understand politics but understood friendship. Hermione, who was terrified but brilliant, who could find answers in books that no one else had read in centuries. Draco, who was broken but rebuilding, who had sworn an oath that would cost him his family, but might save his soul. "We need allies," Harry said on the third night, sitting on the floor of the vault with Caliban across his knees. "The Ministry is against us. The old families are against us. Voldemort is out there, waiting to strike. We can't fight them all alone. The goblins will fight with you," Draco said. "They've already declared for the crown. The centaurs might join us," Hermione added. "If we can convince them the old prophecies are being fulfilled." "And the creatures," Ron said. "The ones the Ministry has been oppressing for centuries. Werewolves. Vampires. Hags. If we offer them freedom, real freedom, they might fight for us." Harry nodded slowly. "Then that's our next step. We build an army. Not just wizards, everyone who's been hurt by the Ministry. Everyone who wants a better Britain. We unite them under the crown, and we take back what's ours." He stood up. Caliban blazed in his hand. The crown pulsed on his head. "The war starts now." End of chapter 9. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 10. The Heir of Seven Houses. The morning of the formal inheritance ceremony dawned grey and cold. Harry stood at the highest tower of Hogwarts, watching the sun struggle to pierce the clouds. The crown pulsed gently on his head, restless, hungry. It had been 3 days since he'd opened the royal vaults. 3 days of training, planning, waiting. 3 days of letting the old families panic while he gathered his strength. Today, that waiting ended. "Your Majesty." Griphook's voice came from behind him. The goblin had arrived at dawn, carrying scrolls and seals and things that glittered. "The witnesses are assembled. The documents are prepared. The blood is ready." Harry didn't turn. "How many came?" "More than we hoped. Fewer than we need." Griphook paused. "The old family sent observers. To verify. To witness. Let them watch." Harry turned. His golden eyes caught the weak sunlight, blazing like twin suns. "Let them see exactly what they're fighting against." He walked past Griphook, down the spiral staircase, toward the Great Hall, where the future of magical Britain waited to be decided. The Great Hall had been transformed. The 4 house tables were gone, replaced by a single circle of seats, ancient, carved from black oak, arranged in the same formation as the Wizengamot chamber. But these seats were not for politicians. They were for witnesses, goblins, centaurs, house elves, werewolves, and the few wizards who had dared to declare for the crown. At the center of the circle stood a pedestal, white marble, covered in runes that glowed with golden light. And on the pedestal rested 7 objects. The sword Caliban. The wand with Merlin's core. The book of the Pendragon King. The cloak of the stars. The resurrection stone. And the crown of shadows, darker now, more controlled, but still pulsing with ancient, dangerous magic. The 7th object was empty space. The spot where the cloak of destiny should have rested, stolen centuries ago by the old killer, never recovered. Harry walked to the pedestal. The crown on his head blazed brighter with each step. The witnesses rose to their feet, not commanded, but compelled. The ancient magic in the room demanded respect. "The ritual of the 7 houses," Griphook intoned, his voice echoing off the stones. "Forged in fire. Sealed in blood. Witnessed by the land itself." Harry raised his hand. Caliban lifted from the pedestal, floating through the air, settling into his grip. The blade sang, a high, clear note that made the windows vibrate. House of Gryffindor, Harry said. His voice was not his own, it was deeper, older, layered with the voices of every Pendragon who had spoken these words before him. I claim your courage, your fire, your willingness to fight for what is right. The sword blazed, red light pouring from the blade, washing over Harry, soaking into his skin. He felt Gryffindor's magic settle into his bones. The recklessness, the bravery, the honor. He placed Caliban back on the pedestal, raised his wand. House of Slytherin, I claim your cunning, your ambition, your determination to protect what is yours. Green light exploded from the wand's tip, wrapping around Harry like a serpent. He felt Slytherin's magic coil in his chest, cold and sharp and calculating. The part of him that could lie, could manipulate, could do whatever it took to win. He placed the wand down, lifted the book of the Pendragon King. House of Ravenclaw, I claim your wisdom, your creativity, your hunger for knowledge. Blue light streamed from the pages, spiraling around Harry's head, filling his mind with visions, libraries filled with forgotten texts, spells that hadn't been cast in centuries, truths that had been buried by the Ministry. He understood now. Understood the old laws, the old magic, the old wars. He closed the book. Reached for the cloak of the stars. House of Hufflepuff, I claim your loyalty, your justice, your belief that everyone deserves a chance. Yellow light poured from the silver threads, warm and gentle, wrapping around Harry like an embrace. He felt Helga's magic in his heart, the part of him that forgave, that believed in redemption, that refused to give up on anyone. He folded the cloak, picked up the resurrection stone. House of Black, I claim your shadow, your protection, your willingness to do what must be done. Black light pulsed from the stone, darker than darkness, deeper than night. Harry felt the Black family magic settle into his shadow, his self. The part of him that could kill, could sacrifice, could walk into darkness and return unchanged. He set the stone down, turned to the crown of shadows. House of Peveril, I claim your death, your peace, your understanding that the end is not the end. Grey light, either dark nor light, drifted from the iron crown. Harry felt the Peveril magic in his soul. The acceptance of mortality. The knowledge that death was not an enemy, but a door. The peace that came from letting go. He didn't touch the crown of shadows. Not yet. Instead, he raised his hands to the crown on his head, the crown of Albion, the crown that had chosen him in the depths of Gringotts. And House of Pendragon. His voice shook, just a little. I claim my blood, my birthright, my throne. The crown of Albion blazed. Golden fire erupted from Harry's head, pouring down his body, wrapping around the 6 artifacts on the pedestal. Caliban sang. The wand crackled. The book's pages flew open. The cloak billowed. The stone pulsed. The crown of shadows screamed. And the 7th pedestal, the empty one, began to glow. Not with the magic of the cloak of destiny. With something else. Something new. A golden light that took the shape of a cloak, woven from Harry's own magic, from the crown's power, from the land's hope. The heir completes the set, Grip Hook whispered. The 7 houses. The 7 hallows. The 7 pillars of kingship. The golden cloak settled onto the empty pedestal, not stolen, not ancient, but born. Created in this moment by Harry's claim. The room fell silent. Harry stood at the center of the circle, the crown blazing on his head, the 7 artifacts glowing around him. The witnesses stared, some in awe, some in terror, some in hope. It is done, Harry said. The 7 houses are mine. The 7 hallows are complete. The throne. He touched the crown. The throne is waiting. The celebration lasted until dawn. Not a wild celebration, there was too much at stake for that. But a quiet one. a hopeful one. The goblins sang ancient songs. The house elves danced. The werewolves wept. For the first time in centuries, someone had offered them dignity. Harry sat apart from the crowd, Caliban across his knees, watching his friends laugh and talk and plan. "You're brooding." He looked up. Hermione stood before him, 2 goblets of pumpkin juice in her hands. She offered him one. "I'm thinking," Harry said. "There's a difference." "You're worrying." Hermione sat beside him on the cold stone floor. "About the old families. About Voldemort. About the war. About all of it." Harry took a sip of pumpkin juice. It tasted like nothing. "I claimed 7 houses today, Hermione. 7 ancient houses. Do you know what that means? It means you're the most powerful political figure in magical Britain. It means I'm a target." Harry set down the goblet. "The old families have been waiting for this moment. They know what I am now. What I can do. They're not going to just let me walk to the throne. They're going to fight." Ron appeared out of the crowd, his arms full of bread and cheese. "But that's okay. We're going to fight back." "With what?" Harry demanded. "We have goblins and house elves and a handful of students. The ministry has ores. The old families have gold. Voldemort has an army of Death Eaters. We have you," Ron said simply. "We have the crown. We have magic that hasn't been used in 1,000 years. He dropped the bread and cheese in Harry's lap. "Stop being dramatic and eat something. You can't save Britain on an empty stomach." Harry stared at him. Then, impossibly, he laughed. "You're ridiculous." "I'm practical." Ron grinned. "There's a difference." Hermione smiled too, a real smile, not the worried one she'd been wearing for days. "Ron's right, Harry. We're not going to win this war by despairing. We're going to win it by fighting. By planning. By believing that a better Britain is possible." Harry looked at his friends. At the crown in his reflection on Caliban's blade. At the golden fire that still pulsed beneath his skin. "Then let's plan," he said. "Let's figure out how to take back what's ours." The meeting lasted until morning. Harry sat at the head of the circle, not because he demanded it, but because the magic put him there. The witnesses had gone, replaced by his inner circle: Ron, Hermione, Draco, Neville, Luna, Ginny, Fred, George, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had officially declared for the crown. "The ministry is our first target," Kingsley said, pointing to a map of London. "Fudge is weak. Corrupt. But he's not the real threat. The real threat is the old families, Malfoy, not Greengrass, Parkinson. They control the Wisengamot. They control the Aurus. They control everything." "Not everything." Draco spoke quietly. His face was pale, but his voice was steady. "The Malfoy vault contains records of the old family's crimes. Bribes. Murders. Treason. If we can get those records, your father will have them warded," Harry said. "My father is arrogant." Draco met Harry's eyes. "He doesn't think anyone would dare steal from him. Especially not his own son." The table went silent. "Draco," Hermione said carefully, "you're talking about betraying your family. I'm talking about saving them." Draco's hands clenched on the table. "My father is going to get himself killed. The old families are going to burn. If I can get those records, if I can prove that the old families have been breaking the law for centuries, then maybe, some of them can be saved." Harry studied Draco's face. The fear. The desperation. The hope. "Do it," Harry said. "But be careful. If your father catches you." "He won't." Draco stood. "I've been playing his game my whole life. It's time I played my own." He walked out of the room. Ron watched him go. "Do you trust him?" "No," Harry admitted. "But I trust the vow. And I trust that Draco Malfoy wants to be better than his father. That's not the same as being good. It's a start." The next morning, Harry received 2 letters. The first was from Dumbledore. Harry. Asterisk, I know you're angry with me. You have every right to be. I lied. I manipulated. I treated you like a chess piece instead of a person. Asterisk. Asterisk, but I want you to know, I've always believed in you. Even when I was hiding the truth. Even when I was making terrible choices. I believed that you could be the king that Britain needs. Asterisk. Asterisk, I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I'm asking for your trust, not in me, but in yourself. You have the crown. You have the 7 houses. You have the magic of the land itself. Asterisk. Asterisk, don't waste it on revenge. Don't waste it on anger. Use it to build something better. Asterisk. Albus. Harry read the letter twice. Then he set it on fire. The second letter was from the ministry. To His Majesty, Harry James Potter, heir of the 7 houses, wielder of the crown of Albion. The Waisengemot has voted. By a margin of 72 to 28, your claim to the ancient houses has been denied. Asterisk, the ritual at Gringotts has been declared invalid. The crown has been declared a forgery. Your titles have been declared null and void. Asterisk. Asterisk, you are hereby ordered to surrender to ministry custody within 24 hours. Failure to comply will result in the use of deadly force. Asterisk. Asterisk, the old laws have teeth, Your Majesty. And we are not afraid to bite. Asterisk. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Harry read this letter once. Then he folded it carefully, slid it into his pocket, and stood up. The crown pulsed. Caliban sang in its scabbard. The 7 houses burned in his blood. They want a war, Harry said quietly. They're going to get one. He walked out of the room, toward the Great Hall, toward his friends, toward the future. The war for magical Britain had begun. End of chapter 10. Hashtag what if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Hashtag chapter 11. The Queen's Guard. The castle whispered of old things waking. Harry felt it before he heard it, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a hum in the air around his face, a taste of metal on his tongue. The crown pulsed urgently, guiding him toward the lowest levels of Hogwarts, toward places that hadn't seen sunlight in 1,000 years. Where are we going? Ron asked, stumbling over a loose stone. The staircases had become unpredictable in the days since Harry's claim. They shifted without warning, spiraling in directions that shouldn't have been possible. The heart of the castle, Harry said. Something's waking up. Something old. Hermione walked beside him, her wand casting light on walls covered in carvings, knights on horseback, dragons breathing fire, a crown suspended above a battlefield. These carvings, she breathed. They're not decorative. They're records. Histories of wars fought beneath the castle. Not beneath. Draco's voice echoed from behind them. Inside. Hogwarts was built on something older. Something the founders didn't create, they found. Harry stopped before a door that hadn't existed a moment ago. It was made of white stone, seamless, unmarked except for a single symbol carved at its center. A crown. Not the crown of Albion. Something older. A crown of 7 points, each one tipped with a different gemstone. The symbol pulsed with faint golden light, matching Harry's crown, matching his eyes, matching the magic in his blood. The seal of the Queen's Guard, Harry said. The words came from somewhere deep in his chest, spoken by the crown's memory, not his own. Forged by Arthur himself. Sealed by his blood. Never opened until now. He pressed his palm against the symbol. The door sang. Not a note, a chord. 7 notes played at once, resonating through the stone, through the castle, through the land. Harry felt the vibration in his bones, his teeth, his crown. The door slid open, not inward, not outward, but upward, disappearing. Into the ceiling like a portcullis raising. Beyond was darkness. But not empty darkness. Watching darkness. Lumos, Hermione whispered. The light revealed a chamber so vast that Harry couldn't see the other side. Pillars of black marble stretched upward into shadow, carved with the same 7-pointed crown. And between the pillars, bodies. Hundreds of them. Lying on stone sarcophagi, their hands folded across their chests, their faces peaceful. They wore armor that gleamed even in the dim light, silver and gold, and something that looked like dragon scale. And on each of their brows rested a small crown, identical to the symbol on the door. "The Queen's Guard," Draco said, his voice barely audible. "Arthur's elite warriors. Bound to the crown by blood and magic. They were supposed to sleep until the king returned." "They're not sleeping," Harry said. He walked forward, the crown blazing on his head, Caliban's hilt warm in his hand. The bodies didn't move. Didn't breathe. But their magic was awake. Harry could feel it pressing against him, testing him, judging him. "Who comes?" The voice was not spoken, it resonated in Harry's skull, in his crown, in his blood. "Who claims the crown?" "I am Harry James Potter," Harry said. "Last of the Pendragons. Heir of the 7 houses. Wielder of the crown of Albion." "Prove it." Harry raised Caliban. The blade blazed with golden fire, illuminating the chamber, reflecting off the armor of the sleeping guards. Asterisk the sword of Arthur. "True, asterisk." He raised his wand. Merlin's core pulsed with blue light, answering the chamber's magic. Asterisk the core of Merlin. "True, asterisk." He touched his crown. The crown of Albion blazed, and the 7-pointed symbol on the walls blazed in response. Asterisk the crown of the king. "True, asterisk." Silence. Then movement. The body on the nearest sarcophagus sat up. Harry's heart stopped. The figure was tall, even sitting, it towered over him. Its armor was silver, etched with runes that glowed with inner fire. Its face was hidden behind a helm shaped like a lion's head, but its eyes were visible through the visor. Golden. Like Harry's. "The blood recognizes the blood," the figure said. Its voice was deep, resonant, layered with centuries of sleep. "The king recognizes the king. The guard awakens." It stood. Around the chamber, other bodies began to move. Sitting up. Swinging their legs off sarcophagi. Drawing swords that blazed with colored light, red, green, blue, yellow, black, white, and gold. 7 guards. 7 crowns on 7 brows. 7 swords raised in salute. "The Queen's Guard," the lion-helmed figure said, "swears fealty to the Pendragon heir. We have slept for 1,000 years, waiting for this moment. We have dreamed of your coming, your majesty. And we are ready." It knelt. The other 6 guards knelt with it, not slowly, not reluctantly, but as one, their armor clanking in perfect synchronization. Harry stared at the 7 kneeling warriors. At the crown blazing on each of their heads, lesser crowns, he realized, copies of his own, bound to his by chains of golden light. "Rise," he said. The guards rose. "Who are you?" Harry asked. "What are you?" The lion-helmed guard removed its helm. Harry gasped. The face beneath was beautiful, sharp cheekbones, dark skin, eyes like molten gold. But it wasn't a man's face. Or a woman's. It was something between, something other, something that had been human once but was now something more. "I am Gawain," the guard said. "Captain of the Queen's Guard. Once a knight of the Round Table. Now I am something else, something bound to the crown," another guard said, removing its helm. This one had silver hair and eyes that shifted color like oil on water. "Something that cannot die until the king sits on the throne. Something that has waited," a third guard said, "for a very long time." Harry looked at the 7 faces. Each one was different features, different skin tones, different species. He saw goblin features on one, Vila on another. Something that might have been part giant on a third. "The guard was never meant to be purely human," Gawain said, noticing Harry's inspection. "Arthur understood that magic comes in many forms. His elite warriors were drawn from every race, every species, every corner of Britain. And they swore to protect the king, Harry said. To protect the crown, Gawain corrected. The person wearing it is secondary. If you prove unworthy, if you become a tyrant, a monster, a threat to Britain, our oath requires us to destroy you. The chamber went cold. Ron's hand moved toward his wand. Hermione stepped closer to Harry. Draco's face went pale. You're saying, Harry said slowly, that you'll kill me if I become like Voldemort. We're saying, Gawain replied, that we'll kill you if you become a threat to the land you're sworn to protect. The crown chooses the king, but the guard judges the king. That is the balance Arthur created. That is the price of absolute power. Harry looked at the 7 guards. At their golden eyes, so like his own. At their hands resting on the hilts of their blazing swords. Then judge me, he said. Right now. Test me. Prove that I'm worthy, or prove that I'm not. But don't make me wait. I don't have time for more secrets. Gawain smiled. It was not a kind smile, but it was an approving one. As you wish, your majesty. The test was not what Harry expected. He expected battles, puzzles, riddles, the kinds of trials that heroes faced in the stories Hermione loved to read. Instead, the guards took him to a small room at the back of the chamber, bare except for a single chair and a single mirror. Sit, Gawain commanded. Harry sat. The mirror showed his reflection, but not his current reflection. An older reflection. A Harry who had won the war. A Harry who sat on the throne, wearing the crown of Albion, Caliban across his knees. The people of Britain knelt before him, goblins, wizards, creatures, everyone. This is what you want, Gawain said from behind him. This is the future you're fighting for. Yes, Harry said. The mirror shifted. Now it showed a different future. Harry stood on a battlefield, surrounded by corpses. His friends lay dead at his feet, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, all of them. And Harry was laughing. His eyes were red, not gold. His crown was black, not white. And in his hand was a wand that crackled with dark magic. This is what you could become, Gawain said. This is the tyrant Arthur feared. The monster who wears the crown and calls himself king. Harry's throat tightened. I would never. You don't know that. Gawain's voice was cold. No one knows what power will do to them until they have it. The question is, what will you do to prevent this future? Harry stared at the laughing monster in the mirror. At the corpses of his friends. At the dark crown blazing on his head. I'll remember this, he said quietly. I'll remember what I could become. And I'll choose every day, every hour, every minute, to be better. The mirror flickered. The dark future faded, replaced by the golden one. Why? Gawain asked. Because that's not why I'm fighting. Harry stood up, turning away from the mirror. I'm not fighting for power. I'm not fighting for revenge. I'm fighting because Britain deserves better. Because the people, all the people, deserve a king who serves them, not the other way around. Gawain studied him for a long moment. Then the guard knelt. You have passed the first test, your majesty. The test of intent. But there are 6 more, one for each of the remaining guards. They will not be easy. Harry looked at the 6 guards standing in the doorway, their faces unreadable. I didn't expect them to be. The second test came from the guard with silver hair. Name Morgan, the guard said, removing its helm to reveal a face of sharp angles and darker shadows. Test wisdom. Harry stood in a chamber filled with doors, hundreds of them, thousands of them, each one identical. Behind one door lies the key to defeating the old killer, Morgan said. Behind the others, death. Choose wisely. That's not a test of wisdom, Hermione protested from the sidelines. That's a test of luck. Wisdom, Morgan replied, is knowing when to trust your instincts, and when to seek help. Harry closed his eyes. The crown pulsed. The doors hummed with magic, different magic, each one unique. He walked past the first row. the second, the third, and stopped. This one, he said, touching a door that looked exactly like all the others. Why? Because it's the only one that isn't screaming. Morgan raised an eyebrow. The doors don't scream. They do, Harry said. To me. The crown hears them. This one is quiet. The others are terrified. Morgan smiled. Open it. Harry pushed the door open. Beyond lay a room filled with books, not spell books, but histories. The complete records of the Pendragon line, the old killer's movements, the old family's crimes. The key to defeating the old killer, Morgan said, is not a weapon. It is knowledge. Knowing who they are. Knowing what they want. Knowing how to stop them. The guard bowed its head. You have passed the second test, Your Majesty. The third test came from a guard with skin like bark and eyes like moss. Name, Green John. Test, sacrifice. Harry stood in a chamber with 2 doors. Behind one door, the crown showed him, Ron, alive and well, laughing with Hermione. Behind the other door, Britain, healed and whole, the people cheering his name. You cannot have both, Green John said. Choose. Your best friend's life, or your kingdom. Harry stared at the doors. Ron was shouting something, waving his arms, trying to get Harry's attention. Hermione was crying. This is a trick, Harry said. It is a test, Green John replied. Choose. Harry thought about Ron. About the boy who had shared his chocolate frogs on the Hogwarts Express. About the boy who had stood beside him against trolls and basilisks and dark lords. About the boy who had knelt in the Great Hall and sworn to fight. Then he thought about Britain. About the children who would die if the old killer won. About the families who would burn. About the magic that would fade from the world. I can't choose, Harry said. Then you fail. No. Harry walked toward the doors. I refuse to accept that these are the only options. There's always another way. There's always another way. He raised Caliban and shattered both doors. Golden light poured through the wreckage, not one future, not 2, but dozens. Hundreds. Thousands of possible futures, all branching from this moment. The crown doesn't limit me, Harry said, turning to face Green John. It frees me. And I will not be trapped by false choices. Green John stared at him. Then the guard laughed, a deep, rumbling sound like stones rolling downhill. You have passed the third test, Your Majesty. The test of sacrifice, and the test of hope. The fourth test was strength. Harry dueled a guard who moved like smoke and struck like lightning, Caliban clashing against a blade of black fire. The fifth test was compassion. Harry sat with a dying guard, an illusion, but he didn't know that, and held its hand until the end. The sixth test was courage. Harry stood alone against 100 shadow monsters, his wand blazing, his crown burning, until the last shadow fell. And the seventh test. Name, Gawain. Test, mercy. Harry stood before the captain of the Queen's Guard. The lion-helmed warrior held a blade to Draco Malfoy's throat. Kill this boy, Gawain said, and the guard will serve you without question. Spare him, and we will watch. Judge! Wait. Don't do it, Potter, Draco gasped. I'm not worth. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry lowered Caliban. I'm not killing anyone. Not even to gain the guard's loyalty? Gawain pressed. Not even to win the war? Not even for that. Harry met Gawain's golden eyes. I'm not Voldemort. I don't kill people to get what I want. If that means the guard won't serve me, then I'll fight the war without you. Gawain held the blade to Draco's throat for a long moment. Then the guard laughed. The boy passes, Gawain said, releasing Draco. The test of mercy. The hardest test of all. The 7 guards knelt as one. The Queen's Guard swears fealty to Harry James Potter, Pendragon heir, King of Magical Britain. Gawain intoned. We will protect him. Serve him. Die for him, if necessary. Harry looked at the 7 kneeling warriors. at the crowns blazing on their brows, at the swords glowing at their sides. "Rise," he said. "We have work to do." The guard emerged from the depths of Hogwarts at dawn. 7 warriors in gleaming armor, their crowns blazing, their swords drawn. The students who saw them gasped. The teachers reached for their wands. Dumbledore himself stepped forward, his face pale. "The Queen's Guard," the headmaster whispered. "After 1,000 years, they've awakened. They've chosen their king," Gawain said, his lion helm gleaming in the morning light. "And we will follow him, to the throne or to the grave." Harry stood at the head of the guard, Caliban in his hand, the crown blazing on his head. "The Ministry wants to arrest me," he said. "The old families want to kill me. Voldemort wants to destroy everything I'm trying to build." He looked at his friends. At the guard. At the castle that had chosen him. Let them try. End of chapter 11. #What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 12, The Fall of the Ministry. The arrest came at noon. Harry was in the room of requirement, training with the Queen's Guard, when the walls began to tremble. Not the gentle vibration of ancient magic, the violent shaking of forced entry. Someone was breaking through Hogwarts wards. Someone with power. "Your Majesty." Gawain's sword was in his hand before Harry could blink. "The castle is under attack." Harry grabbed Caliban. The crown blazed. "Who?" "The Ministry." Draco ran into the room, his face pale. "Fudge has lost his mind. He's sent every Auror in Britain. They're demanding your head." Harry walked toward the door. The guard fell in behind him, 7 warriors in gleaming armor, their crowns blazing, their swords drawn. Ron and Hermione joined them in the corridor, wands raised. "How many?" Harry asked. 50. Maybe more. Draco swallowed. "My father is with them. And the other old families. They're not just here to arrest you, Potter. They're here to kill you." Harry stopped. Turned to face his friends. "Then we give them a fight they'll never forget." The courtyard of Hogwarts had become a battlefield. Harry stood at the top of the stone steps, the Queen's Guard fanned out behind him, his friends at his sides. Below, the Ministry forces spread across the lawn, Aurors in red robes, department officials in formal dress, and at their center, Cornelius Fudge and Lucius Malfoy. "Harry Potter," Fudge called out, his voice trembling despite his best efforts. "You are hereby ordered to surrender to Ministry custody. The charges against you include fraud, conspiracy, and treason against the Wisengamot. You have no authority here, Fudge." Harry's voice carried across the courtyard, amplified by the crown. "Hogwarts is not Ministry territory. It never has been. The Ministry has authority everywhere," Lucius Malfoy said smoothly. "Or have you forgotten the laws of magical Britain?" "I haven't forgotten anything." Harry walked down the steps, Caliban blazing in his hand. The Ministry forces stepped back, not in fear, but in instinct. The crown's magic pressed against them, reminding them of oaths their ancestors had sworn. The laws of magical Britain were written by the Pendragons, enforced by the Pendragons, broken by the families who stole the throne. Lucius's face twisted. Bold words for a boy who won't live to see sunset. "Try me." The air crackled. Wands rose. Swords gleamed. For a moment the world held its breath. And then the castle screamed. Not a sound, a command. Ancient magic erupted from the stones, wrapping around the Ministry forces, freezing them in place. Fudge's wand clattered to the ground. Lucius's cane snapped in half. The Aurors fell to their knees, gasping. "The castle defends its king," Gawain said, his lion helm gleaming. "The old laws are waking, Minister. And they are not pleased." Fudge stared at Harry, at the crown, at the sword, at the golden eyes. This is illegal. You cannot, the Ministry has. The Ministry has nothing." Harry walked toward Fudge, Caliban's point resting on the ground. The Ministry was created to fill a gap. To keep the peace until the king returned. But somewhere along the way, you forgot that. You started believing you were the power. You were the authority. He stopped in front of the trembling minister. You were wrong. Lucius Malfoy laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. You think this changes anything, Potter? You think a few old laws matter? The old families have been planning for this moment for 300 years. We have gold. We have armies. We have power. You have nothing. Harry turned to face Lucius. Your gold came from the crown's vaults. Your armies are bound by oaths they've forgotten. Your power. He raised Caliban. Your power is borrowed. And I'm calling in the debt. The sword blazed. Golden fire erupted from the blade, washing over the ministry forces. The Aurors screamed, not in pain, but in memory. The crown's magic reminded them of who they were, who their grandparents had been, who their ancestors had served. And one by one they knelt. No. Lucius's voice was a snarl. No. You cannot. The crown can do anything, Harry said quietly. The crown is anything. It's the will of the land. The voice of the people. The heart of Britain itself. He stepped closer to Lucius. And it has judged you, Lord Malfoy. Found wanting. Found guilty. Lucius raised his hand, wandless, desperate, but Gawain was faster. The captain's sword was at Lucius's throat before he could speak a word. One move, Gawain said softly, and your blood waters the grass. Lucius went still. Harry turned to face the kneeling Aurors. The terrified ministry officials. The students watching from the castle windows. The old ways are returning, he said. The throne is waking. But I am not my ancestors. I will not rule through fear. I will not punish children for the crimes of their parents. He looked at Lucius, at the hatred burning in those gray eyes. But I will not let corruption stand. I will not let murder go unpunished. And I will not, his voice rose. I will not let the old families destroy Britain to protect their stolen power. He raised Caliban above his head. Cornelius Fudge. By the authority of the Crown of Albion, I am dissolving your ministry. You are hereby relieved of your duties, effective immediately. Fudge's face went white. You can't, the Wisengamot. The Wisengamot has been corrupted. Its members have been bribed. Its laws have been twisted. Harry's golden eyes blazed. Until a new council can be formed, I am assuming direct authority over magical Britain. The courtyard was silent. Then applause. Not from the ministry forces. From the students. From the windows of Hogwarts, cheers erupted. Ron was whooping. Hermione was crying. Even Draco, Draco was smiling. The king! Someone shouted. Long live the king! Harry lowered Caliban. The crown pulsed warmly on his head. Long live the king! The students echoed. And the Ministry of Magic, the institution that had ruled Britain for 300 years, fell without a single curse being cast. The aftermath was chaos. Harry stood in the headmaster's office, his office now, temporarily, until the castle decided where the king should reside, and watched the reports pour in. The ministry had collapsed faster than anyone expected. Without Fudge's authority, without the Aurors' obedience, the old families were scrambling. Lucius Malfoy has fled, Kingsley Shacklebolt reported, his face grim. He took his family's fortune and disappeared. We're tracking him, but he'll go to Voldemort. Harry didn't look away from the window. He's always been a follower. He'll find a new master. The other families are panicking, Hermione added. The Greengrasses have offered their support. The Knots are negotiating. The Parkinsons are trying to flee. Draco's voice was bitter. My mother wrote to me. She says my father is deranged. Talking about old magic and bloodlines and the old killer. Harry turned. What did she say about the old killer? Draco's face was pale. She said my father has been meeting with someone. Someone who wears a mask. Someone who gave him the key to your cell. Someone who. He swallowed. Someone who has been controlling the old families for centuries. The room went cold. The old killer, Harry said slowly. Lucius has been working with the old killer. I think everyone has. Draco's voice shook. The old families. The ministry. Even. He stopped. Couldn't finish. Even Dumbledore, Harry said quietly. No one argued. Dumbledore came to him that night. Harry was alone in the office. The guard had insisted on staying, but he'd ordered them to wait outside. He needed to think. Needed to breathe. The crown pulsed gently, feeding him information, but he pushed it away. For one moment, he wanted to be just Harry. May I come in? Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his purple robes rumpled, his silver beard tangled. He looked old. Broken. You're already in, Harry said. Dumbledore walked to the chair across from Harry's desk, the chair where so many students had sat, trembling, waiting to be punished. He sank into it like a man collapsing. I knew, Dumbledore said. About the old killer. About the old families. About everything. Harry's hands tightened on the arms of his chair. How long? Since before you were born. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. The old killer approached me when I was a young man. Offered me power. Influence. Control. I said no, and they've been trying to destroy me ever since. Who are they? I don't know. Dumbledore looked up, and his blue eyes were wet. I've spent 70 years trying to discover their identity. Every lead goes cold. Every informant dies. Every ally. He stopped. Swallowed. Every ally betrays me in the end. The old killer controls them. The old killer is them. Dumbledore leaned forward. I've come to believe, Harry, that the old killer is not a person. It's a position. A role passed down through generations. The head of the conspiracy. The keeper of the secrets. The one who ensures the throne stays empty. Harry's blood ran cold. An organization. A cult. Dumbledore's voice was grim. One that has been operating in the shadows for 1,000 years. They worship something, someone, called the Night King. A dark wizard who tried to claim the throne before Arthur. He was destroyed, but his followers survived. Infiltrated the old families. Corrupted the ministry. Waited. For what? For the last Pendragon heir. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. For you, Harry. They've been waiting for you. The fire crackled. The crown pulsed. Somewhere in the castle, a bell tolled midnight. What do they want? Harry asked. Dumbledore's voice dropped to barely a whisper. They want to sacrifice you on the altar of the Night King. Use your blood to resurrect their master. And finally, claim the throne for themselves. The words hung in the air like poison. Harry stood up. Walked to the window. Stared out at the grounds of Hogwarts, at the Forbidden Forest, at the Black Lake, at the stars beginning to emerge. Then we stop them, he said. We find them. We fight them. We end them. Harry. I didn't ask for this crown. Harry turned. His golden eyes blazed in the darkness. I didn't ask for this war. But I'm not going to run from it. I'm not going to hide. I'm going to fight, and I'm going to win. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. Then the old man smiled. Merlin, help me, he said. I believe you. The next morning, Harry addressed the nation. Not through the ministry was gone. Through magic. The crown allowed him to speak to every witch, wizard, and creature in Britain. His voice echoed through fireplaces, through mirrors, through the very air. My name is Harry Potter, he said. And I am your king. Millions of faces turned toward the sound of his voice. Some in hope. Some in fear. Some in rage. The ministry has fallen. The old families are crumbling. But the darkness that has been poisoning Britain for 1,000 years is still out there. The old killer still hunts. The Night King still waits. He paused. I'm not going to lie to you. This war will be hard. People will die. Children will die. But if we fight together, if we stand together, we can win. He raised Caliban. Who will stand with me? Silence. Then, across Britain, answers. I will. I will. I will. The crown pulsed with each voice, each oath, each soul binding itself to Harry's cause. And Harry smiled. The war for Britain had truly begun. End of chapter 12. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 13. The Dark Lord's Fear. The dream started 3 nights after the ministry fell. Harry stood in a room he had never seen before, a throne room, ancient and vast, with pillars of black stone and a floor of polished obsidian. At the far end of the room, on a throne of twisted iron, sat a figure wrapped in shadows. Red eyes glowed in the darkness. A voice like snakeskin whispered across the distance. The boy has taken the crown. The boy has taken the ministry. The boy has taken everything I fought to destroy. Harry tried to move, couldn't. The shadows held him like chains, like spider silk, like death. But the boy has not taken the Dark Lord's fear. Because the Dark Lord does not feel fear. The Dark Lord is fear. The figure rose from the throne. Walked toward Harry through the darkness. Closer. Closer. Until the red eyes burned inches from Harry's face. You are not special, Potter. You are not powerful. You are not a king, You are a child wearing a crown too heavy for your head. And I am going to enjoy watching you fall. Harry woke screaming. The nightmares didn't stop. Every night the same dream. The throne room. The shadows. The red eyes. Voldemort's voice, whispering threats, promising pain, tasting Harry's fear. But Harry wasn't the only one having nightmares. The Dark Lord is troubled, Snape said. He stood in Harry's office, the headmaster's office, though Harry still refused to call it that, his face paler than usual, his dark eyes shadowed. I have been summoned more frequently in the past week than in the past year. He is agitated. Harry sat behind the massive desk, the crown pulsing on his head. He knows about the crown. About the ritual. About everything. Snape's voice was flat. The old families have been feeding him information. Lucius Malfoy arrived at his master's side 3 days ago, begging for protection. He told Voldemort everything. The 7 houses. The Queen's Guard. The prophecy. The prophecy? Harry's hands tightened on the arms of his chair. Which prophecy? Snape's dark eyes met Harry's golden ones. The one that says the Pendragon heir will either save magical Britain, or destroy it. He paused. Voldemort is terrified, Potter. Not of you. Of what you represent. The old magic. The old laws. The old order that he has spent 50 years trying to overthrow. Harry stood. Walked to the window. Stared out at the grounds, at the forbidden forest, dark and waiting. Terrified enough to make a mistake? Terrified enough to do something stupid. Snape stepped closer. He is planning an attack. Soon. Somewhere public. Somewhere symbolic. The old families are gathering at Malfoy Manor, Hermione said from the doorway. She had been researching the old family's movements for days, her eyes red from lack of sleep. My sources say they're planning a ceremony. A coronation. Harry turned. A coronation for who? For Voldemort. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. They're going to crown him king of magical Britain. In Diagon Alley. At the sight of the old throne. The room went cold. They can't, Ron said, appearing behind Hermione. The throne is yours. The crown is yours. The magic is yours. The old families don't care about magic, Draco said bitterly. He leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed, his gray eyes hollow. They care about power. And right now, Voldemort offers more power than Potter. Harry looked at his friends. At the guards standing silent in the corners. at the crown's reflection in the dark window glass. Then we stop them, he said quietly. We go to Diagon Alley. We interrupt their ceremony. And we show Britain, everyone who the real king is. The night of the ceremony arrived faster than Harry expected. He stood in the room of requirement, the Queen's guard surrounding him, his friends at his back. Caliban was strapped to his hip. His wand was warm in his hand. The crown pulsed with barely contained power. The old families have gathered at Gringotts, Kingsley reported. The goblins have been forced to cooperate, threatened with destruction if they refuse. Griphook sent word. Hermione added. He says the old killer is there. Watching. Waiting. Harry's blood ran cold. The old killer? No one has seen their face. But Griphook felt them. Ancient magic. Wrong magic. Hermione's voice shook. Harry, maybe we should reconsider. No. Harry walked toward the door. The guard fell in behind him. The old killer has been hiding in the shadows for 1,000 years. Tonight, we drag them into the light. Diagon Alley had been transformed. The cobblestones were covered in black carpet. The shop windows were dark, their displays covered in funeral cloth. And at the center of the alley, in front of Gringotts, stood a throne. Not the throne of Albion. Something darker. Made of iron and bone, studded with skulls, pulsing with dark magic. And on that throne sat Lord Voldemort. He looked different than Harry remembered. Stronger. More solid. The dark magic that sustained him had been amplified by the old family's offerings. His red eyes glowed like embers. His fingers, long and white, drummed against the arms of the throne. The boy comes, Voldemort said. His voice echoed across the alley, amplified by dark magic. The boy who thinks he is a king. Harry walked forward. The crowd of old families parted around him, not in respect, but in fear. They had heard the stories. The crown. The guard. The 7 houses. Tom, Harry said. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You dare! Tom Riddle. Born in a Muggle orphanage. Raised among Muggles. Hated Muggles. Harry stopped 10 feet from the throne. Caliban blazed at his side. You're not a Dark Lord, Tom. You're a frightened little boy who never learned to love. Voldemort rose from the throne. His wand was in his hand. His face was twisted with rage. I am Lord Voldemort. I am the greatest wizard alive. I am. You are nothing. Harry's voice carried across the alley, amplified by the crown. You are a shadow pretending to be a monster. You are a parasite feeding on the fear of others. You are. He stepped closer. Afraid star dot. The word hung in the air like a curse. Voldemort's red eyes flickered. Of me, Harry continued. Of the crown. Of the throne. Of everything I represent. He raised Caliban. The blade blazed with golden fire. You spent 50 years trying to destroy the Pendragon line. You killed my parents. You tried to kill me. And still, you failed. Silence! Voldemort raised his wand. Because you know, Harry said, his voice rising, that the old magic is stronger than your dark magic. That the crown's power is older than your hatred. That the throne. He raised Caliban above his head. The throne will never belong to you. Voldemort struck. Green light erupted from his wand, the killing curse, aimed directly at Harry's heart. Harry didn't move. The curse hit the crown's golden light and dissolved, scattered into 1,000 harmless sparks. Voldemort stared, his red eyes wide, his wand trembling. The crown protects the king, Harry said quietly. Didn't the old families tell you? Voldemort's face contorted. He raised his wand again, but this time, the curse never left it. The Queen's guard moved. 7 warriors in gleaming armor surrounded Voldemort in an instant, their swords blazing with colored light. Gawaine's blade pressed against the Dark Lord's throat. You are under arrest, Gawaine said. By order of the Crown of Albion. Voldemort laughed, A high, cold sound. Arrest? You think you can arrest me? I am Lord Voldemort. I am. You are a criminal. Harry walked toward him. You have murdered hundreds. Tortured thousands. Destroyed countless lives. He stopped in front of the Dark Lord, close enough to see the fear flickering behind those red eyes. And you are going to stand trial for your crimes. I will never. You will. Harry raised his hand. The crown blazed. Golden light poured from his palm, wrapping around Voldemort, binding his arms to his sides. The old magic has more power than you ever imagined, Tom. And it's done with your games. Voldemort struggled, couldn't move. The golden light held him like iron chains. This isn't over, Voldemort hissed. The old killer will. The old killer is next. Harry turned to face the crowd of old families. You have a choice. Kneel to the crown, or face the consequences. For a moment, no one moved. Then, Lady Greengrass knelt. Then the Knots. The Zabinis. The Devises. One by one, the old families bent their knees to Harry Potter, the crown blazing on his head, Caliban gleaming in his hand. But Lucius Malfoy did not kneel. He stood at the edge of the crowd, his face white with rage, his hands clenched at his sides. You think this changes anything, Potter? Lucius spat. You think capturing the Dark Lord wins you the war? The old killer is still out there. The Night King is still waiting. And you... He laughed, a broken, desperate sound. You have no idea what's coming. Harry walked toward him. The crowd parted. The guard fell in behind him. Then tell me, Harry said. Tell me what's coming. Lucius's eyes flickered, to Draco, standing behind Harry, his face pale. To the crown. To Caliban. You'll find out soon enough, Your Majesty. The words were a sneer. We all will. He raised his hand, and disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. The old killer's magic, Gawain said quietly. They gave Lucius a way to escape. Harry stared at the spot where Lucius had stood. At the fading smoke. At the throne of iron and bone, still pulsing with dark magic. Let him run, Harry said. He can't hide forever. The Battle of Diagon Alley was over. Voldemort stood bound in golden light, his red eyes burning with hatred, his body trembling with rage. The old families knelt in the cobblestones, their heads bowed. The Queen's guards stood watch, their swords still drawn. And Harry stood at the center of it all, the crown blazing on his head, Caliban in his hand. Tom Marvolo Riddle, he said. You are charged with crimes against magical Britain. Treason. Murder. Terrorism. The attempted destruction of the Pendragon line. Voldemort laughed, a hollow, broken sound. You cannot kill me, Potter. I have Horcruxes. I cannot die. The old magic doesn't need to kill you. Harry raised his hand. The crown blazed brighter. It can unmake you. Golden light poured from his palm, not attacking Voldemort, but surrounding him. The light seeped into his skin, his bones, his soul. Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure agony, as the Horcruxes were ripped from his body, one by one, destroyed by the crown's ancient power. When the light faded, Voldemort was gone. In his place stood Tom Riddle. A man. Pale. Bald. Human. His red eyes had faded to brown. His wand hand hung limp at his side. He stared at Harry with something that might have been wonder, or terror. What have you done to me? Tom whispered. I've given you a chance. Harry lowered his hand. You're going to stand trial. You're going to answer for your crimes. And then, he paused. Then you're going to spend the rest of your life in Azkaban, knowing that you lost. Knowing that the Pendragon line survived. Knowing that everything you fought for was nothing. Tom Riddle's face crumpled. For the first time in 50 years, Lord Voldemort wept. The celebration lasted until dawn. Not in Diagon Alley, that place was too stained with dark magic. At Hogwarts. In the Great Hall, where the enchanted ceiling showed a sky full of stars and a crown blazing at their center. Harry sat at the head of the Gryffindor table, his friends around him, the guard watching from the shadows. The crown pulsed gently on his head, tired but satisfied. "You did it," Ron said, his voice thick with emotion. "You actually did it. We did it." Harry looked at his friends, at Hermione, who had researched the old family's weaknesses. At Ron, who had stood by his side through everything. At Draco, who had betrayed his own father for a chance at redemption. "I couldn't have done this without you." Hermione wiped her eyes. "What happens now?" Harry looked at the crown's reflection in his goblet. At the golden eyes staring back at him. "Now we find the old killer," he said. "Now we stop the Night King. Now we finish what Arthur started." He raised his goblet. "To the future. To the future," his friends echoed. And somewhere in the darkness, in a place that wasn't on any map, the old killer watched. The boy had won a battle. But the war was just beginning. End of chapter 13. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 14. The Prophecy Rewritten. The Chamber of Hidden Things was not a place Harry had ever wanted to visit again. The room beneath the Room of Requirement, the vast cavern where generations of students had hidden their secrets, still smelled of dust and old magic. But the vanishing cabinet was gone. The cursed necklaces were gone. The mountains of forgotten textbooks and broken heirlooms had been cleared, replaced by something new. A library. Not like the Hogwarts library. Not like the restricted section. This was older. The books on these shelves had been written before Hogwarts existed. Before Merlin. Before the Pendragons. "This is where Dumbledore hid the prophecies," Hermione said, her voice hushed with awe. "The ones the Ministry didn't know about. The ones that could change everything." Harry walked through the stacks, his fingers trailing over ancient spines. The crown pulsed gently, recognizing some of the magic bound into these pages. Old magic. Forbidden magic. "Which one are we looking for?" Ron asked. He held a wand aloft, casting light on the shadowed shelves. "The prophecy about the Pendragon heir," Harry said. "The one Dumbledore mentioned. The one that says I'll either save Britain or destroy it." Hermione led them to the center of the chamber, where a single pedestal stood. On it rested a crystal sphere, smaller than the one Harry had seen in the Department of Mysteries, but pulsing with a darker, more urgent light. "This is it," she said. "I found it in Dumbledore's journals. He hid it here after the Ministry tried to destroy it." Harry stepped forward. Reached for the sphere. The moment his fingers touched the glass, the world shifted. He stood in a room he had never seen. Not Hogwarts. Not the Ministry. A temple, ancient and vast, with pillars of white marble and a floor of black obsidian. At the center of the temple stood a woman, old, ancient, her face hidden behind a veil of silver thread. And beside her stood a baby. Harry's breath caught. The baby had messy black hair and green eyes, his eyes. The baby was him. "The last Pendragon," the veiled woman said. Her voice was the sound of wind through dead leaves. "The heir of 7 houses. The king who will heal the wound or die trying." "Can we stop it?" another voice asked. A voice Harry knew. Dumbledore. Younger. Desperate. Afraid. "The prophecy cannot be stopped," the veiled woman said. "It can only be fulfilled. Or broken." She turned her hidden face toward Dumbledore. "The child will face 3 trials. The trial of blood. The trial of crown. And the trial of sacrifice. If he survives them all, he will sit on the throne of Albion and usher in a new golden age. And if he fails?" The veiled woman was silent for a long moment. "Then the Night King will rise. The old killer will claim the throne. And magical Britain will fall into darkness from which it will never return." Dumbledore's face went white. "How do I protect him? How do I keep him safe?" "You cannot." The veiled woman reached down and touched the baby's forehead, where Harry's scar would one day be. "The child is marked. The old killer has already claimed him. The only question is, will the boy claim himself? The vision shattered. Harry was back in the chamber of hidden things, gasping for breath. The crystal sphere lay shattered on the floor, its pieces glowing with fading light. Harry! Hermione grabbed his arm. Are you all right? What did you see? Harry's hands were shaking. His heart was pounding. The crown pulsed urgently against his temples. The prophecy, he said. The real one. The one Dumbledore tried to hide. He told them everything. The temple. The veiled woman. The 3 trials. The Night King. When he finished, Ron was pale. Hermione was crying. Draco stood frozen, his face unreadable. The trial of blood, Draco said quietly. The trial of crown. The trial of sacrifice. He looked at Harry. You've already survived 2 of them. Harry blinked. What? The ritual at Gringotts, the blood verification. That was the trial of blood. Draco stepped closer. The moment you put on the crown of Albion, that was the trial of crown. His voice dropped. There's only one left, Potter. The trial of sacrifice. The room went cold. What does the trial of sacrifice require? Hermione asked, her voice barely a whisper. Draco shook his head. I don't know. My father, the old families, they have records. But they're sealed. Hidden. Protected. By the old killer, Harry said. By the old killer, Draco agreed. Harry looked at the shattered pieces of the prophecy sphere. At the fading light. At the crown's reflection in the dark glass. Then we find the old killer. We make them talk. And we finish this. The search for the old killer's identity consumed the next week. Harry barely slept. The crown kept him alert, kept him driven, but even its ancient power couldn't replace rest. He pored over books. Interviewed the old families. Pressed Dumbledore for information the headmaster had been hiding for decades. And finally, they found a lead. The Greengrass family has a vault, Hermione said, spreading documents across Harry's desk. A secret one. Not at Gringotts, somewhere else. Somewhere older. Where? Harry asked. The Forest of Dean. Hermione pointed to a spot on the map. There's a cave there. Hidden by magic so old that the Ministry doesn't even know it exists. Harry stood. We leave tonight. The cave was not what Harry expected. He had imagined something like the cave where Dumbledore had retrieved the locket, dark, cold, filled with inferi and dark magic. But this place was different. The walls were covered in carvings, not dark symbols, but history. The story of the Pendragon line, carved in stone by hands that had lived 1,000 years ago. The Greengrass family were once the keepers of the royal records, Hermione said, reading from a crumbling scroll. They served the Pendragons directly. After the throne fell, they hid the most dangerous secrets in this place, hoping the true king would one day find them. Harry walked deeper into the cave. The crown pulsed with every step, guiding him towards something. Someone. At the heart of the cave, they found a tomb. Not a sarcophagus. A prison. Bars of silver and iron surrounded a figure wrapped in chains of golden light. The figure was small, child-sized, curled in a ball at the center of the cage. What is this? Ron whispered. Harry stepped closer. The figure stirred. Lifted its head. And Harry's heart stopped. The face was his own. Not older. Not younger. Identical. Same messy black hair. Same green eyes, no, not green. Gold. Same lightning bolt scar. Hello, heir, the figure said. Its voice was Harry's voice, but older. Weary. Broken. I've been waiting for you. Who, what? Harry couldn't form words. I am the echo. The figure sat up, its chains clinking. The shadow. The truth. I am what the old killer tried to destroy, and could not. It tilted its head, studying Harry with those golden eyes. I am the soul of the Pendragon line, trapped in this cage for 1,000 years. And I am the only one who can tell you how to defeat the Night King. Harry grabbed the bars of the cage. The golden light burned his hands, but he didn't let go. Tell me. Tell me everything. The echo smiled, a sad, knowing smile. The Night King was not always evil. He was the first Pendragon's brother. Jealous of the crown. Hungry for power. He made a deal with something older than magic, something that lives in the darkness between stars. Something? Hermione's voice was trembling. A god. The echo's golden eyes flickered. Or something that pretends to be a god. It gave the Night King immortality in exchange for a promise that he would deliver the soul of the true king before the end of time. The trial of sacrifice. Harry breathed. The trial of sacrifice is not a test you can pass. The echo stood, pressing its hands against the bars. It is a choice you must make. Give yourself to the Night King, willingly, without resistance, and Britain will be saved. Refuse, and the darkness will consume everything. That's not a choice, Ron said. That's extortion. That's prophecy. The echo looked at Harry. The question is, what kind of king will you be? The one who sacrifices himself for his people? Or the one who lets them burn so he can live? The cave was silent. Harry stared at his echo, at the golden eyes, the messy hair, the lightning bolt scar. At the chains that bound it. At the cage that held it. There has to be another way, Harry said. There is always another way, the echo replied. But finding it, its voice softened. Finding it will cost you more than you can imagine. Then I'll pay the cost. Harry stepped back from the cage. I didn't come this far to give up. I didn't survive everything to throw my life away. I'm going to find the old killer. I'm going to destroy the Night King. And I'm going to save Britain, without dying in the process. The echo stared at him for a long moment. Then it laughed. Good, it said. That's the response I was hoping for. Its form began to shimmer, to fade, to change. The chains fell away. The cage dissolved. And where the echo had been, a woman now stood. She was tall. Beautiful. With golden eyes and hair like spun sunlight. She wore armor that gleamed like liquid fire, and on her head sat a crown, the crown of Albion, identical to Harry's. I am Queen Elara, the woman said. The first Pendragon to wear the crown. And I have been waiting 1,000 years for an heir with your fire. Harry's jaw dropped. You're not an echo? I am whatever the prophecy needed me to be. Elara stepped out of the dissolving cage. I trapped myself here centuries ago, knowing that one day, an heir would come who could break the chains of fate. She touched Harry's crown. You are that heir, Harry Potter. You are the one who will rewrite the prophecy. How? Elara smiled. By refusing to accept the choices the Night King offers. By finding a third path. By being impossible. She turned to face the others, Ron, Hermione, Draco, the guard. The old killer is not a person. It is a position. A role passed down through generations. And the current killer, her golden eyes blazed, is someone you know. Someone you trust. Someone who has been standing beside you since the beginning. The room went cold. Who? Harry whispered. Elara's smile faded. That is the trial of sacrifice, heir. Not to give your life, but to give your trust. To face the truth about someone you love. To accept that the enemy has been hiding in plain sight. She raised her hand. A vision appeared in the air, a face blurred, obscured by shadow. Find the truth, Elara said. Find the killer. And then, you will be ready to face the Night King. Her form began to fade. Wait. Harry reached for her. I have more questions. The answers are inside you, heir. Elara's voice echoed through the cave. The crown knows. The blood remembers. Trust yourself. She vanished. The cave fell silent. Harry stood alone in the darkness, the crown pulsing on his head, Caliburn heavy at his side. The old killer is someone we know, Hermione said quietly. Someone we trust. That's everyone, Ron said. That's half the castle. No. Draco's voice was cold. It's not everyone. It's someone who has been in position to manipulate the war from the beginning. Someone who had access to Potter, to Dumbledore, to the Ministry. They all looked at each other. No, Harry said. It can't be. Harry. Hermione started. I said no. Harry's voice cracked. We'll find another explanation. Another suspect. It's not. He couldn't finish the sentence. The crown pulsed. Truth, it whispered. The truth will set you free. I don't want to be free, Harry thought back. I want to be wrong. But even as he thought it, he knew. The old killer was closer than he had ever imagined. And the trial of sacrifice was only beginning. They returned to Hogwarts in silence. Harry didn't speak. Didn't eat. Didn't sleep. He sat in the headmaster's office, staring at the fire, replaying every conversation, every moment, every lie. It had to be someone close. Someone who knew about the Pendragon line. Someone who had been in position to help the old families, and to hurt them. Someone who had been playing both sides from the beginning. The fire crackled. The crown pulsed. And Harry remembered. A conversation in a darkened office. A voice, gentle and kind, explaining why he had been left with the Dursleys. Asterisk for your protection, Harry. For your safety, asterisk. A hand reaching out to touch his scar. The old magic will protect you. An old man, watching from the shadows, as Harry claimed the crown. I've always believed in you, Harry. No. Harry whispered. No, no, no. But the crown didn't answer. It didn't need to. The truth was already written in his blood. End of chapter 14. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 15. The betrayal within Hogwarts. Harry didn't confront Dumbledore immediately. He wanted to. Every instinct screamed at him to march to the headmaster's office, to demand answers. To force the truth from the old man's lips. But the crown held him back, whispering warnings, showing him visions of what would happen if he acted too quickly. The old killer has been planning for 1,000 years, the crown whispered. You must plan too. So Harry waited. Watched. Listened. The castle was different now. The stones themselves seemed to whisper secrets, and the crown let him understand them. He walked the corridors at night, his footsteps silent, his golden eyes seeing through illusions and disguises. He watched the teachers, the students, the portraits that hung on every wall. And slowly, painfully, he began to see the truth. The trap was set on a Thursday. Harry gathered his inner circle in the room of requirement: Ron, Hermione, Draco, Neville, Luna, and the Queen's Guard. He told them everything. The prophecy. Queen Elara's words. His suspicions. You're saying Dumbledore is the old killer? Ron's face was pale. That's insane, Harry. He's Dumbledore. He's the greatest wizard alive. The greatest wizard alive would be the perfect disguise, Draco said quietly. No one would suspect him. No one would dare. Hermione was crying, silent tears streaming down her face. I've read his journals. His letters. His everything. There were clues. I should have seen them. You didn't want to see them, Harry said gently. None of us did. Neville clenched his fists. What do we do? Harry stood. Caliban blazed at his side. We confront him. Tonight. In front of the whole school. The whole school? Luna tilted her head, her dreamy eyes sharp for once. That's risky. That's the point. Harry walked toward the door. If we confront him in private, he can twist the truth. Hide the evidence. Lie. But if everyone is watching, he turned. If everyone can see what he really is, he can't escape. Hermione finished. Exactly. The great hall was packed. Harry had sent word through the castle. The king would speak at midnight. Every student, every teacher, every ghost and house elf and portrait had gathered, filling the hall to bursting. Dumbledore sat at the head of the staff table, his purple robes immaculate, his silver beard freshly brushed. His blue eyes twinkled in the candlelight, just as they always had. But Harry saw something else now. Something behind the twinkle. A coldness. A calculation. "Thank you for coming," Harry said. His voice echoed through the hall, amplified by the crown. "I know it's late. I know you're tired. But there's something you need to see. Something you need to understand." He walked down the center aisle, Caliban in his hand, the crown blazing on his head. The students parted around him. The teachers watched with wary eyes. 5 months ago, I walked into Gringotts as Harry Potter, the boy who lived. I walked out as the Pendragon heir. The last of the royal bloodline. The true king of magical Britain. He stopped at the front of the hall, facing the staff table. I thought I knew who my enemies were. Voldemort. The old families. The ministry. He looked at Dumbledore. I was wrong. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. Harry. The old killer has been hunting my family for 1,000 years. Harry's voice rose. Murdering Pendragon heirs. Stealing the crown's power. Controlling magical Britain from the shadows. He raised Caliban. The blade blazed with golden fire. And the old killer is in this room tonight. The hall erupted in whispers. Students clutched each other. Teachers reached for their wands. Harry. Dumbledore stood. His voice was calm, too calm. This is a serious accusation. You need evidence. I have evidence. Harry pulled a scroll from his robes, the records from the Greengrass vault, sealed with Queen Elara's magic. 1,000 years of evidence. Names. Dates. Murders. All leading back to one person. He unrolled the scroll. Golden light poured from the parchment, illuminating the hall. The old killer isn't a dark lord. Isn't a monster. Isn't even a politician. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old killer is someone who has been protecting the throne, by destroying anyone who could claim it. Someone who believed that Britain wasn't ready for a king. Someone who decided that he knew better than the magic itself. Dumbledore's face went pale. Albus Dumbledore, Harry said. I am charging you with treason against the Crown of Albion. Conspiracy to murder the Pendragon line. And high crimes against magical Britain. The hall went silent. Then, Dumbledore laughed. Not the warm, grandfatherly laugh Harry remembered. Something cold. Something cruel. You think you know the truth, boy? Dumbledore stepped out from behind the staff table. His wand was in his hand, not the elder wand, but something older. Darker. You think you understand what I've done? I understand that you killed my parents. Harry's voice shook, but didn't break. I understand that you've been hunting my family for 1,000 years. I understand that you... He stopped. Swallowed. I understand that you're the Night King's brother. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Just for a moment. Just enough for Harry to see the truth. How did you? Queen Elara told me. Harry raised Caliban. The first Pendragon. The one who trapped you in the cycle of death and betrayal. He stepped closer. You were supposed to protect the throne, Dumbledore. You were supposed to serve. Instead, you decided that you deserved to rule. Dumbledore's face twisted, the kindly mask crumbling, revealing something ugly beneath. I have spent 1,000 years keeping Britain safe. Keeping the world safe. The Pendragons were weak. Corrupt. Dangerous. They would have destroyed everything. So you destroyed them first. I saved them. Dumbledore's voice rose. I saved them from themselves. I took the throne so no one else could claim it. I became the darkness so the light could survive. Harry stared at the man, the thing, who had been his mentor, his guide, the person he had trusted most in the world. You're not saving anyone, Harry said quietly. You're just afraid. Afraid of losing power. Afraid of being forgotten. Afraid of becoming nothing. Dumbledore's wand hand trembled. You have no idea what I sacrificed. You sacrificed children. Harry's voice cracked. You let my parents die. You let Sirius rot in Azkaban. You let me grow up in a cupboard, alone, while you sat in your tower and planned. The blood wards were a lie. Harry raised Caliban. The blade blazed brighter. You didn't protect me. You isolated me. Kept me weak. Kept me dependent. Kept me from becoming what I was meant to be. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, he smiled. Not the cold smile from before. Something sad. Something broken. You're right, he said quietly. About everything. I am the old killer. I have been hunting the Pendragon line for 1,000 years. I murdered your parents. I manipulated the Ministry. I created Voldemort, shaped him into the monster he became. The hall gasped. Created him? Harry's blood ran cold. I found him as a child. Angry. Powerful. Malleable. I gave him the tools he needed to become a Dark Lord, because a Dark Lord was exactly what I needed. Dumbledore's eyes were hollow. A common enemy to unite the old families. A threat to justify my control. A scapegoat for my crimes. Harry felt sick. You're the reason Voldemort existed. I'm the reason you exist. Dumbledore stepped closer. Every death. Every war. Every horror of the past 50 years, I orchestrated it. To keep the throne empty. To keep Britain under my control. Not anymore. Harry raised Caliban. The guard moved behind him, their swords blazing. Dumbledore, by the authority of the Crown of Albion, I am placing you under arrest. Dumbledore looked at the sword. At the crown. At the golden fire in Harry's eyes. You can't arrest me, boy, he said softly. I am the only thing standing between Britain and the Night King. The Night King is you. Harry's voice was steel. It's always been you. Dumbledore raised his wand. The hall erupted. The battle was short, but brutal. Dumbledore was the greatest wizard alive, even without the Elder Wand. His magic lashed out in waves of silver and black, shattering the enchanted ceiling, tearing through the stone walls. Students screamed. Teachers fought. The Queen's Guard pressed forward, their swords blazing with ancient light. But Harry was faster. The crown guided his movements. Caliban sang in his hand. The 7 houses burned in his blood, Gryffindor's courage, Slytherin's cunning, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Black's shadow, Peveril's peace, and Pendragon's everything. He dodged Dumbledore's curses. Blocked his hexes. Pushed forward, step by step, until he stood face to face with the man who had destroyed his family. Stop, Harry said. Caliban's point rested against Dumbledore's chest. It's over. Dumbledore looked at the sword. At the crown. At the boy he had tried so hard to control. It was always going to end this way. Dumbledore said quietly. I knew it. The moment I saw you in that cupboard, I knew ... Then why did you let me live? Dumbledore's eyes filled with tears. Because I loved you, Harry. Despite everything. Despite the lies and the manipulation and the murder, I loved you like a son. Harry's throat tightened. You don't get to say that. Not after everything you've done. I know. Dumbledore lowered his wand. I know. He closed his eyes. Do it, he whispered. End it. End me. Harry raised Caliban. The hall held its breath. And Harry lowered the sword. No, he said. Dumbledore's eyes opened. What? I'm not going to kill you. Harry stepped back. That's what you want. That's what the Night King wants. An ending. A death. But I'm not going to give it to you. Harry. You're going to stand trial. You're going to answer for your crimes. And then you're going to spend the rest of your immortal life in a cell, knowing that you lost. knowing that the throne is finally occupied by someone who won't be controlled. The guard moved forward. Chains of golden light wrapped around Dumbledore's wrists, his ankles, his throat. "Take him away," Harry said. Gawain nodded. "As you wish, Your Majesty." The guard led Dumbledore out of the great hall. The students watched in silence. Harry stood alone in the ruined hall, Caliban at his side, the crown blazing on his head. The enchanted ceiling had shattered. He could see the stars through the gaping hole in the roof. "Harry." Hermione's voice was soft. "Are you okay?" Harry looked at his hands. They were shaking. "I just arrested the man who raised me," he said quietly. "The man I trusted most in the world. The man who—" His voice cracked. "The man who killed my parents." Hermione wrapped her arms around him. "You did the right thing," she whispered. "I don't know what's right anymore." Harry looked up at the stars. "I don't know anything." The crown pulsed. "You know enough," it whispered. Asterisk, you know who you are. You know what you fight for. The rest will come, asterisk. Harry closed his eyes. And for the first time in weeks he slept. End of chapter 15. #What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? #, chapter 16. The Battle of Diagon Alley. The coronation was scheduled for the first day of spring. Harry had wanted to wait. There was still so much to do. The old families were still resisting, the Night King's followers were still hiding in the shadows, and Dumbledore's trial hadn't even begun. But the crown insisted. The land insisted. Britain insisted. "The people need to see you," Hermione said, standing in Harry's office with the scroll of plans. "They need to know that the throne is occupied. That the king is real." "And the old families?" Harry asked. "We'll use the coronation as an opportunity to attack." Draco's voice was grim. "My father has been gathering supporters. The old killer, whoever is controlling them now, has promised them victory." Harry looked at Caliban, resting against his desk. At the crown's reflection in the polished blade. At the golden fire that still burned in his blood. "Then we give them a battle they'll never forget." The morning of the coronation dawned gray and cold. Harry stood in the room of requirement, surrounded by his inner circle and the Queen's guard. His coronation robes were simple, white and gold, the colors of the Pendragons. Caliban hung at his hip. The crown of Albion blazed on his head. "You look like a king," Ron said. His voice was thick. "I feel like a boy wearing a costume," Harry admitted. "That's what makes you a king." Hermione hugged him. "You never forget who you really are." The doors opened. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood in the doorway, his face pale. "Your Majesty," he said. "They're here." Diagon Alley had been transformed. The cobblestones were covered in white marble. The shop windows were filled with golden light. Thousands of witches and wizards lined the streets, not just from Britain, but from across Europe. They had come to witness the first coronation in 1,000 years. Harry walked through the crowd, the guard around him, his friends at his back. The people knelt as he passed. Some wept. Some cheered. Some stared in silent wonder. At the center of the alley, in front of Gringotts, stood the throne. Not the dark throne Voldemort had claimed. Something new. Something bright. Made of white stone and gold leaf, carved with the 7 symbols of the houses. The throne of the Pendragons, restored at last. Harry climbed the steps. Turned to face the crowd. "People of magical Britain," he said. His voice echoed across the alley, amplified by the crown. "For 1,000 years this throne has been empty. For 1,000 years our land has been wounded. For 1,000 years we have waited for a king." He raised Caliban. "Today, the waiting ends." The crown blazed. Golden fire erupted from the blade, washing over the crowd, filling the alley with light. The people gasped, some in fear, some in wonder, some in joy. "Today, I claim my birthright. Today, I become your king." He sat on the throne. The world screamed. Not in pain. In recognition. The ley lines of Britain blazed with golden light, visible to every witch and wizard in the country. The wards of Hogwarts flared. The magic of the old families crackled. And then, the attack came. The first explosion ripped through Gringotts. Goblins screamed. Marble shattered. Dark figures poured from the broken bank, not Death Eaters, but something worse. Shadows. Living shadows, wrapped in armor made of bone and fear. The Night King's army. Gawain shouted, drawing his sword. Protect the king! The guard moved. Swords clashed. Magic exploded. The crowd scattered, running for cover, trampling each other in their panic. Harry stood on the throne steps, Caliban in his hand, the crown blazing. He could see everything, the battle, the chaos, the faces of his enemies. Lucius Malfoy stood at the edge of the alley, his wand raised. Beside him were the other old families, Knott, Parkinson, Greengrass, Crabbe, Goyle. And behind them stood a figure wrapped in shadows. The old killer. Not Dumbledore. Dumbledore was in a cell beneath Hogwarts. Someone else. Someone wearing the same mask of bone, the same robes of absolute black. Harry. Hermione grabbed his arm. The old killer, they're here. I see them. Harry raised Caliban. Guard with me. He charged. The battle was chaos. Harry cut through shadow creatures like wheat before a scythe. Caliban blazed with golden fire, burning the darkness, banishing it. The guard fought beside him, Gawain, Morgan, Green John, and the others, their swords singing. But the old families were strong. Decades of stolen magic. Centuries of hoarded power. They threw curses that would have killed lesser wizards. But Harry was not a lesser wizard. He was the king. The crown protected him. The land fueled him. Every curse that touched his skin dissolved into golden light. Every hex that came near him shattered against the crown's ancient wards. Lucius Malfoy stepped into his path. Potter! Lucius spat. You should have stayed in your cupboard. Harry raised Caliban. You should have stayed in hiding. They clashed, wand against sword, dark magic against ancient light. Lucius was fast, skilled, desperate. But Harry was faster. The crown guided his movements, showing him openings, weaknesses, victories. Caliban swept Lucius's wand from his hand. You lose, Harry said. Lucius laughed, a broken, desperate sound. You think this is about winning? You think this is about me? He pointed toward the throne. Harry turned. The old killer stood on the throne steps, holding something in their shadow-wrapped hands. Something that pulsed with dark light. Something that screamed. The cloak of destiny. Hermione gasped. They stole it, they'd been using it. The old killer raised the cloak above their head. Darkness exploded from the fabric, not shadow, but absence. The absence of light, of hope, of magic. It spread across Diagon Alley like a plague, swallowing everything it touched. Harry! Ron shouted. The crown is flickering. Harry touched his head. The crown of Albion was dimming. The golden fire was fading. The cloak of destiny was draining it. The Night King's final weapon, Gawain said, his voice grim. The cloak was forged to destroy the crown, to unmake the king. Then we destroy the cloak. Harry raised Caliban. Guard with me. They charged. The old killer saw them coming. Raised a hand. Shadow creatures swarmed from the darkness, blocking their path. Harry cut through them, but more kept coming. Endless. The cloak is too powerful, Morgan shouted. Your Majesty, we need to retreat. No. Harry pushed forward. The crown was almost dark now. He could barely feel its presence. I'm not running. Not anymore. He broke through the last of the shadow creatures. The old killer stood before him. Close enough to touch. Harry raised Caliban, but the blade was dark now. The golden fire was gone. The crown was cold on his head. Foolish boy, the old killer said. Their voice was layered, dozens of voices speaking at once, men and women, old and young. The cloak was forged to kill kings. You cannot defeat it. Then I'll die trying. Harry lunged. The old killer raised the cloak. And Draco Malfoy stepped between them. No! Draco's body slammed into Harry's, knocking him aside. The cloak's darkness struck Draco instead, wrapping around him, consuming him, destroying him. Draco! Harry screamed. The boy fell. The darkness faded, sated for now. Draco lay on the cobblestones, his face pale, his eyes closed. The old killer stared at him. Foolish child. You've thrown your life away for nothing. Draco's eyes opened. They're not nothing, he whispered. He raised his hand, and pressed something into Harry's palm. A key. The key to the Malfoy vault. The cloak's weakness, Draco gasped. It's in the vault. My father, he kept records, he knew. Harry closed his fingers around the key. Draco. Go. Draco's eyes fluttered closed. Go and finish this. Harry stood. The old killer raised the cloak again, but Harry was already moving. Running. Flying. The key blazed in his hand, and the crown woke up. Not the golden fire of before. Something new. Something fierce. Harry crashed through the doors of Gringotts, the guard at his heels. The goblins were fighting, battling shadow creatures in the main hall. Griphook saw him and pointed. Your Majesty, the vault, this way. They ran. The Malfoy vault was deep beneath the bank, deeper than the Potter vault, deeper than the royal vaults. Harry pressed the key to the door, and it swung open. Inside was darkness. Not shadow darkness. Natural darkness. The darkness of a room that hasn't seen light in centuries. Lumos, Harry whispered. The light revealed a chamber filled with records. Scrolls. Books. Truths that the Malfoys had hidden for generations. And at the center of the chamber, a pedestal. On the pedestal rested a single page. Harry walked toward it. Picked it up. The page was old, parchment so fragile it seemed to crumble at his touch. But the words were clear. Written in ink that glowed with dark light. The Cloak of Destiny was forged by the Night King in the fires of Mount Etna. It was created to destroy the crown of Albion, and the king who wears it. But every weapon has a weakness. The cloak can only be destroyed by the blood of the one who forged it. The Night King's blood. And the Night King's blood flows in the veins of his brother's heir, the Pendragon King. Harry stared at the page. Your Majesty? Griphook's voice came from behind him. What does it say? Harry looked at his hands. At the golden fire that still pulsed beneath his skin, dimmed by the cloak, but not extinguished. It says I'm the only one who can destroy the cloak, Harry said quietly. It says the Night King's blood flows in my veins. The Night King was the first Pendragon's brother, Hermione breathed. That means I'm related to the monster who's been trying to destroy my family for 1,000 years. Harry folded the page carefully. That means the war was never just about the throne. It was about blood. Family. Betrayal. He turned to face them. And it means I have to be the one to end it. Harry ran back to the surface. The battle was still raging. The old killer still stood on the throne steps, the cloak of destiny raised above their head. The darkness was spreading, swallowing Diagon Alley, swallowing London. Old killer! Harry shouted. The figure turned. I know who you are, Harry said. I know what you are. And I know how to destroy the cloak. The old killer laughed. Impossible. Harry raised Caliban, dark now, powerless, and pressed the blade against his own palm. The cloak can only be destroyed by the blood of the one who forged it, Harry said. The Night King's blood. He cut his palm. Golden blood, golden asterisk, poured from the wound, dripping onto Caliban's blade. The sword screamed. The crown blazed. The Night King's blood flows in my veins, Harry said. Which means, he raised the sword, I am the weapon. Golden fire erupted from Caliban, not the gentle fire of before, but something terrible. Something ancient. The fire shot toward the old killer, toward the cloak, toward the darkness itself. The old killer screamed. The cloak burned. Not slowly, not gently, but violently. The dark fabric caught fire, crumbled to ash, died. And the old killer, the figure behind the mask, was thrown backward, their robes burning, their mask shattering. Harry walked toward them. The face beneath the mask was familiar. Of course it was. Professor McGonagall, Harry said quietly. Minerva McGonagall stared up at him, her face twisted with rage and fear and something that might have been grief. You, Harry said. All along, you? I did what I had to do. McGonagall spat. Dumbledore was weak. Sentimental. He couldn't finish what needed to be finished. But she struggled to rise. I am not weak. You're not strong either. Harry raised Caliban. You're just another person who was afraid of the truth. He didn't kill her. He couldn't. The guard took her, chains of golden light wrapping around her wrists, her ankles, her throat. The old killer is defeated, Harry said. The cloak is destroyed. The battle is over. He turned to face the crowd. Long live the king, someone whispered. Long live the king, the crowd echoed. Harry stood on the throne steps, Caliban in his hand, the crown blazing on his head, and watched the sun break through the clouds. The Battle of Diagon Alley was over. But the war was just beginning. End of chapter 16. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 17, Merlin's final trial. The sword appeared in Harry's chamber at midnight. Not Caliban, something older. The blade was dark, almost black, etched with runes that shifted and changed as Harry watched. The hilt was wrapped in dragon leather, and the pommel held a gem that pulsed with a light that was neither gold nor silver, but something in between. Merlin's sword. Harry had read about it in the ancient texts, the blade that the great wizard had forged to test the worthiness of Pendragon heirs. It was supposed to have been destroyed centuries ago, lost to time and war. Yet here it was, lying across his desk, waiting. The sword chooses the heir, Gawain said from the doorway. The captain's lion helm gleamed in the candlelight. And it has chosen you, your majesty. Merlin's final trial awaits. Harry stood. Walked to the desk. Touched the hilt. The moment his fingers closed around the leather, the world vanished. He stood in a chamber of white marble, vast and empty. The ceiling was lost in shadows. The floor reflected his face like a mirror. And at the center of the chamber stood a figure, tall, robed in silver, with a beard that reached the ground and eyes that glittered like stars. Merlin. Not a portrait. Not a memory. Him. The greatest wizard who had ever lived, waiting in a chamber beneath time itself for the heir who would prove worthy. Harry Potter, Merlin said. His voice was the sound of mountains crumbling, of oceans shifting, of magic itself. You have come far. Harry gripped Caliban, still at his side, still warm. I didn't choose to come. The sword brought me. The sword brings only those who are ready. Merlin stepped closer. His robes left no footprints on the marble floor. You have claimed the 7 houses. You have won the crown of Albion. You have defeated the old killer and bound the Night King's followers. But you have not yet faced the final trial. The trial of sacrifice, Harry said. Merlin nodded. The trial that kills most heirs. The trial that separates kings from legends. What do I have to do? Merlin smiled, a sad, ancient smile. You have to give up everything you love. The first chamber was made of light. Harry walked through doors of gold into a room that contained everything he had ever wanted. His parents, alive, smiling, reaching for him. Serious, free and laughing, his arm around Harry's shoulders. A life without the Dursleys. A life without war. A life of peace. Stay, his mother said. Her green eyes, his eyes, were full of tears. Stay with us, Harry. You've done enough. You've sacrificed enough. Harry's throat tightened. You're not real. We could be. His father stepped forward. James Potter's hand cupped Harry's cheek. The trial can give you this. All of it. Just say the word. Harry closed his eyes. The crown pulsed, weakly, distantly, but insistently. Real. Harry whispered. They're not real. He opened his eyes. The vision shattered. He was back in the White Chamber. Merlin stood before him, nodding slowly. The first test is passed, Merlin said. The test of desire. You have chosen truth over comfort. Many fail here. Harry's hands were shaking. What's next? The second chamber was made of shadow. Harry walked through doors of obsidian into a room that contained everything he had ever feared. Voldemort, whole and terrible, his red eyes blazing. The old families, Lucius, McGonagall, Dumbledore, standing over the bodies of his friends. Ron, Hermione, Draco, Neville, Luna. All dead. All gone. You did this. A voice whispered. Harry's own voice. You led them here. You killed them. I didn't. You put the crown on your head. You started the war. You chose this path. A figure stepped out of the shadows, Harry, but not Harry. Darker. Crueler. Wearing the crown of shadows, wielding a blade of black fire. You are the monster, Harry. Not Voldemort. Not the Night King. You. Harry stared at his dark reflection. At the bodies of his friends. At the world he had destroyed. You're wrong, he said quietly. Am I? Yes. Harry raised Caliban. The blade blazed, not with golden fire, but with something truer. Something deeper. I didn't start this war. I didn't choose to be the Pendragon heir. But I am choosing to finish it. And I am choosing. His voice rose. To save as many people as I can. The dark reflection screamed. Shattered. The vision faded. Harry was back in the White Chamber, gasping for breath. Merlin stood before him, his starry eyes bright with something that might have been approval. The second test is passed, Merlin said. The test of fear. You have chosen hope over despair. Few passed this far. How many chambers are there? Harry asked. 7, Merlin replied. 1 for each house. 1 for each trial. Harry's heart sank. I've only done 2. Then you have 5 more to go. The third chamber was made of mirrors. Harry walked through doors of crystal into a room where every surface reflected a different version of himself. A king, crowned and glorious. A beggar, broken and forgotten. A warrior, covered in blood. A child, crying in a cupboard. A monster, laughing as the world burned. Which one is real? A voice asked. Not Merlin's. Something older. Something hungry. All of them, Harry said. None of them. Choose. Harry walked through the mirrors, studying each reflection. The king. The beggar. The warrior. The child. The monster. I am all of these, he said finally. I am the king who will save Britain. I am the child who survived the cupboard. I am the warrior who fights for his friends. I am the monster who could have been, but chose not to be. He stopped before the final mirror. His own reflection, not a version but him. Golden eyes. Crown blazing. Caliban in his hand. This is who I am, Harry said. Not one thing. Not a single path. All of it. The good and the bad. The light and the dark. The king and the boy. The mirrors shattered. The third test was passed. The fourth chamber was made of fire. Harry walked through doors of flame into a room that burned with heat that should have killed him. But the crown protected him. The blood of the 7 houses cooled his skin. He walked through the inferno untouched, until he reached the center of the chamber. There, a figure waited. Not Merlin. Not an enemy. A friend. Ron. Harry, Ron said. His face was pale. His hands were tied behind his back. It's a trap, get out. I'm not leaving you. Harry, please. No. Harry cut the ropes with Caliban. I'm not leaving anyone behind. Not anymore. The fire roared, and Ron's face twisted. Shifted. Became something else. A creature of ash and smoke, with eyes like burning coals. The test of loyalty. The creature hissed. You chose your friend over your mission. You failed. Did I? Harry raised Caliban. Or did I prove that I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the people I love? The creature screamed. The fire died. The fourth test was passed. The fifth chamber was made of ice. Harry walked through doors of frost into a room so cold that his breath froze mid-air. The crown's warmth flickered barely enough to keep his heart beating. And at the center of the chamber stood Hermione, encased in a block of crystal. Save her, a voice whispered. Or save yourself? Choose. Harry slammed Caliban against the crystal. The blade bounced off. The crystal didn't crack. You cannot break it, the voice said. Only the sacrifice of a life can shatter this prison. Hers or yours. Harry looked at Hermione's frozen face. At the tears trapped on her cheeks. At the fear in her wide eyes. I choose her, Harry said. He raised Caliban to his own throat. The crystal shattered. Hermione fell into his arms, gasping, crying, alive. The test of sacrifice, the voice said, softer now, almost respectful. You were willing to give your life for another. The fifth test is passed. The sixth chamber was made of time. Harry walked through doors of silver into a room that showed him every moment of his life, past, present, and future. He saw his parents' deaths. His first year at Hogwarts. The Battle of Diagon Alley. And beyond, a future where he sat on the throne, old and gray, watching his children play in the castle gardens. This is what you could have, a voice whispered. Peace. Happiness. A family. All you have to do is turn back. Leave the trial unfinished. The crown will still be yours. The throne will still be waiting. Harry watched the future unfold. Saw himself laughing with Ron. Debating with Hermione. Teaching his children to fly. It's beautiful, he said. It can be yours. But it's not real. Harry turned away from the vision. The trial isn't about showing me what I could have. It's about showing me what I'm willing to give up. The vision flickered. Faded. The sixth test is passed, the voice said. The test of temptation. You have chosen duty over desire. The seventh chamber was empty. Harry walked through doors of light into a room that contained nothing. No mirrors. No fire. No ice. No visions. Just white walls and a white floor and a white ceiling that stretched into infinity. Where is the test? Harry asked. There is no test, a voice replied. Not Merlin's. Not the voice from before. Something gentler. The seventh chamber is not a trial. It is a choice. A figure appeared before him. Old. Wrinkled. Familiar. Death. Not the grim reaper of Muggle stories. Something kinder. Something older. A woman in grey robes, with eyes that held every star in the sky. You have faced desire, fear, identity, loyalty, sacrifice, and temptation, Death said. Now you must face me. Harry's throat tightened. Are you going to kill me? No. Death smiled. I am going to offer you a gift. She held out her hand. In her palm rested a stone, black, smooth, pulsing. The resurrection stone, Harry said. But I already have. You have a copy. A shadow. This is the original. The stone that the Peverell brothers found. The stone that can call the dead, not as shadows, but as themselves. Harry stared at the stone. At the power it represented. What's the catch? Death's smile widened. The catch, Harry Potter, is that the stone can only be used once. And if you use it, she paused, you will never be able to let them go. My parents. Your parents. Sirius. Remus. Everyone you've lost. You could bring them back, not to life, but to you. They could walk beside you. Talk to you. Stay with you. Forever. Harry reached for the stone. Stopped. Forever, he repeated. That's not a gift. That's a prison. Death tilted her head. Explain. If I bring them back, if I keep them with me, I'll never move on. I'll never grow. I'll be trapped in the past, holding on to ghosts, while the future passes me by. And is that so wrong? To want to keep the ones you love? No. Harry's voice was soft. But it's wrong to keep them for me. They deserve peace. They deserve to rest. He looked at Death, really looked. And I deserve to live. Death was silent for a long moment. Then she laughed. Not a cruel laugh. A joyful one. A laugh that filled the white chamber with light. The seventh test is passed, Death said. The test of letting go. You have chosen life over death. You have chosen the future over the past. She closed her hand around the stone. You are ready, Harry Potter. You are ready to be king. The chamber dissolved. Harry woke on the floor of his office. The sword of Merlin lay beside him, dark and silent, its runes faded. The crown pulsed warmly on his head. And standing over him, their faces pale with worry, were his friends. Harry! Hermione grabbed his arm. You've been gone for 3 days. We couldn't wake you, the guard couldn't reach you. I'm fine. Harry sat up slowly. His body ached. His head throbbed. But his heart was light. I passed the trial. All of them? Ron asked. All of them. Harry looked at the sword of Merlin. At the crown's reflection in its dark blade. Merlin's final trial is over. The throne is mine, truly mine. Not by blood. Not by prophecy. By choice. He stood. Harry. Draco's voice was quiet. The coronation is tomorrow. Harry walked to the window. Stared out at the grounds of Hogwarts. At the sun rising over the Black Lake. At the future, waiting for him. Tomorrow, I become king. End of chapter 17. Hashtag what if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain. Hashtag chapter 18. The rise of the royal army. The news spread faster than fire. Harry had expected resistance. He had expected the old families to fight, to scheme, to plot from the shadows. What he hadn't expected was the uprising. It started in the mountains of Scotland. The clans of wild witches who had never bowed to the ministry, who had kept the old ways alive in secret for centuries. They heard that a Pendragon sat on the throne, and they cheered. Their bonfires burned for 3 nights. Their songs echoed through the glens. It spread to the forests of England, the centaurs who had refused to speak to wizards for generations. Firenze returned to Hogwarts with a delegation, their heads bowed, their spears lowered. The stars have shifted, Firenze said. The king has come. We will fight. It reached the depths of the Black Lake, the mere people who had guarded the royal vaults since Arthur's time. They rose from the water on the night of the full moon, their voices raised in an ancient chant, their tridents gleaming. The blood calls to the blood, their queen said. The water knows its master. And it touched the hearts of the creatures, the werewolves, the vampires, the hags, the house elves. Those who had been oppressed, enslaved, forgotten. They heard that the new king had knelt beside a dying werewolf in the Battle of Diagon Alley. That he had freed the house elves of Hogwarts with a single command. That he had promised justice, not just for wizards, but for everyone. The royal army, Hermione said, staring at the maps spread across Harry's desk. It's not just wizards anymore. It's everyone. Harry traced his finger across the map, at the pins marking each new ally, each new army, each new hope. How many? Thousands. Ron's voice was thick. Maybe tens of thousands. The goblins have pledged their full forces. The centaurs are mobilizing. The mere people are guarding the coasts. And the creatures. He shook his head. Harry, the creatures are marching. They've been waiting for this for centuries. Harry looked at Caliban, resting against his desk. At the crown's reflection in the polished blade. At the golden fire that still burned in his blood. They're not marching for me, he said quietly. They're marching for themselves. For a Britain that finally sees them. Then give them that Britain, Draco said. He stood in the corner of the room, his gray eyes steady. My father is gathering his own army, the old families, the dark creatures who serve the Night King, the ones who want the throne to stay empty. They'll attack soon. And when they do, we'll be ready. Harry stood. Call the commanders. All of them. We need to plan. The War Council met in the Great Hall. Not the hall Harry remembered. The house tables had been removed, replaced by a circular table large enough to seat 100 leaders. Goblins sat beside centaurs. Werewolves sat beside merepeople. Wizards sat beside creatures they had been taught to fear. Harry sat at the head of the table, the crown blazing on his head. Beside him sat his inner circle, Ron, Hermione, Draco, Neville, Luna. Behind them stood the Queen's Guard, their swords drawn, their eyes watchful. Thank you for coming, Harry said. His voice echoed across the hall. We have a common enemy. The old families. The Night King's followers. The ones who want to keep Britain broken. A goblin stood, Krarik, the keeper of the deep vaults. Her ancient eyes gleamed in the torchlight. The goblins have waited 1,000 years for this moment, Your Majesty. Our swords are yours. A centaur stood, Ronan, his flanks scarred by old battles. The stars have foretold this war. We will fight, not for wizards, but for the land itself. A werewolf stood, a woman with gray hair and amber eyes, her face marked by decades of struggle. The pack has heard your promise, Your Majesty. Justice. Equality. Freedom. If you keep your word, we will keep ours. Harry looked at each of them. At the hope in their eyes. The fear. The desperation. I will keep my word, he said. Not because I'm a king. Because I'm a human being who knows what it's like to be locked in a cupboard. To be told you're worthless. To be forgotten. The hall was silent. I'm not asking you to fight for me, Harry continued. I'm asking you to fight for yourselves. For your children. For a Britain where everyone, everyone has a place at the table. The werewolf woman smiled, a fierce, broken smile. Then we fight. The hall erupted in cheers. The planning lasted for 3 days. Harry barely slept. The crown kept him alert, kept him focused, but even its ancient power couldn't replace rest. He pored over maps. Reviewed battle strategies. Listened to reports from every corner of Britain. The old families were gathering at Malfa Manor, the ancestral home that Lucius had fortified with dark magic. They had thousands of followers. Dark creatures. Corrupted wizards. Things that had been hiding in the shadows for centuries. They're planning a final assault, Kingsley reported. They want to take Hogwarts. They want to destroy the throne, and everyone who sits on it. Harry stared at the map of the castle. At the weaknesses in its defenses. The passages that could be breached. The wards that could be broken. Let them come, he said. We'll be waiting. The night before the battle, Harry walked through the castle alone. The crown pulsed gently on his head, guiding him through corridors he had never seen, to rooms that had been sealed for centuries, to balconies that overlooked the grounds, to a small chamber at the highest tower. The chamber was empty except for a single object. A mirror. Not the mirror of Ariste, something older. The frame was made of silver, etched with runes that glowed with faint light. And in the reflection, Harry saw not his own face, but the faces of everyone who had helped him reach this moment. His parents. Sirius. Remus. Dumbledore, not the old killer, but the man who had loved him, twisted as that love had been. Ron, Hermione, Draco, Neville, Luna, the goblins, the centaurs, the werewolves, the people who had believed in him when he didn't believe in himself. "Thank you," Harry whispered. "I'll make you proud." The mirror's light flickered, once, twice, and then faded. Harry walked back to his chambers. The battle would begin at dawn. The old families attacked at first light. Harry stood on the walls of Hogwarts, the crown blazing on his head, Caliban in his hand. Beside him stood the Queen's Guard. Behind him stood the royal army, thousands strong, representing every creature, every species, every hope of magical Britain. "They're coming," Gawain said. Harry looked out at the horizon. At the wave of dark figures sweeping across the grounds. At the giants, the trolls, the inferi. At the wizards in black robes, their wands raised. "Let them come," Harry said. He raised Caliban. The army surged forward. The battle was chaos. Harry fought at the front, Caliban blazing with golden fire, the crown protecting him from curses and hexes. The guard fought beside him, Gawain, Morgan, Green John, and the others, their swords singing. Ron dueled a Death Eater twice his age. Hermione shattered dark wards with spells Harry had never seen. Draco, stood back to back with Neville, holding off a wave of inferi. The goblins fought with savage grace, their blades carving through dark creatures. The centaurs rained arrows from the walls. The merpeople rose from the black lake, dragging Death Eaters beneath the water. And the werewolves savaged the old family's forces, tearing through them like paper. But the old families had their own monsters. Giants. Trolls. Dragons. Harry saw the first dragon break through the defenses, a massive beast, black as night, its eyes burning with dark magic. It opened its mouth. And the crown screamed. Harry raised Caliban. Golden fire erupted from the blade, slamming into the dragon's chest. The beast roared, but didn't fall. "Your Majesty!" Gawain shouted. "The dragon is bound to the Night King's magic. The crown can't." Harry didn't wait for the rest of the sentence. He ran toward the dragon. "Harry!" Ron's voice was desperate. "Harry!" The dragon breathed fire. Harry raised Caliban and leaped. He landed on the dragon's snout, the crown blazing, the sword raised. The beast thrashed, tried to throw him off, but Harry held on. "The Night King is dead," Harry shouted. "His magic is fading. You don't have to serve him anymore." The dragon's eyes flickered. The dark magic in its gaze wavered. Free asterisk, Harry commanded. The crown pulsed, golden light pouring from his brow, washing over the dragon's scales. "Be free!" The dragon screamed. Not in pain. In release. The dark magic shattered. The beast's eyes cleared, becoming gold, like Harry's. It bowed its massive head. Harry slid off its snout, landing on the grass. The dragon curled around him, protective, loyal. "The dragon has joined us," Harry said. His voice echoed across the battlefield. "The old family's greatest weapon is now ours." The Death Eaters stared in horror. The royal army cheered. The battle lasted for 3 days. Harry fought until his arms ached. Until his legs trembled. Until the crown's light dimmed from exhaustion. But he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The old families kept coming, wave after wave, monster after monster. And then, finally, silent star. Harry stood on a field of bodies, Caliban dripping with dark blood, the crown barely glowing on his head. Around him, the royal army stood, battered, bleeding, but victorious. "We won," Ron gasped. He collapsed to his knees. "We actually won." Harry looked at the horizon. At the sun rising over the ruins of the battlefield. At the faces of his friends, alive, all of them. "We won," he agreed. But even as he said it, he felt the crown pulse. "Warning," it whispered. The Night King is not defeated. He is only banished. He will return. Harry closed his eyes. Then we'll be ready, he said. End of chapter 18. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 19, King vs. Dark Lord. The lull after the battle lasted 3 weeks. 3 weeks of burying the dead. 3 weeks of tending the wounded. 3 weeks of rebuilding what the old families had destroyed. Harry worked alongside his people, not as a king, but as a healer, a builder, a friend. He carried stones, held hands, sat with the dying so they wouldn't die alone. The crown never left his head. The golden fire never dimmed from his eyes. But the people stopped seeing him as a symbol. They saw him as Harry, the boy who had grown up in a cupboard, the king who had bled for them. Your Majesty. Griphook's voice was urgent. It was dawn on the 22nd day. Harry stood on the walls of Hogwarts, watching the sun rise over the Black Lake. The Night King's forces are gathering again. Harry didn't turn. Where? The Forbidden Forest. They've been massing for days. Centaurs report dark magic so thick it's killing the trees. How many? Thousands. Maybe tens of thousands. Griphook paused. The Night King leads them personally. Harry closed his eyes. The crown pulsed. He comes for you, it whispered. Asterisk the final battle. The king versus the Dark Lord. Asterisk. Are you ready? I have to be, Harry said. He turned. Walked toward the castle. Toward his friends. Toward the army that had sworn to follow him into hell itself. The final war was about to begin. The Night King's army emerged from the Forbidden Forest at midnight. Harry stood at the head of his forces, the royal army, stretched across the grounds of Hogwarts. Goblins, centaurs, merpeople, werewolves, wizards, creatures of every kind united under a single banner. The crown blazed on Harry's head. Caliban gleamed in his hand. And behind him stood the Queen's Guard, their swords drawn, their eyes fixed on the darkness. The Night King stepped out of the trees. He was not what Harry expected. Not a monster. Not a shadow. A man. Tall, pale, with silver hair that fell to his shoulders and eyes that burned like embers. He wore armor of black dragon scale, and on his head sat a crown, the crown of shadows, the original, the one that had been stolen from the royal vaults centuries ago. Brother's heir, the Night King said. His voice was cold. Ancient. Hungry. You have caused me much trouble. Harry walked forward. The army parted around him. You've been causing my family trouble for 1,000 years, Harry said. It ends tonight. The Night King smiled. Bold words for a child playing king. Bold words for a coward who hides behind his army. The Night King's eyes flickered. I have been waiting for this moment since Arthur fell. The moment when I would finally claim what is mine. The throne. The crown. Britain. The throne will never be yours. Harry raised Caliban. The blade blazed with golden fire. The crown chose me. The land chose me. The people chose me. The people are sheep. The Night King raised his hand. Dark magic crackled at his fingertips. They follow whoever wears the crown. And soon, his smile widened. Soon they will follow me. He attacked. The duel shook the foundations of Hogwarts. Dark magic clashed with ancient light. Caliban sang against a blade of black fire. The crown blazed, the crown of shadows pulsed, and the two kings fought for the soul of Britain. Harry was fast. The crown guided his movements, showed him openings, weaknesses. But the Night King was faster. 1,000 years of battle experience. 1,000 years of hunger. He pressed Harry back, step by step, toward the castle walls. You are strong, the Night King admitted. Stronger than Arthur. Stronger than any Pendragon who came before. His blade crashed against Caliban. But you are still mortal. Still human. And I. He laughed. I am beyond such limitations. Harry stumbled. The Night King's blade slashed across his arm, golden blood sprayed across the grass. "Harry!" Hermione screamed. Harry raised Caliban, blocked the next strike, but barely. The Night King was toying with him, drawing out the fight. Enjoying it. The crown chose poorly. The Night King said, "You are not a king. You are a child. A child who survived a killing curse and thought that made him special." Harry's back hit the castle wall. The Night King raised his blade for the final strike. "You should have stayed in your cupboard, boy." The blade fell. And Harry moved. Not fast. Not slow. Impossible. The crown blazed with light so bright that even the Night King flinched. Caliban swept up, not blocking, but attacking, and the black blade shattered against the golden fire. The Night King stared at the hilt in his hand, at the pieces of his sword scattered across the grass. "How?" "Merlin's final trial," Harry said. His voice was calm. "Certain. I faced the 7 chambers. I passed the 7 tests. I became something you never could." "And what is that?" Harry stepped forward. The crown blazed. Caliban blazed. He blazed. "A king who serves his people. Not a tyrant who rules them." He raised Caliban. The Night King raised his hand, tried to summon dark magic, but nothing happened. The crown of shadows on his head cracked. The dark power that had sustained him for 1,000 years was fading. "No," the Night King whispered. "No, I am immortal, I cannot." "You can." Harry brought Caliban down, not on the Night King's neck, but on the crown of shadows. The dark crown shattered. Black fragments rained across the grass. "The crown was the source of your power. Without it," the Night King screamed. Not in pain. In loss. His form flickered, aged centuries in seconds. The silver hair turned white, then gray, then fell out in clumps. The ember eyes dimmed, became brown, became empty. "You killed me!" the Night King gasped. "After 1,000 years, you killed me!" "No." Harry lowered Caliban. "I freed you." The Night King stared at him, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry saw something human in those dying eyes. "Thank you," the Night King whispered. And then he was gone. The battle ended. Not with a cheer, with a silence. The old family's forces watched their leader crumble to dust. Watched the dark magic fade from the sky. Watched the crown's golden light spread across the battlefield like a wave. And one by one they knelt. Lucius Malfoy was the last. He stood at the edge of the forest, his wand raised, his face twisted with rage. But even he could see the truth. The Night King was gone. The war was over. The throne belonged to Harry. "Kneel," Harry said. Lucius's hand trembled. "Kneel," Harry repeated. "And live." Lucius's wand clattered to the ground. He knelt. The war for magical Britain was over. Harry stood on the walls of Hogwarts, as the sun rose over the battlefield. The crown pulsed gently on his head, tired but satisfied. Caliban hung at his side, its blade stained with dark blood and golden light. "Your Majesty!" Gawain's voice came from behind him. "The prisoners are secured. The wounded are being treated. The dead..." The captain paused. "The dead are being honored." Harry didn't turn. "How many?" "Too many." Gawain stepped up beside him. "But fewer than we feared. Your leadership, your magic, saved thousands. I couldn't have done it alone." "No," Gawain agreed. "But a true king never does." Harry looked out at the battlefield. At the bodies being carried away. At the living, embracing each other, weeping with relief. At the future, rising from the ashes of the past. "What happens now?" Harry asked. Gawain was silent for a moment. "Now, Your Majesty, you rule." The victory celebration lasted for 3 days. Harry sat at the head of the Great Hall, on the throne that had been carried from Diagon Alley, placed at the front of the room. Around him sat his friends. His allies. His family. Ron was drunk, laughing, crying, hugging everyone in sight. Hermione was exhausted, her head on Ron's shoulder, a smile on her lips. Draco sat at Harry's right hand, his gray eyes quiet, his posture relaxed for the first time in months. "To the king!" someone shouted. "To the king!" the hall echoed. Harry raised his goblet. "To the people who made it possible!" the hall cheered. But Harry wasn't listening. He was looking at the crown in his reflection, at the golden eyes that stared back at him. At the weight on his head. The weight of 1,000 years of history. 1,000 years of war. 1,000 years of waiting. "It is done," the crown whispered. The Night King is defeated. The throne is secure. The land is healing. Now you must rule. Harry looked. At his friends. At the people who had believed in him. At the kingdom that was now his responsibility. "I'm ready," he said. And for the first time, he believed it. End of chapter 19. What if a forbidden Gringotts ritual revealed Harry Potter as the true king of magical Britain? Chapter 20. The King of Magical Britain. The coronation dawned brighter than any morning Harry had ever seen. The sky above Hogwarts was a perfect blue, not a single cloud to mar its surface. The black lake sparkled like polished glass. The forbidden forest stood silent and still, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. And the castle, the ancient castle that had waited 1,000 years for this moment, glowed star. Every stone. Every turret. Every window. Golden light poured from the walls, the towers, the very foundations of Hogwarts. The magic was so thick that Harry could taste it on his tongue, honey and lightning and something older than both. "The castle knows," Hermione said. She stood beside Harry in his chambers, adjusting the collar of his coronation robes. White silk, embroidered with the 7 symbols of the 7 houses. "It's been waiting for this. We've all been waiting." Harry looked at his reflection in the mirror. The crown blazed on his head, brighter than ever, the 7 gems pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. His golden eyes stared back at him, calm and certain. The boy from the cupboard was gone. In his place stood a king. "Are you ready?" Ron asked. He stood by the door, his dress robes a bit too tight, his hair a bit too red. He was smiling, a real smile, not the forced one he'd been wearing for weeks. Harry took a deep breath. "No," he said. "But I'm going to do it anyway." Ron laughed. "That's the Harry I know." The great hall had been transformed. The enchanted ceiling showed not the sky, but the stars, arranged in the shape of the crown of Albion, blazing brighter than any constellation. The 4 house tables had been removed, replaced by a single circle of seats, ancient, carved from white oak, arranged in the same formation as the Wisengamot chamber. But these seats were not for politicians. They were for everyone. Goblins sat beside centaurs. Werewolves sat beside merpeople. Wizards sat beside creatures that had been called monsters for centuries. The old divisions were gone. The old hatreds were healing. At the center of the circle stood the throne, the true throne, brought from the deepest vaults of Gringotts. It was made of white marble and gold leaf, carved with the faces of every Pendragon king and queen who had ever ruled. At its base rested 7 stones, 1 for each house, pulsing with gentle light. And above the throne, suspended in the air, floated the crown of Albion's twin, the ceremonial crown, forged for this moment, waiting to be placed on Harry's head. Harry walked down the center aisle. The crowd rose as he passed, not commanded, but compelled. The ancient magic in the room demanded respect, and the people gave it gladly. He reached the throne. Turned to face the crowd. "People of magical Britain," Harry said. His voice echoed across the hall, amplified by the crown. "For 1,000 years this throne has been empty. For 1,000 years our land has been wounded. For 1,000 years we have been broken." He paused. Looked at the faces in the crowd. Goblins. Centaurs. Werewolves. Wizards. Children. Elders. The wounded. The hopeful. The survivors. "Today, the waiting ends," He sat on the throne. The world sang. Not a sound, a feeling. A vibration that traveled through the stones, through the earth, through the blood of every magical being in Britain. The ley lines blazed with golden light, visible to everyone. The wards of Hogwarts flared so brightly that they could be seen from London. The magic of the land itself rejoiced. The king is crowned, Grip Hook intoned. The old goblin stood at the foot of the throne, his voice trembling with emotion. By the blood of the Pendragons. By the will of the 7 houses. By the choice of the land itself. He raised the ceremonial crown, and placed it on Harry's head. The 2 crowns merged. Golden fire exploded from Harry's brow, not the gentle fire of before, but something magnificent. The fire shot toward the ceiling, toward the stars, toward the sky itself. Every magical being in Britain felt it. Every ward, every ley line, every stone recognized its king. Long live the king! Someone whispered. Long live the king! The crowd echoed. Long live the king! The world screamed. Harry sat on the throne, the crown blazing on his head, Caliban across his knees, and watched his kingdom kneel. The celebration lasted for 7 days. Not a wild celebration, there was too much healing to do for that. But a hopeful one. The people of magical Britain danced and sang and wept with joy. The goblins opened their vaults and shared their gold. The centaurs shared their prophecies, all of them good. The werewolves tasted freedom for the first time in centuries. Harry moved among them, not as a king, but as a person. He ate with the goblins, drank with the centaurs, sat with the werewolves and listened to their stories. He held orphan children and promised them a future. He clasped the hands of the wounded and thanked them for their sacrifice. You're different, Ron said on the 5th night. They sat on the walls of Hogwarts, watching the stars. Not worse. Not better. Just, different star dot. Harry looked at his hands. The golden glow was still there, pulsing gently, warmly. The crown changes you. Does it change who you are? Harry thought about that. About the boy in the cupboard. The child who had survived because he refused to give up. The king who had faced darkness and won. No, he said finally. It just makes me more of who I've always been. Ron nodded slowly. Then you're going to be a great king. Or a terrible one. Harry smiled. Only time will tell. The last night of the celebration, Harry walked through the castle alone. The crown pulsed gently on his head, guiding him through corridors he had never seen, to rooms that had been sealed for centuries, to balconies that overlooked the grounds, to a small chamber at the highest tower. The chamber was empty except for a single object. A mirror. Not the mirror of Ariste. Harry had seen enough of that. This mirror was different. Older. The frame was made of silver, etched with runes that glowed with faint light. And in the reflection, Harry saw not his own face, but the future. A Britain at peace. Goblins and wizards working together. Centaurs teaching at Hogwarts. Werewolves walking freely through Diagon Alley. Children, all children, growing up safe and loved. A golden age. Is this real? Harry asked. The mirror didn't answer. But the crown did. It can be, it whispered. If you choose to make it so. Harry stared at the vision. At the future he could build. At the kingdom he could create. I choose, he said. The mirror's light flickered, once, twice, and then faded. Harry walked back to the celebration. The next morning, Harry held his first court. Not in the Great Hall, that was too formal, too removed. In the courtyard, under the open sky, where everyone could see and hear and participate. Today, we begin the work of rebuilding, Harry said. His voice carried across the crowd. Not just the buildings. Not just the magic. Ourselves. He unrolled a scroll, the first of many laws. The old families who supported the Night King will be tried fairly. Those who were coerced will be pardoned. Those who chose evil will face justice. The crowd murmured. The ministry is dissolved. In its place, a new council, chosen by the people, for the people. goblins, centaurs, werewolves, wizards. Everyone will have a voice. The murmurs grew louder, but not in anger. In hope. The creatures who were enslaved will be freed. The werewolves will have access to wolfsbane. The house elves will be paid for their labor. The old laws of oppression. Harry's voice hardened. Are dead. A werewolf woman began to cry. A goblin cheered. A centaur raised his spear in salute. And finally, Harry looked at the crowd. At the faces of his people. At the future he had seen in the mirror. Finally, I promise you this. I will not rule from a throne. I will not hide in a castle. I will walk among you. I will listen to you. And I will spend every day of my life trying to be worthy of the crown you have given me. The crowd was silent. Then applause. Not polite applause. Not forced applause. The roar of a people who had finally found their king. Long live the king. Someone shouted. Long live the king. The crowd echoed. Harry stood in the courtyard, the crown blazing on his head, Caliban at his side, and wept. The months that followed were hard. Rebuilding a kingdom was not easy. The old families fought every change. The Night King's followers lurked in the shadows. The wounds of 1,000 years did not heal overnight. But Harry did not give up. He worked alongside his people, literally. He carried stones to rebuild Diagon Alley. He planted trees in the Forbidden Forest. He sat in council meetings that lasted until dawn, listening to grievances, mediating disputes, learning. The crown guided him. The 7 houses gave him strength. His friends stood beside him, Ron as his advisor, Hermione as his minister of magic, Draco as his liaison to the old families. And slowly, painfully, beautifully, Britain began to heal. 1 year after the coronation, Harry stood on the walls of Hogwarts and watched the sun rise over a kingdom at peace. The crown pulsed gently on his head. Caliban hung at his side. The golden fire in his blood hummed with contentment. Your Majesty. Gawaine's voice came from behind him. The delegation from France has arrived. They wish to discuss trade. Agreements. Send them in, Harry said. And the goblins request an audience. Something about the dragon population. Tell them I'll meet with them after lunch. And Gawain paused. And there's a letter. From the Muggle Prime Minister. He wishes to know if the rumors are true. Harry smiled. What rumors? That Britain has a king. Harry turned. His golden eyes gleamed in the morning light. Tell him, Harry said, that Britain has always had a king. We just forgot. He walked back toward the castle. Behind him, the sun rose over a golden age. That night, Harry sat alone in his chambers. The crown was on his head, it never left, not anymore. Caliban leaned against his desk. The 7 artifacts of the houses rested on shelves around the room. He looked at his reflection in the window. At the golden eyes. At the crown. At the man he had become. I did it, Mum, he whispered. I did it, Dad. I finished what you started. The room was silent. But somewhere beyond the veil, Harry felt something. A warmth. A presence. A whisper of love that crossed the boundary between life and death. We know, the whisper said. We're proud of you. Always. Harry closed his eyes. Let the tears fall. And for the first time in his life, he was at peace. The end. But the story does not end here. For even as Harry sat in his chambers, the crown pulsed with a warning. The Night King was defeated. The old families were broken. Britain was healing, But beyond the sea, beyond the borders of magical Britain, something stirred. Something ancient. Something hungry. Something that had been waiting for the Pendragon King to rise, so it could finally hunt. The Golden Age had begun. But darkness, true darkness, was still coming. And Harry Potter, King of Magical Britain, would face a threat greater than any he had known. But that is a story for another time. End of chapter 20. End of book. Teach an SKU?